Tactical's nearly killed, and Turtle's gonna get the outplay off to the side. It'll be a 1-for-1, the top laner for the AD carry as the fight explodes.
That's what I'm talking about, man, though. Tanks are not tanks. If you don't have MR, if you don't have a lot of HP, every part of Vel'Koz's kit is hitting as well, and that is really making it impossible for him to survive. So this is definitely getting tough. Immortals playing this poke comp out very well, and they are now at Soul Point here, 3.5 away from really putting their damage over the top.
Solo's going in again. Boogie's right with him. Tactical's killed immediately. Balulu fires the laser back over the wall. He'll get one back on Chime. I believe that's 100-0 with just the laser.
It is, and look at Bot, right? Pushing in Bot here. No one is answering the knock, and that is what TSM will have to deal with here. Maple on the side, though, and Solo on the other.
They want to find some way to stop this. Boogie tries to engage on him, but immediately loses most of his power. Solo's ready for the follow-up, and Turtle is disintegrated. They follow it up with Chains of Corruption from Tactical. Look at Solo on the front line trying to survive this. As long as Balulu stays on him, it's so hard for the Scion to live. He's forced to flash back over the wall as Revenge joins with the Unleashed teleport. TSM knows they got to regroup. They know they've got no health. They know they've got no frontline. They know their jungler just went home. And it's Immortal starting up the Baron now.
The positioning is great from Balulu, though. He's still above them on the side here. Hard to engage in onto. Maple's trying to find him.
Maple just flash engages with the Vel'Koz. He'll survive a little bit longer here with a stopwatch. Revenge swoop. Balulu's unstoppable. Balulu's still alive. Maple doesn't kill him. Vel'Koz is running away, but Tibbers gets enraged. They'll end up trading the mid laner for a couple picks on the enemy squad. Maple and Chime both down. Tactical running from Timber.
We're back to live. We're looking for Soul.
TSM wants to go in. They find Fleshy. Port taking a lot of damage, but it won't matter when Vel'Koz is over the wall. How many times will TSM get caught by this Vel'Koz laser? The follow-up damage comes through, and Solo's forced to ult away. But now it's TSM taking out the enemy jungler and finding themselves with a man advantage. Balulu's still the X factor. He's still the one that might be able to find the damage over the wall. Again, it's going to be a massive chunk coming from this poke, coming from this Vel'Koz. Turtle goes in. He just might die. No, he won't. That Turtle went wild, baby. He gets the kill shot on Tactical, and the bottom jungle fight rages on. Balulu still only had that one shot left, but just the shield from his ally was enough to keep him alive against Tactical, who doesn't have good auto attack damage, as Maple tries to get away, but the ultimate from Nautilus is still chasing. Now Immortals are looking for their moment. They're already going to kill off Maple, but Boogie's found the back line. He goes in for Tactical. He flashes to guarantee the kill. Kenby wants to get out, but Balulu's locking down the enemy jungler. They can't get the reset there for the Viego. Resurrection comes out. Revenge wants to go over the wall, but he's stopped by Solo. He has to flash to get the follow-up, and now Turtle's going to be locked down. They try to go for a bit more damage, but it's a 3v3. They get the execute, and Kenby has gone in. Solo tries to stand, but against Balulu, he can only fall. A triple for Turtles with the right on his epitaph. Enough time for Solo to retreat and return with the teleport. Immortals still using that poke. They've still got Balulu safely behind a wall. Turtle had to flash away. The Drake at 3,000 HP. Fleshy's here on the front line, and Turtle's free firing. Drake down to 2K. They want to burn it down. It's going to be stolen by Wild Turtle. TSM have managed to stop the Soul again. A 1-for-1 trade.
Ready, that would be huge, but Turtle's just gonna kill it. They're not even there. It's going down instantly.
Turtle just had gone. DPS. The Soul is gone. TSM weathered the storm for the longest time, and now over the wall goes Boogie. Pop goes Tactical. Balulu is exhausted, and TSM ain't done. Boogie with a flash follow. Balulu is down. Balulu is down, and that means Immortals are short to follow. Turtle flashes forward. That's what you know him for. That's what you love him for. And that's what won TSM this game here today. This man's had a hell of a show. And Boogie at the end finding Tactical. Boogie at the end finding Balulu. TSM just forcing on the Soul, and they're going to take the win. That Inspired is level 3, but it's JoJo who's got mid lane control.
Yep. But it is, that dangerous move to actually look for there because you are down a level. He's going for the all-in.
Big crit. The Ghost ready to follow up. JoJo's in some trouble, and MNS chops him over the head. First blood, solo kill, Cloud9 mid laner.
This is
probably
bot, so it
just
crash.
Get the charge out of that. Yeah, it should just get a couple of plates here, and then JoJo's going to be forced back by MNS. who still is not afraid of stepping up and fighting in here. Meanwhile, bottom side, Berserker just gets absolutely dunked on. FBI taking the kill credit is perfect for Evil Geniuses as well. Blabber's coming down, but Sven's already dead. Vulcan lands the fishing hook to guarantee it. Back in mid, things are looking all right for C9.
Yeah, and JoJo will have his ult just about as it's spawning, so it shouldn't be too big of a deal for him. But yeah, I just think it's such a big deal that FBI will not actually have IE for this fight. There's no shot he's gonna be able to finish that. Someday could be in some trouble here.
Someday getting caught out. 0-0-0 so far in this game for both top laners. Someday continues to live. They can't finish him off in time, but Blabber just kills Inspired off to the side instead. Remember that JoJo has no ulti. It might be ready in time for the Dragon, but it ain't ready now. He's able to get the Q3 back.
FBI is isolated.
FBI is alone. A virtual rise. They shut him down, and C9 gets 2.
C9's gonna take.
Now he goes golden to buy himself an extra moment. Sven fires the bubble at Blabber to give him some extra movement speed and help him get away, and Fudge has joined the fight. They find the knock-up onto Inspired, who tries to flash out, but a little bit more damage takes him down, and M&S is the one to do it. Evil Geniuses get scattered by the Gragas ulti, and they try to regroup, but the culling is once again ready to be unloaded. Blabber looks for more chances to zone these guys off. Someday gets caught up again. Might just die this time, but it looks like once more he'll escape. But the Nexus is now about to be focused. EG on their last little bit of a defense. JoJo jumps in. What can he find? He's trying to get something. The rest of EG want to stand and fight. They grab a shutdown over onto Berserker. Fudge is still alive. Blabber's waddling away. They shut down the Scion, but what about the dead body? He's got a lot of HP. He's just going to stand there and beat JoJo to death. Just barely misses out on it.
Really difficult for EG to make their way in. Scion is just bodyguarding. They can't commit to him, and the Baron is just going to be gone.
Yeah, there's no way you can ever commit onto that Scion. M&S looking for the opportunity to get the flank here, but Someday's also going to block him away. JoJo's taken very low, but he's not dead yet. He's still trying to get out. M&S wants to change that. He goes in. The Gale Force is not quite able to find the kill, but Fudge is occupying everybody else in the meantime. Sven grabs the kill on JoJo. Someday's going to tank in the front. M&S gets one on Vulcan. Fudge taking the credit at the end, but Inspired and FBI are left to run. Someday wants to solo out Blabber, but Sven's going to keep him alive. Someday still trying to chase his way back to the fight, but FBI is shut down, and C9 finally marches to victory.
Even those gank timings.
Yeah, the visit from River earlier. Now Closer going to show up in the mid lane, going after Gory, able to land the Sonic Wave, resonating strike at first blood for 100 Thieves Closer. Generating a gold lead, even without this game going as fast as it is. But here we go. Huhi caught out. Emperor's Divide. Huhi, you roamed out at the wrong time, and Closer's going to cash in. Landing the Sonic Wave. Beautiful double kill by Closer. We're putting pressure down here. River has shown up. 3 versus 3. Double lift is a little bit too low. We'll use the Feather Storm. Huhi's got to be careful in that position. Blade Color can come right out, but already first turret going to go down. Closer, thanks to the Rift Herald, might give his life for it, though. And that's exactly the case, because Stixay is running them down with that Pea Shooter. Bop, 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 and drop in. The Thieves. Golden Guardians get a double in the bot. Right behind the pit. Ultimate gonna go wide for River, but the fight still coming out. Gory looking to land the big ultimate right here, but goes wide, so the Thieves can clean up the Guardians. Or is it gonna be enough? There it is, the knock up from the body slam of Tenacity, bouncing off the belly and sending the Golden Guardians right home. This is very calculated play coming from the Thieves. You can tell they set up a game plan and they're playing to it, but here comes the plan from the Guardians. A teleport on the flank. Ruthless Predator goes out, but it doesn't get on to double lift. Licorice runs low, Gory runs in, but that's the wrong direction, friend. Closer will take him down.
Oh man, Golden Guardians are so out of sorts. They've been demolished here. That was not timing the Licorice flank with, Bjergsen! With the Emperor's Divide to divide the
Host of the Guardians, another double kill picked up by Closer, and they're looking to just end this out, Kobe.
out.
Best man contracts. We're sticking with it right now. Ignar trying to stick on contracts as well. Lantern goes out. Tomo under pressure, doesn't have the flash. Dead to rights. Luger will grab first blood. Returned on the opposite end. Jensen will take down contracts. Coming in here, they had high expectations for this roster. Shame it fell by the wayside, but here comes CLG looking to put more into the wounds. Luger will grab a kill.
Well. Looks like they want to make him pay for it. Teleport coming into 4v2.
Armut has arrived on the Gator, looks over towards Luger. will be able to put the Ruthless Predator and stop him in his tracks. Another kill going over to Dignitas. Death Sentence coming out of the brush, landing on no one. Still looking for this fight, still trying to eyeball it out. Santorin right onto Dokla, but CLG have provided enough space to not get engaged on.
That was huge. They wait out the Sejuani ultimate hook.
Oh, here we go. It lands right on the money, and Dokla dies. Out comes the ultimate, though, from Palafox. The skies descend, and Dignitas crumble, breathing death onto Dig.
Long. The dragon number. Oh, they're actually going to go for the fight here. Shirelius.
Oh, caught out. They're onto Dokla. Dokla's able to slide out. Now still 5 strong is Dignitas. They're continuing right now, but here comes Arma, tries to find Dokla. Dokla goes down, already one picked up, but the skies descend and eviscerate Dignitas. Leading the charge is Luger with the Featherstorm, but our Mutt is there to turn this around, and Dignitas, they will not be felt by the Meteor to end the ages. They'll bring the fight right back to Counter Launch.
They did it!
On both of the carries for Dignitas, still the line's gonna be drawn. You gotta give some respect to the damage that these 2 carries do bring in. And on the blink of an eye, they're going to go for the engage. Jensen and Tomo looking to bring it. Out comes the Featherstorm, but both carries will fall. It costed CLG Poom, and that is going to be a cleaned up fight for CLG.
Dignitas, though, they're going to funnel in towards that dragon with the extra vision control. They've got the control ward down. Jensen.
Careful here. Oh, ultimate gonna come out. Able to get the knock up onto 3. CLG destroy Tomo. That's both your carries down, man. Dignitas can't do a thing in this fight.
That is snowballing into a Baron. Contracts, can he get there for a steal? He has ultimate.
Oh, no way. Dignitas, they get the Baron, but is this fight gonna belong to CLG? Ultimate gonna come out from Santorin over the wall. Dokla will fall.
Oh, that was big.
Pulling him right back in, and Palafox will breathe light onto the back of their necks and make them suffer. No way! Tomo turns it around, finds a triple kill, and Dignitas, every time you count them out, they bring it right back.
Dignitas are doing it! The Dignitas Baron is going to be a dub here. Dignitas with the Hex Dragon. They're going to push 2 lanes now. You see Jensen went immediately for bottom side where the minions were the furthest. They just need minions up to these inhibitor towers. 40 seconds on the death timers here for CLG. Dokla, the only one alive. Jensen, really good heads up teleport play from him so that they can get this push off before the death timers are there. Just go tank the turret, rush in there, kill that inhibitor. You've got 20 seconds before the dragon gets up. Burn this thing down.
I'm watching a
22.
rerun right now, Kobe. This feels very much like that Evil Geniuses game. Oh, now coming for it. They need to take down Dokla. That would be a massive stagger death timer. Already one Nexus Tower going to go down. Puma looking to get the disengage for Dokla, but Dokla is dead. Oh, Dignitas, they've taken the second Nexus, and you wanted it. They need to double their wins. They need to beat CLG. Dig will do just that.
Spica looking for maybe a nice early gank up here with the top side. Summit only level 2. Still has the flash. W2 is going to be flashed away from, but the flash, Arctic Assault to follow. It's first blood over the Impact.
That's a nice little pickup there. Spica trying to play around with times. Very early gank, 220-ish in the top side. You pick the melee champions with Sejuani for a reason, and Summit on this Cho'Gath's kind of like Rumble. If you don't overextend, it's very hard to have any lane presence at all.
And that's what I was going to say. This is something that should be telegraphed because, you know, you take Sejuani, you would expect it to either go towards mid, or you cannot allow Vikla to fall any further behind.
Pioshik waiting bottom, does not have flash, does not have kick.
Here we
Vikla
go.
Going in mid lane yet again, but Harry with a nice charm as he lands the E2. Oh, it's time to go all out. All right, let's see what they can get done here. It's Impact and Spica looking to take down Summit. The Rupture buys a moment longer, but they can't get him in range for a feast. It was on cooldown anyway. They're gonna get a kill onto Cassante.
Black West have to continue to trade. They have to continue to fight. It doesn't get better trying to go into Team Liquid's team comp, 2-3 dragons down, forced to fight. So the playmaking continues, but Prince is the one who loses out in this trade.
And this is going to be White Gun Aphelios now assaulting your bottom lane turret.
Yep.
The more gold you can get into this champion, the better his late game will become. Obviously not going to be the same level of burst. Prince steps up.
Prince just dashed in. I don't know what in the hell the boy was thinking, but he's not thinking anything more for the next 23 seconds. He's dead in the dirt. FlyQuest coming in, seeing if they might be able to get something back off of this. Yawn and Core JJ with full HP can safely escort Pioshik at this fight does. Vicla's back in mid lane. The Sylas is not here. Team Liquid are forcing FlyQuest away, and with the secure on the Herald, they're going to take the objective, but FlyQuest isn't done. They want to chase after the Team Liquid players. Spica leading the charge. Nami Wave coming in. Vikla fighting Pioshik here off to the side, not able to lock him down long enough before he can get out of the river. CoreJJ is going to be your next target, but Vikla's here in the front. He's taking too much damage. Summon's in the middle of everybody, and he takes a big old bite out of Vikla. Now they're going to get a side of Sejuani, and Spica drops next. Team Liquid washes over him, and Pioshik's gonna pick up another. A double kill back over to Harry. Impact just got impacted, and Ayla is the only one left swimming away.
And what a team fight from Team Liquid, able to swoop in. They had teleport advantage off bottom lane. I don't think FlyQuest had any business contesting that Herald, and now this game is a 6,000 gold lead.
It turns out if everybody wants to protect the puppy, you gotta go after the puppy's best buddy instead. Let's see if Team Liquid can finish the Baron this time around. They got it down to half HP. CoreJJ and Harry separating a little bit from the rest of the squad. They've got Pioshik and Summit still inside the pit. It's going to be confirmed by Pioshik. He will not lose the Smite fight. And now Spica and FlyQuest try to fall back. Sejuani's tanky, but I don't know if she's tanky enough to get away. Not from Harry. Not today. Prince keeps on running. Only 300 HP left. Means Nami's going to deploy the tidal wave just to keep him alive. Vikla won't be so lucky. Sylas just broke out of jail, and they're sending him straight back into the black and white prison. He'll be in the fountain for the next 40 seconds, and Team Liquid's got a 5v3.
And this is desperation stations, because that's 40 seconds on your mid laner, and the base is open, and Aphelios completely destroys turrets at this stage of the game. FlyQuest, they got to go for a desperation fight.
Yeah, the base defense here is going to be a desperate one. We're watching TL. They want to try to fish for something.
5 seconds on Spica. It'll be a 4v5 then. Team Liquid still looking to end the game now. Pioshik jumps in. He doesn't get the angle on Prince, and now he's going to draw the aggro from everybody else. They go all out just to bring him down. That's the enemy jungler out of the picture. It is a 4v4. Team Liquid, recognizing the lack of their ults and the expenditure of their summoner spells, starting to fall back a little bit. FlyQuest got to be careful not to overchase, though. They've got low health bar, and they got no money compared to what Team Liquid has in pocket. Vikla coming around from the side. Can he really even do anything? Look at the health bars on Spica, on Prince, on Impact. They're all so low. It's got to be something crazy here from FlyQuest. Prince wants to follow it up. Yon still got full. Yon's got Infernum. The AoE of the Aphelios might just be able to kill everyone. CoreJJ grabbed the kill on Ayla. Yon's going to do. No matter everybody else on FlyQuest is going nowhere, but straight down. Team Liquid with a triple kill on their mid laner will give FlyQuest their 3rd loss this split.
Be bad for your lane state. Thankfully for him, he did have a pushing wave. Not a great buy on the base though. You know, it is just boots and a pink ward basically that he's able to get back. So not really sitting comfortably after that.
Maple and Balulu will, let's see.
Oh,
He's
it's
gonna
so
come around
annoying.
again, just walks over, clears that ward. Yeah, he's not gonna get the gank off, but without that vision, now you're gonna have to play even more safe. Tactical and, Fleshy with a nice dredge line. He's gone fishing, and it's gonna be a big one pulled up here for Immortals. They'll get first blood, but Boogie's ready to do something about it and get one back. He's gotta be careful because Viego is nearby. They see that mist coming around the wall.
Well, to deal with. Sion can definitely clear brushes, can help you to try to establish that vision, but look at this.
Oh, Maple just getting chunked for a massive amount of HP, but TSM have found their way in for a counterattack, and Sean's gonna find the first kill. They're gonna grab the second, and it goes over to Boogie. TSM, they get jumped on, but they punch right back and tie this game up.
With his jungler, keep playing with his mid laner, looking for these picks, establishing vision control, and play heavily towards those dragons, try to go for soul.
Oh man, Maple just showed his face in top lane, and Immortals are immediately ready to try to punish it. 2 TPs coming in at the same time. Solo's gonna be knocked up into the air. The bell cause damage, just drowns him. Balulu takes out the front line of the Vanity Guard. Tactical's nearly killed, and Turtle's gonna get the outplay off to the side. It'll be a 1-for-1. The top laner for the AD carry as the fight explodes.
That's what I'm talking about, man, though. Tanks are not tanks. If you don't have MR, if you don't have a lot of HP, every part of Vel'Koz's kit is hitting as well, and that is really making it impossible for him to survive. So this is definitely getting tough. Immortals playing this poke comp out very well, and they are now at soul point here, 3.5 away from really putting their damage over the top.
Solo's going in again. Boogie's right with him. Tactical's killed immediately. Balulu fires the laser back over the wall. He'll get one back on Chime. I believe that's 100-0 with just the laser.
It is, and look at bot, right? Pushing in bot here. No one is answering the knock, and that is what TSM will have to deal with here. Maple on the side, though, and Solo on the other.
They want to find some way to stop this. Boogie tries to engage on him, but immediately loses most of his power. Solo's ready for the follow-up, and Turtle is disintegrated. They follow it up with Chains of Corruption from Tactical. Look at Solo on the front line trying to survive this. As long as Balulu stays on him, it's so hard for the Scion to live. He's forced to flash back over the wall as Revenge joins with the Unleashed teleport. TSM knows they gotta regroup. They know they've got no health. They know they've got no frontline. They know their jungler just went home, and it's Immortal starting up the Baron now.
The positioning is great from Bolu, though. He's still above them on the side here. Hard to engage in onto. Maple's trying to find him.
Maple just flash engages with the Vel'Koz. He'll survive a little bit longer here with a stopwatch. Revenge swoop. Balulu's unstoppable. Balulu's still alive. Maple doesn't kill him. Vel'Koz is running away, but Tibbers gets enraged. They'll end up trading the mid laner for a couple picks on the enemy squad. Maple and Chime both down. Tactical running from Timber.
We're back to live. We're looking for Soul.
TSM wants to go in. They find Fleshy. Port taking a lot of damage, but it won't matter when Vel'Koz is over the wall. How many times will TSM get caught by this Vel'Koz laser? The follow-up damage comes through, and Solo's forced to ult away. But now it's TSM taking out the enemy jungler and finding themselves with a man advantage. Balulu's still the X factor. He's still the one that might be able to find the damage over the wall. Again, it's going to be a massive chunk coming from this poke, coming from this Vel'Koz. Turtle goes in. He just might die. No, he won't. That Turtle went wild, baby. He gets the kill shot on Tactical, and the bottom jungle fight rages on. Balulu still only had that one shot left, but just the shield from his ally was enough to keep him alive against Tactical, who doesn't have good auto attack damage, as Maple tries to get away, but the ultimate from Nautilus is still chasing. Now Immortals are looking for their moment. They're already gonna kill off Maple, but Boogie's found the back line. He goes in for Tactical. He flashes to guarantee the kill. Kenby wants to get out, but Balulu's locking down the enemy jungler. They can't get the reset there for the Viego. Resurrection comes out. Revenge wants to go over the wall, but he's stopped by Solo. He has to flash to get the follow-up, and now Turtle's going to be locked down. They try to go for a bit more damage, but it's a 3v2. They get the execute, and Kenby has gone in. Solo tries to stand, but against Balulu, he can only fall. A triple for Turtles with the right on his epitaph. Enough time for Solo to retreat and return with the teleport. Immortal still using that poke. They've still got Balulu safely behind a wall. Turtle had to flash away. The Drake at 3,000 HP. Fleshy's here on the front line, and Turtle's free firing. Drake down to 2K. They want to burn it down. It's going to be stolen by Wild Turtle. TSM have managed to stop the Soul again. A one-for-one trade.
Ready, that would be huge, but Turtle's just gonna kill it. They're not even there. It's going down instantly.
Turtle just has gone. DPS. The Soul is gone. TSM weathered the storm for the longest time, and now over the wall goes Boogie. Pop goes Tactical. Balulu is exhausted, and TSM ain't done. Boogie with a flash follow. Balulu is down. Balulu is down, and that means Immortals are short to follow. Turtle flashes forward. That's what you know him for. That's what you love him for. And that's what won TSM this game here today. This man's had a hell of a show. And Boogie at the end finding Tactical. Boogie at the end finding Balulu. TSM just forcing on a Soul, and they're going to take the win. That Inspired is level 3, but it's JoJo who's got mid lane control.
Yep. But it is, that dangerous move to actually look for there because you are down a level. He's going for the all-in.
Big crit. The Ghost ready to follow up. JoJo's in some trouble, and MNS chops him over the head. First blood, solo kill, Cloud9 mid laner.
This is
probably
bot, so it
just
crash.
Get the charge out of that. Yeah, it should just get a couple of plates here. And then JoJo's going to be forced back by MNS, who still is not afraid of stepping up and fighting him here. Meanwhile, bottom side, Berserker just gets absolutely dunked on. FBI taking the kill credit is perfect for Evil Geniuses as well. Flavor's coming down, but Sven's already dead. Vulcan lands the fishing hook to guarantee it. Back in mid, things are looking all right for C9.
Yeah, and JoJo will have his ult just about as it's spawning, so it shouldn't be too big of a deal for him. But yeah, I just think it's such a big deal that FBI will not actually have IE for this fight. There's no shot he's gonna be able to finish that. Someday could be in some trouble here.
Someday getting caught out. 0-0-0 so far in this game for both top laners. Someday continues to live. They can't finish him off in time, but Blabber just kills Inspired off to the side instead. Remember that JoJo has no ulti. It might be ready in time for the Dragon, but it ain't ready now. He's able to get the Q3 back.
FBI is isolated.
FBI is alone out They shut him down, and C9 gets 2.
C9's gonna take
Now he goes golden to buy himself an extra moment. Sven fires the bubble at Blabber to give him some extra movement speed and help him get away. And Fudge has joined the fight. They find the knock-up onto Inspired, who tries to flash out, but a little bit more damage takes him down. And M&S is the one to do it. Evil Geniuses get scattered by the Gragas ulti, and they try to regroup, but the culling is once again ready to be unloaded. Blabber looks for more chances to zone these guys off. Someday gets caught up again. Might just die this time, but it looks like once more he'll escape. But the Nexus is now about to be focused. EG on their last little bit of a defense. Jojo jumps in. What can he find? He's trying to get something. The rest of EG want to stand and fight. They grab a shutdown over on the Berserker. Fudge is still alive. Blabber's waddling away. They shut down the Scion, but what about the dead body? He's got a lot of HP. He's just going to stand there and beat Jojo to death. Just barely misses out on it.
really difficult for EG to make their way in. Scion is just bodyguarding. They can't commit to him, and the Baron is just going to be gone.
Yeah, there's no way you can ever commit onto that Scion. M&S looking for the opportunity to get the flank here, but Someday's also going to block him away. Jojo's taken very low, but he's not dead yet. He's still trying to get out. M&S wants to change that. He goes in. The Gale Force is not quite able to find the kill, but Fudge is occupying everybody else in the meantime. Sven grabs the kill on Jojo. Someday's going to tank in the front. M&S gets one on Vulcan. Fudge taking the credit at the end, but Inspired and FBI are left to run. Someday wants to solo out Blabber, but Sven's going to keep him alive. Someday still trying to chase his way back to the fight, but FBI is shut down. And C9 finally marches to victory.
Even those gank timings.
Yeah, the visit from River earlier. Now Closer going to show up in the mid lane, going after Gory, able to land the Sonic Wave, resonating strike at first blood for 100 Thieves Closer. Generating a gold lead, even without this game going as fast as it is. But here we go. Huhi caught out. Emperor's Divide. Huhi, you roamed out at the wrong time, and Closer's going to cash in. Landing the Sonic Wave. Beautiful double kill by Closer. We're putting pressure down here. River has shown up. 3 versus 3. Double lift is a little bit too low. We'll use the Feather Storm. Huhi's got to be careful in that position. Blade Color can come right out, but already first turret going to go down. Closer, thanks to the Rift Herald, might give his life for it, though. And that's exactly the case, because Stixxay is running them down with that pea shooter. Bop, 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 and drop in. The Thieves. Golden Guardians get a double in the bot. Right behind the pit. Ultimate gonna go wide for River, but the fight still coming out. Gory looking to land the big ultimate right here, but goes wide so the Thieves can clean up the Guardians. Or is it gonna be enough? There it is, the knock up from the body slam of Tenacity, bouncing off the belly and sending the Golden Guardians right home. This is very calculated play coming from the Thieves. You can tell they set up a game plan and they're playing to it, but here comes the plan from the Guardians. A teleport on the flank. Ruthless Predator goes out, but it doesn't get on to double lift. Licorice runs low, Gory runs in, but that's the wrong direction, friend. Closer will take him down.
Oh man, Golden Guardians are so out of sorts. They've been demolished here. That was not timing the Licorice flank with,
Bjergsen with the Emperor's Divide to divide the hopes of the Guardians. Another double kill picked up by Closer, and they're looking to just end this out, Kobe.
out.
Best man contracts. We're sticking with it right now. Ignar trying to stick on contracts as well. Lantern goes out. Tomo under pressure, doesn't have the flash. Dead to rights. Luger will grab first blood. Returned on the opposite end. Jensen will take down contracts. Coming in here, they had high expectations for this roster. Shame it fell by the wayside, but here comes CLG looking to put more into the wounds. Luger will grab a kill.
Well. Looks like they want to make him pay for it. Teleport coming into 4v2.
Armut has arrived on the Gator, looks over towards Luger. We'll be able to put the Ruthless Predator and stop him in his tracks. Another kill going over to Dignitas. Death sentence coming out of the brush, landing on no one. Still looking for this fight, still trying to eyeball it out. Santorin right onto Dokla, but CLG have provided enough space to not get engaged on.
That was huge. They wait out the Sejuani ultimate hook.
Oh, here we go. It lands right on the money, and Dokla dies. Out comes the ultimate, though, from Palafox. The skies descend, and Dignitas crumble, breathing death onto Dig.
The dragon number. Oh, they're actually going to go for the fight here. Shirelius.
Oh, caught out. They're onto Dokla. Dokla's able to slide out. Now still 5 strong is Dignitas. They're continuing right now, but here comes Arma, tries to find Dokla. Dokla goes down, already one picked up, but the skies descend and eviscerate Dignitas. Leading the charge is Luger with the Featherstorm, but our Mutt is there to turn this around, and Dignitas, they will not be felt by the Meteor to end the ages. They'll bring the fight right back to Counterlodge.
They did it!
On both of the carries for Dignitas. Still the line's gonna be drawn. You gotta give some respect to the damage that these 2 carries do bring in. And on the blink of an eye, they're gonna go for the engage. Jensen and Tomo looking to bring it. Out comes the Featherstorm, but both carries will fall. It costed CLG Poom, and that is gonna be a cleaned up fight for CLG.
Dignitas, though, they're going to funnel in towards that dragon with the extra vision control. They've got the control ward down. Jensen.
Careful here. Oh, ultimate gonna come out. Able to get the knock-up onto 3. CLG destroy Tomo. That's both your carries down, man. Dignitas can't do a thing in this fight.
That is snowballing into a Baron. Contracts, can he get there for a steal? He has ultimate.
Oh, no way. Dignitas, they get the Baron, but is this fight gonna belong to CLG? Ultimate gonna come out from Santorin over the wall. Dokla will fall.
Oh, that was big.
Pulling him right back in, and Palafox will breathe light onto the back of their necks and make them suffer. No way! Tomo turns it around, finds a triple kill, and Dignitas, every time you count them out, they bring it right back.
Dignitas are doing it! The Dignitas Baron is going to be a dub here. Dignitas with the Hex Dragon. They're going to push 2 lanes now. You see Jensen went immediately for bottom side where the minions were the furthest. They just need minions up to these inhibitor towers. 40 seconds on the death timers here for CLG. Dokla, the only one alive. Jensen, really good heads up teleport play from him so that they can get this push off before the death timers are there. Just go tank the turret, rush in there, kill that inhibitor. You've got 20 seconds before the dragon gets up. Burn this thing down.
I'm watching a rerun
22.
right now, Kobe. This feels
can do
very
it.
much like
They
that
can do
Evil
it.
Geniuses game. Oh, now coming for it. They need to take down Dokla. That would be a massive stagger death timer. Already one Nexus Tower gonna go down. Puma looking to get the disengage for Dokla, but Dokla is dead. Oh, Dignitas, they've taken the second Nexus, and you wanted it. They need to double their wins. They need to beat CLG. Dig will do just that.
Spica looking for maybe a nice early gank up here with the top side. Summit only level 2. Still has the flash. W2 is going to be flashed away from, but the flash, Arctic Assault to follow. It's first blood over the Impact.
That's a nice little pickup there. Spica trying to play around with times. Very early gank, 220-ish in the top side. You pick the melee champions with Sejuani for a reason, and Summit on this Cho'Gath's kind of like Rumble. If you don't overextend, it's very hard to have any lane presence at all.
And that's what I was going to say. This is something that should be telegraphed because, you know, you take Sejuani, you would expect it to either go towards mid. You cannot allow Vikla to fall any further behind.
Pioshik waiting bottom, does not have flash, does not have kick.
Here we go.
Vikla going in mid lane yet again, but Harry with a nice charm as he lands the E2. Oh, it's time to go all out. All right, let's see what they can get done here. It's Impact and Spica looking to take down Summit. The Rupture buys a moment longer, but they can't get him in range for a feast. It was on cooldown anyway. They're gonna get a kill on the Cassante.
FlyQuest have to continue to trade. They have to continue to fight. It doesn't get better trying to go into Team Liquid's team comp. 2-3 dragons down, forced to fight. So the playmaking continues, but Prince is the one who loses out in this trade.
And this is going to be White Gun Aphelios now assaulting your bottom lane turret.
Yep.
The more gold you can get into this champion, the better his late game will become. Obviously not going to be the same level of burst. Prince steps up.
Prince just dashed in. I don't know what in the hell the boy was thinking, but he's not thinking anything more for the next 23 seconds. He's dead in the dirt. FlyQuest coming in, seeing if they might be able to get something back off of this. Yawn and Core JJ with full HP can safely escort Pioshik at this fight does. Vikla's back in mid lane. The Silas is not here. Team Liquid are forcing FlyQuest away, and with the secure on the Herald, they're gonna take the objective, but FlyQuest isn't done. They wanna chase after the Team Liquid players. Spica leading the charge, Nami Wave coming in. Vikla fighting Pioshik here off to the side, not able to lock him down long enough before he can get out of the river. Core JJ is gonna be your next target, but Vikla's here in the front. He's taking too much damage. Summit's in the middle of everybody, and he takes a big old bite out of Vikla. Now they're gonna get a side of Sejuani, and Spica drops next. Team Liquid washes over him, and Pioshik's gonna pick up another. A double kill back over to Harry. Impact just got impacted, and Ayla is the only one left just swimming away.
And what a team fight from Team Liquid, able to swoop in. They had teleport advantage off bottom lane. I don't think FlyQuest had any business contesting that Herald, and now this game is a 6,000 gold lead.
It turns out if everybody wants to protect the puppy, you gotta go after the puppy's best buddy instead. Let's see if Team Liquid can finish the Baron this time around. They got it down to half HP. Core JJ and Harry separating a little bit from the rest of the squad. They've got Pioshik and Summit still inside the pit. It's gonna be confirmed by Pioshik. He will not lose the smite fight. And now Spica and FlyQuest try to fall back. Sejuani's tanky, but I don't know if she's tanky enough to get away. Not from Harry, not today. Prince keeps on running. Only 300 HP left. Means Navi's gonna deploy the tidal wave just to keep him alive. Vikla won't be so lucky. Silas just broke out of jail and they're sending him straight back into the black and white prison. He'll be in the fountain for the next 40 seconds. And Team Liquid's got a 5v3.
And this is desperation stations because that's 40 seconds on your mid laner and the base is open and Aphelios completely destroys turrets at this stage of the game. FlyQuest, they gotta go for a desperation fight.
Yeah, the base defense here is going to be a desperate one. We're watching TL. They want to try to fish for something.
5 seconds on Spica. It'll be a 4v5 then. Team Liquid still looking to end the game now. Pioshik jumps in. He doesn't get the angle on Prince, and now he's gonna draw the aggro from everybody else. They go all out just to bring him down. That's the enemy jungler out of the picture. It is a 4v4. Team Liquid recognizing the lack of their ults and the expenditure of their summoner spells, starting to fall back a little bit. FlyQuest gotta be careful not to overchase though. They've got low
Vikla has TP.
and they got no money compared to what Team Liquid has in pocket. Vikla coming around from the side. Can he really even do anything? Look at the health bars on Spica, on Prince, on Impact. They're all so low. It's got to be something crazy here from FlyQuest. Prince wants to follow it up. Jan's still got full. Jan's got Infernum. The AoE of the Aphelios might just be able to kill everyone. Core JJ grabbed the kill on Ayla. Jan's going to
That'll do.
No matter everybody else on FlyQuest is going nowhere but straight down. Team Liquid with a triple kill on their mid laner will give FlyQuest their 3rd loss this split.
Be bad for your lane state. Thankfully for him, he did have a pushing wave. Not a great buy on the base though. You know, it is just boots and a pink ward basically that he's able to get back. So not really sitting comfortably after that.
Maple and Balulu will, let's see.
Oh, it's
He's
so
gonna come around
annoying.
again. Just walks over, clears that ward. Yeah, he's not gonna get the gank off, but without that vision, now you're gonna have to play even more safe. Tactical and, Fleshy with a nice dredge line. He's gone fishing, and it's gonna be a big one pulled up here for Immortals. They'll get first blood, but Boogie's ready to do something about it and get one back. He's gotta be careful because Viego is nearby. They see that mist coming around the wall.
Well, to deal with. Sion can definitely clear brushes, can help you to try to establish that vision, but look at this.
Oh, Maple just getting chunked for a massive amount of HP, but TSM have found their way in for a counterattack, and Chime's gonna find the first kill. They're gonna grab the second, and it goes over to Boogie. TSM, they get jumped on, but they punch right back and tie this game up.
Playing with his jungler, keep playing with his mid laner, looking for these picks, establishing vision control, and play heavily towards those dragons, try to go for soul.
Oh man, Maple just showed his face in top lane, and
Double
Immortals
TP.
are immediately ready to try to punish it. 2 TPs coming in at the same time. Solo's gonna be knocked up into the air. The Vel'Koz damage just drowns him. Balulu takes out the front line of the Vanguard. Card. Tactical's nearly killed, and Turtle's gonna get the outplay off the side. It'll be a 1-for-1. The top laner for the AD carry as the fight explodes.
That's what I'm talking about, man, though. Tanks are not tanks. If you don't have MR, if you don't have a lot of HP, every part of Vel'Koz's kit is hitting as well, and that is really making it impossible for him to survive. So this is definitely getting tough. Immortals playing this poke comp out very well, and they are now at soul point here, 3.5 away from really putting their damage over the top.
Solo's going in again. Boogie's right with him. Tactical's killed immediately. Balulu fires the laser back over the wall. He'll get one back on Chime. I believe that's 100-0 with just the laser.
It is, and look at Bot, right? Pushing in Bot here. No one is answering the knock, and that is what TSM will have to deal with here. Maple on the side, though, and Solo on the other.
They want to find some way to stop this. Boogie tries to engage on him, but immediately loses most of his
goes the
ult. Solo's ready for the follow-up, and Turtle is disintegrated. They follow it up with Chains of Corruption from Tactical. Look at Solo on the front line trying to survive this. As long as Balulu stays on him, it's so hard for the Scion to live. He's forced to flash back over the wall as Revenge joins with the Unleashed teleport. TSM knows they got to regroup. They know they've got no health. They know they've got no frontline. They know their jungler just went home, and it's Immortal starting up the Baron now.
The positioning is great from Bolulu, though. He's still above them on the side here. Hard to engage in onto. Maple's trying to find him.
Maple just flash engages with the Vel'Koz. He'll survive a little bit longer here with a stopwatch. Revenge swoop.
Oh!
Bolulu's unstoppable. Bolulu's still alive. Maple doesn't kill him. Vel'Koz is running away, but Tibbers gets enraged. They'll end up trading the mid laner for a couple picks on the enemy squad. Maple and Chime both down. Tactical running from Tibbers.
We're back to live. We're looking for Soul.
TSM wants to go in. They find Fleshy.
Bolulu!
Port taking a lot of damage, but it won't matter when Vel'Koz is over the wall. How many times will TSM get caught by this Vel'Koz laser? The follow-up damage comes through, and Solo's forced to ult away. But now it's TSM taking out the enemy jungler and finding themselves with a man advantage. Bolulu's still the X factor. He's still the one that might be able to find the damage over the wall. Again, it's going to be a massive chunk coming from this poke, coming from this Vel'Koz. Turtle goes in. He just might die.
Oh!
No, he won't. That Turtle went wild, baby. He gets the kill shot on Tactical, and the bottom jungle fight rages on. Bolulu still only had that one shot left, but just the shield from his ally was enough to keep him alive against Tactical, who doesn't have good auto attack damage, as Maple tries to get away, but the ultimate from Nautilus is still chasing. Now Immortals are looking for their moment. They're already gonna kill off Maple, but Boogie's found the back line. He goes in for Tactical. He flashes to guarantee the kill. Kenby wants to get out, but Bolulu's locking down the enemy jungler. They can't get the reset there for the Viego. Resurrection comes out. Revenge wants to go over the wall, but he's stopped by Solo. He has to flash to get the follow-up, and now Turtle's going to be locked down. They try to go for a bit more damage, but it's a 3v3.
Oh!
They get the execute, and Kenby has gone in. Solo tries to stand, but against Bolulu, he can only fall. A triple for Turtles with the right on his epitaph. Enough time for Solo to retreat and return with the teleport. Immortal still using that poke. They've still got Bolulu safely behind a wall. Turtle had to flash away. The Drake at 3,000 HP. Fleshy's here on the front line, and Turtle's free firing. Drake down to 2K. They want to burn it down. It's going to be stolen by Wild Turtle. TSM have managed to stop the Soul again. A one-for-one trade.
Ready, that would be huge, but Turtle's just gonna kill it. They're not even there. It's going down instantly.
Turtle just has gone. DPS. The Soul is gone. TSM weathered the storm for the longest time, and now over the wall goes Boogie. Pop goes Tactical. Bolulu is exhausted, and TSM ain't done. Boogie with a flash follow. Bolulu is down. Bolulu is down, and that means Immortals are short to follow. Turtle flashes forward. That's what you know him for. That's what you love him for. And that's what won TSM this game here today. This man's had a hell of a show. And Boogie at the end finding Tactical. Boogie at the end finding Bolulu. TSM just forcing on the Soul, and they're going to take the win. That Inspired is level 3, but it's JoJo who's got mid lane control.
Yep. But it is, that dangerous move to actually look for there because you are down a level. He's going for the all-in.
Big crit. The Ghost ready to follow up. JoJo's in some trouble, and M&S chops him over the head. First blood, solo kill, Cloud9 mid laner.
This is
probably
bot, so it should
just
crash.
get the charge out of that. Yeah, it should just get a couple of plates here, and then JoJo's going to be forced back by M&S, who still is not afraid of stepping up and fighting in here. Meanwhile, bottom side, Berserker just gets absolutely dunked on. FBI taking the kill credit is perfect for Evil Geniuses as well. Blabber's coming down, but Sven's already dead. Vulcan lands the fishing hook to guarantee it. Back in mid, things are looking all right for C9.
Yeah, and JoJo will have his ult just about as it's spawning, so it shouldn't be too big of a deal for him. But yeah, I just think it's such a big deal that FBI will not actually have IE for this fight. There's no shot he's gonna be able to finish that. Someday could be in some trouble here.
Someday getting caught out. 0-0 and 0 so far in this game for both top laners. Someday continues to live. They can't finish him off in time, but Blabber just kills Inspired off to the side instead. Remember that JoJo has no ulti. It might be ready in time for the Dragon, but it ain't ready now. He's able to get the Q3 back.
FBI is isolated.
FBI is alone. A virtual rise. They shut him down, and C9 gets 2.
C9's gonna take.
Now he goes golden to buy himself an extra moment. Sven fires the bubble at Blabber to give him some extra movement speed and help him get away, and Fudge has joined the fight. They find the knock-up onto Inspired, who tries to flash out, but a little bit more damage takes him down, and M&S is the one to do it. Evil Geniuses get scattered by the Gragas ulti, and they try to regroup, but the culling is once again ready to be unloaded. Blabber looks for more chances to zone these guys off. Someday gets caught up again. Might just die this time, but it looks like once more he'll escape. But the Nexus is now about to be focused. EG on their last little bit of a defense. JoJo jumps in. What can he find? He's trying to get something. The rest of EG want to stand and fight. They grab a shutdown over on the Berserker. Fudge is still alive. Blabber's waddling away. They shut down the Scion, but what about the dead body? He's got a lot of HP. He's just going to stand there and beat JoJo to death. Just barely misses out on it.
Really difficult for EG to make their way in. Scion is just bodyguarding. They can't commit to him, and the Baron is just going to be gone.
Yeah, there's no way you can ever commit onto that Scion. M&S looking for the opportunity to get the flank here, but Sumday's also going to block him away. JoJo's taken very low, but he's not dead yet. He's still trying to get out. M&S wants to change that. He goes in. The Gale Force is not quite able to find the kill, but Fudge is occupying everybody else in the meantime. Sven grabs the kill on JoJo. Sumday's going to tank in the front. M&S gets one on Vulcan. Fudge taking the credit at the end, but Inspired and FBI are left to run. Someday wants to solo out Blabber, but Sven's going to keep him alive. Someday still trying to chase his way back to the fight, but FBI is shut down. And C9 finally marches to victory.
Even those gank timings.
Yeah, the visit from River earlier. Now Closer going to show up in the mid lane, going after Gory, able to land the Sonic Wave, resonating strike at first blood for 100 Thieves Closer. Generating a gold lead, even without this game going as fast as it is. But here we go. Huhi caught out. Emperor's Divide. Huhi, you roamed out at the wrong time, and Closer's going to cash in. Landing the Sonic Wave. Beautiful double kill by Closer. We're putting pressure down here. River has shown up. 3 versus 3. Double lift is a little bit too low. We'll use the Feather Storm. Huhi's got to be careful in that position. Blade Color can come right out, but already first turret going to go down. Closer, thanks to the Rift Herald, might give his life for it, though. And that's exactly the case, because Stixxay is running them down with that pea shooter. Bop, 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 and drop in. The Thieves. Golden Guardians get a double in the bot. Right behind the pit. Ultimate gonna go wide for River, but the fight still coming out. Gory looking to land the big ultimate right here, but goes wide, so the Thieves can clean up the Guardians. Or is it gonna be enough? There it is, the knock up from the body slam of Tenacity, bouncing off the belly and sending the Golden Guardians right home. This is very calculated play coming from the Thieves. You can tell they set up a game plan and they're playing to it, but here comes the plan from the Guardians. A teleport on the flank. Ruthless Predator goes out, but it doesn't get on to double lift. Licorice runs low, Gory runs in, but that's the wrong direction, friend. Closer will take him down.
Oh man, Golden Guardians are so out of sorts. They've been demolished here. That was not timing the Licorice flank with, oh, Bjergsen!
Bjergsen! With the Emperor's Divide to divide the hopes of the Guardians. Another double kill picked up by Closer, and they're looking to just end this out, Kobe.
Yeah!
Best man contracts. We're sticking with it right now. Ignar trying to stick on contracts as well. Lantern goes out. Tomo under pressure, doesn't have the flash. Dead to rights. Luger will grab first blood. Returned on the opposite end. Jensen will take down contracts. They're coming in here. They had high expectations for this roster. Shame it fell by the wayside, but here comes CLG looking to put more into the wounds. Luger will grab a kill.
Well, well, well. Looks like they want to make him pay for it. Teleport coming into 4v2.
Armut has arrived on the Gator, looks over towards Luger. We'll be able to put the Ruthless Predator and stop him in his tracks. Another kill going over to Dignitas. Death Sentence coming out of the brush, landing on no one. Still looking for this fight, still trying to eyeball it out. Santorin right onto Dokla, but CLG have provided enough space to not get engaged on.
That was huge. They wait out the Sejuani ultimate hook.
Oh, here we go. It lands right on the money, and Dokla dies. Out comes the ultimate, though, from Palafox. The skies descend, and Dignitas crumble, breathing death onto Dig.
Long. The dragon number. Oh, they're actually going to go for the fight here. Shirelius.
Oh, caught out. They're onto Dokla. Dokla's able to slide out. Now still 5 strong is Dignitas. They're continuing right now, but here comes Armut, tries to find Dokla. Dokla goes down, already one picked up, but the skies descend and eviscerate Dignitas. Leading the charge is Luger with the Feather Storm, but Armut is there to turn this around, and Dignitas, they will not be felt by the Meteor to end the ages. They'll bring the fight right back to Counter Launch.
They did it!
On both of the carries for Dignitas. Still the line's gonna be drawn. You gotta give some respect to the damage that that these two carries do bring in. And on the blink of an eye, they're going to go for the engage. Jensen and Tomo looking to bring it. Out comes the Featherstorm, but both carries will fall. It costed CLG Poom, and that is going to be a cleaned up fight for CLG.
Dignitas, though, they're going to funnel in towards that dragon with the extra vision control. They've got the control ward down. Jensen.
Careful here. Oh, ultimate gonna come out. Able to get the knock-up onto 3. CLG destroy Tomo. That's both your carries down, man. Dignitas can't do a thing in this fight.
That is snowballing into a Baron. Contracts, can he get there for a steal? He has ultimate.
Oh, no way. Dignitas, they get the Baron, but is this fight gonna belong to CLG? Ultimate gonna come out from Santorin over the wall. Dokla will fall.
Oh, that was big.
Pulling him right back in, and Palafox will breathe light onto the back of their necks and make them suffer. No way! Tomo turns it around, finds a triple kill, and Dignitas, every time you count them out, they bring it right back.
Dignitas are doing it! The Dignitas Baron is going to be a dub here. Dignitas with the Hex Dragon. They're going to push 2 lanes now. You see Jensen went immediately for bottom side where the minions were the furthest. They just need minions up to these inhibitor towers. 40 seconds on the death timers here for CLG. Dokla, the only one alive. Jensen, really good heads up teleport play from him so that they can get this push off before the death timers are there. Just go tank the turret, rush in there, kill that inhibitor. You've got 20 seconds before the dragon gets up. Burn this thing down.
I'm watching a rerun
22.
right now, Kobe. This feels very much like that Evil Geniuses game. Oh, now coming for it. They need to take down Dokla. That would be a massive stagger death timer. Already one Nexus Tower going to go down. Boom. Looking to get the disengage for Dokla, but Dokla is dead. Oh, Dignitas. They've taken the second Nexus, and you wanted it. They need to double their wins. They need to beat CLG. Dig will do just that.
Spica looking for maybe a nice early gank up here with the top side. Summit only level 2. Still has the flash. W2 is going to be flashed away from, but the flash. Arctic Assault to follow. It's first blood over to Impact.
That's a nice little pickup there. Spica trying to play around with times. Very early gank, 220-ish in the top side. You pick the melee champions with Sejuani for a reason, and Summit on this Cho'Gath's kind of like Rumble. If you don't overextend, it's very hard to have any lane presence at all.
And that's what I was going to say. This is something that should be telegraphed because, you know, you take Sejuani, you would expect it to either go towards mid. You cannot allow Vikla to fall any further behind.
Pioshik waiting bottom, does not have flash, does not have kick.
Here we go.
Going in mid lane yet again, but Harry with a nice charm as he lands the E2. Oh, it's time to go all out. All right, let's see what they can get done here. It's Impact and Spica looking to take down Summit. The Rupture buys a moment longer, but they can't get him in range for a feast. It was on cooldown anyway. They're going to get a kill onto Cassante.
FlyQuest have to continue to trade. They have to continue to fight. It doesn't get better trying to go into Team Liquid's team comp. 2-3 dragons down, forced to fight. So the playmaking continues, but Prince is the one who loses out in this trade.
And this is going to be White Gun Aphelios now assaulting your bottom lane turret.
Yep.
The more gold you can get into this champion, the better his late game will become. Obviously not going to be the same level of burst. Prince steps up.
Prince just dashed in. I don't know what in the hell the boy was thinking, but he's not thinking anything more for the next 23 seconds. He's dead in the dirt. FlyQuest coming in, seeing if they might be able to get something back off of this. Yawn and Core JJ with full HP can safely escort Pioshik at this fight does. Vikla's back in mid lane. The Silas is not here. Team Liquid are forcing FlyQuest away, and with the secure on the Herald, they're going to take the objective, but FlyQuest isn't done. They want to chase after the Team Liquid players. Spica leading the charge. Nami Wave coming in. Vikla fighting Pioshik here off to the side, not able to lock him down long enough before he can get out of the river. Core JJ is going to be your next target, but Vikla's here in the front. He's taking too much damage. Summit's in the middle of everybody, and he takes a big old bite out of Vikla. Now they're going to get a side of Sejuani, and Spica drops next. Team Liquid washes over him, and Pioshik's gonna pick up another. A double kill back over to Harry. Impact just got impacted, and Ayla is the only one left swimming away.
And what a team fight from Team Liquid, able to swoop in. They had teleport advantage off bottom lane. I don't think FlyQuest had any business contesting that Herald, and now this game is a 6,000 gold lead.
It turns out if everybody wants to protect the puppy, you gotta go after the puppy's best buddy instead. Let's see if Team Liquid can finish the Baron this time around. They got it down to half HP. Core JJ and Harry separating a little bit from the rest of the squad. They've got Pioshik and Summit still inside the pit. It's going to be confirmed by Pioshik. He will not lose the smite fight. And now Spica and FlyQuest try to fall back. Sejuani's tanky, but I don't know if he's tanky enough to get away. Not from Harry, not today. Prince keeps on running. Only 300 HP left. Means Navi's gonna deploy the tidal wave just to keep him alive. Vikla won't be so lucky. Silas just broke out of jail and they're sending him straight back into the black and white prison. He'll be in the fountain for the next 40 seconds. And Team Liquid's got a 5v3.
And this is desperation stations because that's 40 seconds on your mid laner and the base is open and Aphelios completely destroys turrets at this stage of the game. FlyQuest, they gotta go for a desperation fight.
Yeah, the base defense here is going to be a desperate one. We're watching TL. They want to try to fish for something.
5 seconds on Spica. It'll be a 4v5 then. Team Liquid still looking to end the game now. Pioshik jumps in. He doesn't get the angle on Prince, and now he's gonna draw the aggro from everybody else. They go all out just to bring him down. That's the enemy jungler out of the picture. It is a 4v4. Team Liquid, recognizing the lack of their ults and the expenditure of their summoner spells, starting to fall back a little bit. FlyQuest gotta be careful not to overchase though. They've got low
Vikla has
health bar,
TP.
and they got no money compared to what Team Liquid has in pocket. Vikla coming around from the side. Can he really even do anything? Look at the health bars on Spica, on Prince, on Impact. They're all so low. It's got to be something crazy here from FlyQuest. Prince wants to follow it up. Jan still got full. Jan's got Infernum. The AoE of the Aphelios might just be able to kill everyone. Core JJ grabbing the kill on Ayla. Jan's going to
That'll do.
It won't matter. Everybody else on FlyQuest is going nowhere, but straight down. Team Liquid with a triple kill on their mid laner will give FlyQuest their 3rd loss this split.
Be bad for your lane state. Thankfully for him, he did have a pushing wave. Not a great buy on the base though. You know, it is just boots and a pink ward basically that he's able to get back. So not really sitting comfortably after that.
Maple and Balulu will, let's see.
Oh, it's
He's gonna
so
come around
annoying.
again. Just walks over, clears that ward. Yeah, he's not gonna get the gank off, but without that vision, now you're gonna have to play even more safe. Tactical and, Fleshy with a nice dredge line. He's gone fishing, and it's gonna be a big one pulled up here for Immortals. They'll get first blood, but Boogie's ready to do something about it and get one back. He's gotta be careful because Viego is nearby. They see that mist coming around the wall.
Well, to deal with. Sion can definitely clear brushes, can help you to try to establish that vision, but look at this.
Oh, Maple just getting chunked for a massive amount of HP, but TSM have found their way in from a counterattack, and Chime's gonna find the first kill. They're gonna grab the second, and it goes over to Boogie. TSM, they get jumped on, but they punch right back and tie this game up.
With his jungler, keep playing with his mid laner, looking for these picks, establishing vision control, and play heavily towards those dragons, try to go for soul.
Oh man, Maple just showed his face in top lane, and
Double
Immortals
TP.
are immediately ready to try to punish it. 2 TPs coming in at the same time. Solo's gonna be knocked up into the air. The Bell cause damage just drowns him. Balulu takes out the front line of the Vanguard card. Tactical's nearly killed, and Turtle's gonna get the outplay off the side. It'll be a 1-for-1. The top laner for the AD carry as the fight explodes.
That's what I'm talking about, man, though. Tanks are not tanks. If you don't have MR, if you don't have a lot of HP, every part of Vel'Koz's kit is hitting as well, and that is really making it impossible for him to survive. So this is definitely getting tough. Immortals playing this poke comp out very well, and they are now at Soul Point here, 3.5 away from really putting their damage over the top.
Solo's going in again. Boogie's right with him. Tactical's killed immediately. Balulu fires the laser back over the wall. He'll get one back on Chime. I believe that's 100-0 with just the laser.
It is, and look at bot, right? Pushing in bot here. No one is answering the knock, and that is what TSM will have to deal with here. Maple on the side, though, and Solo on the other.
They want to find some way to stop this. Boogie tries to engage on him, but immediately loses most of his
Here goes the
ult. Solo's ready for the follow-up, and Turtle is disintegrated. They follow it up with Chains of Corruption from Tactical. Look at Solo on the front line trying to survive this. As long as Balulu stays on him, it's so hard for the Scion to live. He's forced to flash back over the wall as Revenge joins with the Unleashed teleport. TSM knows they got to regroup. They know they've got no health. They know they've got no front line. They know their jungler just went home. And it's Immortal starting up the Baron now.
The positioning is great from Bolu, though. He's still above them on the side here. Hard to engage in onto. Maple's trying to find him.
Maple just flash engages with the Vel'Koz. He'll survive a little bit longer here with a stopwatch. Revenge swoop.
Oh!
Balulu's unstoppable. Balulu's still alive. Maple doesn't kill him. Vel'Koz is running away, but Timbers gets it.
welcome to the LCS waiting room. We are back. Unfortunately, Raz is still out ill today, so...
Unfortunately,
Yeah,
we're free.
he's probably in Twitch chat right now. What do you...
Your shoes look like the shoes that I tried on today.
Probably were.
Oh,
well.
do you guys
We're
have
the
the
same
same
person.
size feet?
What size are your feet?
11 and a half.
Same.
Between 11 and 12. It's perfect.
All right, we're
Wow.
going to be shoe buddies.
We're the same person.
From that, our friends over at the Salt League, the NACL, sent us a little playoff preview because their playoffs start this Saturday. So let's take a look at that right off the bat.
Previously on NACL, the regular season has ended, and Cloud9 Challengers narrowly took first from Dignitas. 16 teams enter the double elimination bracket. Who will be victorious?
Thank you to our friends over at the Salt League. Also,
That looks so
amazing.
weird.
It looked like
This is so
believably one
cursed.
person. The problem is the we should have hiked up the pants.
We need to
pins.
find a way
It's
to
not
get
different
this
here.
one and this
The
one
thing
side
is,
by
they
side.
keep
So I
giving
have to
Jet
like,
really
Like
fun
that?
yeah,
stuff.
kind of like
Yeah,
that.
Oh
And
my
then
God.
it's just two pairs.
If
of
you-
feet.
It looks kind of normal,
Oh, it does
man.
kind of look normal if you don't look at the legs.
Oh,
Anyway,
God.
thanks to our friends over at the Salt League. Also, fun fact, Deserix, you may have heard on cast yesterday, actually composed and played the music in that, which is very cool.
It was pretty
Yeah,
good.
exactly. Yeah. Very musical talent. A lot of
Yeah.
musical talent from
I feel threatened. I don't like it.
play-by-play.
Rafa
You-
and
It's a
you
David
not
Howe.
play-by-play
instrument?
thing.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, yeah.
Analysts are good. We don't need
Analysts
music.
don't have musical talent. Yeah.
Wait, I play piano. Anyway.
Now to play by play.
Not anymore. Standings, Cloud9 tied with FlyQuest up at first, which is going to be super interesting. EG dropping down into a solid third place. Golden Guardians in fourth at 8 and 6. CLG and TSM tied in the middle at 7 and 7. They cannot escape each other. 100 Thieves and Team Liquid Honda tied at 6 and 8. And then Immortals Progressive at 3 and 11. They are technically, mathematically still in the playoff hunt. However, Dignitas at 2 and 12. They did pick up their second win yesterday. Unfortunately, they are already out of the playoff picture. And this is a tweet from Joshua Gutman. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. For the LCS official playoff race, if every game is a coin flip, Riot is considering strength of schedule.
Yeah, so this was actually sent to me this morning by Tim Sevenhusen from Oracle's Elixir and 100 Thieves. He said this guy posted this in his Discord. So it's not only this, but then he also did a playoff race that takes into account strength of schedule, and that's the one that we're seeing now. Yeah, so I want to just look at it because I'm not really sure.
Yeah, so
what ties
you're up
in.
there.
Yeah. I'm up here. We got pen, right?
You got
Emily, how do you get the pen to work?
we're on the emoji screen. Wait, you have a purple. Stop it.
All right, I'm keeping those there.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so here is the line for playoffs technically. So that would be like where 6 teams fall, and there's a average finish of 6th. So really, really close between TSM and 100 based on his strength of schedule, and even CLG, 5.8, 6.2, and 6.4. What was interesting to me is how the average finish for TL is 7.1, and that's also considering they already upset FlyQuest yesterday.
It was dire before that.
So much more dire, yeah. 52% chance that TL finishes 8th.
Wow.
Given strength of schedule, it makes sense. They have a very hard road ahead of them compared to TSM or CLG or something.
Yeah, Golden Guardians still look pretty strong with almost a 60% chance that they finish top 4. Because that's another cutoff point that's actually really important, is to be top 4. But it's crazy that actually like TSM, COG, 100 Thieves, they all still have that like actual possible chance of moving into the top 4 depending on how crazy
Hey
things
man,
go.
don't
So
count out that
there's a
third
lot of
place
league to
finish
play.
for Team Liquid.
Yeah.
Point 2.
We have so many weird things to
Mom
play with
spaghetti.
today. Like I
Vomit
don't know,
on his sweater
there's just a
already.
lot of stuff that we can
Stop
do
it.
later.
We're gonna use
There
those
we
later.
go.
You're spoiling it.
Okay. Fine. I'm done.
No, we are going to use those right now, actually, because we're going to be taking a look at. Yesterday, we talked a lot about how teams could make playoffs, what we thought their playoff potential is. What we need you guys to do is vote in Twitch chat as teams come up, how likely you think
Get out of here, positivity.
it will be, whether we're starting with Golden Guardians, but we'll do this for every team. So will Golden Guardians make playoffs? And spam in chat to vote yes or no, and we're going to compile all of the answers at the end.
It felt like a sure thing, but this game didn't look very convincing yesterday against 100 Thieves.
I feel like everything to make the playoff picture more confusing happened yesterday with Team Liquid and 100 Thieves picking up, you could call it surprise wins, Golden Guardians dropping, CLG dropping, and TSM winning makes it so that it feels almost like a 5-way race for those last 3 playoff spots.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of what we want to figure out here. Yes or no, if people think they're going to do it. Golden Guardians is currently, of that grouping, the best position. They are still 1 game ahead of the people in 5th, 6th, and they are also 2 games ahead of the 7th, 8th.
I do wonder if we cursed them, because yesterday we ran a graphic of, it's like, they're going to have their best season ever. They've never won more than 9 games, and surely they'll win more than 9 games this year.
Well, yeah, because there's the pessimistic view where they still don't win more than 9 games. Let's say they, like, beat Dig. Oh, my God.
You gotta pick smartly.
All right, yeah. So like, let's say they beat Dig, that's a thumbs up. But then everything else is kind of embarrassing, where they drop games to these 3 other teams. They could still go 9-9, possibly, right? Like there's a world where that is what happens. So that's would put them at 9-9 at that case. They might still make playoffs like that, but it would ruin their chance of beating finally a 500 record for a regular season. Even this 9-9 would probably give them a tiebreaker. So I feel like, I don't know what Twitch chat's saying right now, but it has to be good, because this is like a doomsday scenario.
Yeah, what do you think will happen?
What I actually think will happen, they're probably going to eat pretty good against here. I think they'll win one of these 2, so you can kind of just like split the difference, where one of them goes well, one doesn't, and then obviously this game is cursed. So like that would put them at 10-8, right?
Which is in.
Yeah. So like I think even this is a pretty fair, like, they could easily win all 3 games. They could go 3-1 here, and I wouldn't be shocked either. But this is a pretty conservative one, which still, I don't know, puts them in playoffs.
Yeah.
I wonder if we know what Twitch chat is saying for the spam right now.
I'm curious what the percentage is.
Let's see it.
There we go. 78%.
So we'll have to benchmark that against the rest of the
We have a
team.
producer keeping track of all these as we go through the teams, and at the end we'll kind of see who has the most.
All right.
CLG's up next, I believe.
That's me.
I gotta clear the board.
I feel like I've picked CLG for everything. They're just stuck with me. Every time I vote them to win, they don't, just like yesterday. So obviously, yesterday was a really, really tough loss. You're going to see a lot of Aurelion Sol in these. It really looked like CLG had the game in hand, especially with Aurelion Sol scaling. One thing that has been really interesting about this team just generally is how willing Palafox has been able to pick up that champion, and they even did almost win with it after being set behind in the first game they played it. So this was just like coming out of this game. It
was a doozy. It's crazy that they're 1-2 with Acel because it just looks so broken and overpowered.
Halifax is a great ace.
33% win rate.
So now things become really dicey for them, right? Because this could end up being an insanely tough schedule where like everything is on fire, right?
That's true.
Because like EG, they didn't look too hot yesterday either, but that was against C9. Golden Guardians, we've already talked about on being kind of a slide, but TL had a good game yesterday. C9 is going to be, I think, of these four, their most formidable opponents. So we're going to say, oh,
they're strong.
I wanted the
They are strong.
Yeah, there we go.
Flaming bicep.
Flaming biceps.
Set the arm.
I like how the biceps is the default.
You're a fire punch fan, I guess.
But like, and I'm not going to say that they will, but like this is.
So we should point out EG has no JoJo today.
True.
They're playing with Ryoma, and they're all playing from home, too.
Because of illness, I believe. So, but yeah, it's like, I think I say.
Everything's dicey.
That's the thing. Like, they could go, you could see a world where they go 2-2. You could see a world where they go 1-3. The worst case scenario is, losing all four.
So
what do you guys think? Because I'm like, whenever I predict CLG to win, they lose. Whenever I predict them to lose, they win.
I'm pretty similar, actually.
So I'll say that they'll go 1-3, so that way they go 3-1. But they'll go 1-3.
Okay, 1-3 puts them at 8-10, which gives them what for playoff likelihood?
I think that puts them outside,
probably a tiebreaker,
or maybe a tiebreaker.
It'd be a tiebreaker.
I think it's probably a tiebreaker. What does the Twitch chat think?
Yeah, do we have a Twitch chat?
Because GG was at 78.
Oh, people are not looking
Wow.
good about that.
What is
This is a vomiting Aurelian Soul.
I thought it was a crab claw, like shooting
Oh, wait,
bubble beam or something,
yeah.
like Pokemon, you know?
I don't know. There's like a. He's a dragon, so he has like.
Yeah. Oh, that was
that's
pretty good. Now
There
you
we
got
go.
it. Yeah.
Those are the stars. Okay. Anyway.
Nice. Okay, who's next?
Because
TSM.
Aurelian Soul is not
TSMU.
guaranteed a victory, right? So it's perfect.
Okay, Twitch chat. Will TSM make playoffs? Yes or no?
You can begin spamming while we look at their most recent banger of a game. I thought that they were doomed for sure, but this is one of the times where I think people were very optimistic about the fact that Turtle has subbed in for Neo and had kind of the game-winning play, multiple game-winning plays. His headshot usage and just general Caitlyn gameplay saved this game.
Also, when we caught up with the TSM guys yesterday, they were so chill. Like, they were just like, we knew we were going to win the game. Like, the only negative quote-unquote thing I heard is Solo was like, yeah, the first time I got killed, I was like, maybe Ornn would have been really good here.
The Belveth.
Yeah, but other than that, it actually seems to be very good vibes coming out of TSM camp right now.
Yeah, they have amazing vibes. Every game is fun. But I will say, this is probably the most entertaining of the final four games because they're at 7-7, and then like
they're playing two competitors for playoffs today, and then on
like
Wednesday.
What's happening in all of these two games? Dignitas did just beat CLG, but you're hoping that that's really doesn't look great. But
it's falling from so high up.
Yeah. Wow, you just really get a lot of confetti all over.
Oh, it falls from the top of the screen no matter where you put it.
Apparently.
Okay, that's cool.
So this one, this is the weird thing because they are 1-0 against FlyQuest, but you don't expect them to be able to repeat that win. So that's probably a loss. Today is like, I'm really not sure. They're coming off a win, but Golden Guardians is coming off a loss. That's going to be the turning point for me. And 100 Thieves is like, I have no idea. It's just like another thinking face. I have no idea what they're going to look like, but they probably have a win against Dig. So it's like, you would expect them to at least split against Golden Guardians, 100 Thieves, which would put them at 9-9, which is like
pretty playoff bound.
Pretty good. Yeah.
I like how you don't write their record, you just give them a confetti.
That didn't.
Wait, now that's
I was
tiny.
backwards.
Okay,
Yeah.
Oh, well, also the higher you put it up, the smaller it is.
Okay.
Interesting confetti mechanics.
There we go.
All right, Twitch chat. Are you guys on the same page with TSM? Ooh, pretty split.
Close.
Yeah.
I feel like it's because there's a lot of TSM fans and a lot of TSM haters.
I think this is the most on the bubble team.
Well,
of all the teams.
There's teams that are outside the bubble even more, you're saying.
On the bubble.
Right. So there's in the bubble, out of the bubble, and then they're on it.
Yeah, Twitch chat's right.
They're exactly on it.
Twitch chat is really good at this.
Twitch chat's amazing.
Yeah,
All
they
right.
crushed it. So,
Next-
so Twitch chat
Good.
says they're 20%
100
more likely
thieves.
to make playoffs than CLG, which,
All right.
Which is weird. Wait, no, they're both
Based
at
on
7
the
and 7.
schedule.
Yeah.
Yes. Based off schedule makes sense.
yeah.
All right, I wanted to take 100 Thieves because I did talk about Closer's jungle pathing and kind of jungle to lane communication on 100 Thieves. In the first 5 minutes of yesterday's game, he does a full clear, gets 2 kills in the same time that River is only able to do a full clear and get Bjergsen's flash.
What a godlike opening.
This was a phenomenal redemption from Closer because I think he's been a bit unfairly targeted as like the reason behind a lot of their losses, in my opinion, when it is a whole team communication thing. The other really interesting thing hearing from him yesterday was how he talked about he thought they were going to do really well last week, right? Because apparently they had like really good scrim results and things were looking good. And then that unfortunately didn't go their way. So
I will say if I'm River and the opponent jungler full clears, kills my mid lane, kills Scuttle Crab, and then kills top lane, I am fuming. I am so upset. with
Question
my
mark
laners.
pings all over the map.
Yeah.
I will say also looking at the strength of schedule, they have one of the easier looking ones remaining.
yeah.
Okay.
You have 2 teams who are not really in the playoff hunt in Immortals and Dig, right? So you
Yeah, I
can,
think
yeah,
those
exactly.
are wins. So it's I would say at least 2 and 2. This is I like the use of the thinking face.
You never know.
I think they will beat TSM and lose to EG. I think it's going to be 3 and 1.
Because that's going to be a week 8 EG game. So
Yeah.
They should be
we'd
back to full
imagine
strength.
they've recovered and they'll
Here,
have
actually,
go
we haven't
back.
used this one yet.
I thought the skull emoji was going to go for your FlyQuest one for sure.
But they beat them last time, so I couldn't do it.
True.
Yeah.
But yeah, so for this, like a 3 and 1 record would put them at 9 and 9.
9 and 9. Yeah, we're gonna. I feel like we're cursing ourselves with a lot of potential tiebreakers.
I also feel like this could be a 2 and 2 and a Sag miss of the playoffs at 8 and 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be like the worst. I'm actually really super curious to see what 100 Thieves have in Twitch chat, just because they
Yeah,
are so
true.
popular.
We
Yeah.
put TSM at 9 probably.
Yeah.
We actually had CLG at 8 probably.
8
Yep.
and 10, yeah.
And if we have them at 9 or 8, 8 can still get you a tiebreaker.
Woo!
All right. so
Barely
yeah,
edging
yeah.
out TSM.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Twitch chat thinks 100 Thieves is good. All right, last team on the bubble. They're
This is
Oh, we
the
got-
most
oh,
copium team.
your
this is the most
favorite,
copium
Jen.
team. Team Liquid, everybody. My preseason number 3.
They still have a 0.2% chance to get there, according to that graphic.
You never know. Yesterday, actually, we just saw Closer's Lee Sin. P06 Lee Sin did something similar, maybe even simpler. Instead of full clear into mid into top, P06 did like a couple camps and then just stayed bottomless.
Perma-camp
apparently.
Set a tent up, yeah.
Yeah, and it was fine. That's all you have to do. It was totally fine. He went like 7-0. So, upcoming opponents.
Hey.
If you're full hopium,
Hey. All right, give us your full hopium, and I'll tell you what's going to happen.
okay, like if you're full hopium, they already beat FlyQuest, and you're like, well, yeah, they're just really good.
Oh my God.
You're going on a 5-0.
And suddenly they're in. That's
Wow.
not going to
They're
happen.
still only 10 and 8 if they
Yeah.
That's in.
True.
That'll be in. But
See that happening.
so today, actually, it's the Sven Jan rematch.
The salt
so
fight.
True.
you never know what's going to happen. Sven tweeted earlier that it's a rematch and the pick was unrelated, but this one is full of what's
You
interesting
can get
about this
popcorn
actually.
on there, too.
Yeah.
What,
Throw some popcorn
yes.
in there.
Really salty popcorn. What's interesting about this is Jan said to C9 that their academy team was better, and I think it made them stronger because M&S is in now. So
Yeah, they
he was
grabbed the
like-
best
Yeah.
part of the
It's
academy
partial-
team. They're
it's
like, you're not
partial-
wrong.
Okay, anyway, then they also have the rematch against Dignitas for Jensen rematch. He spent 3 years on Team Liquid, now he's on Dignitas, but I think that's a thumbs up. I think the CLG is a thumbs up, and I think this one is a question mark.
8 and 10, though.
Yeah, so that, I think,
Spells doom for the team.
spells a little doom, but it's going to be fun along the way, and the season has been a little messy.
Wow, that is still more optimistic than
yeah.
CLG, right? CLG was the biggest doomer, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, this is 1.5 wins, but yeah, Twitch chat hates CLG, or they know.
Oh, they're CLG fans and they know how it
And they're
works.
saying
Yes.
no.
Oh, yeah.
They're saying no.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we've been through all that.
I think we have the producers
Yeah.
we're working on giving us the updated standings
Yeah.
here.
So now you just have
Oh,
to
here
predict
we go.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll say who do we think's getting in, and the producers can hit my ear as well for what Twitch chat was saying.
Yeah. Well, I know Twitch chat's Golden Guardians
Yeah.
in. You can fill this out now, Mark. Golden
I'll
Guardians
fill-
in.
I'll f-
Okay, you can do your own too.
yeah, I'm doing this one.
Yeah. Way to take up Emily's square.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, actually. So that's Twitch chat.
Yep. So then they're,
Okay.
they're dooming these.
Yeah.
That's not a bad take.
Actually, I think I'm with Twitch chat
Yeah. Emily's with Twitch
based
chat.
on strength of schedule.
Wait, what the?
Wait, what? What?
Oh, no.
Does the erase
That's
tool-
the opposite.
Oh, wow. Impressive.
Look at that.
Ooh.
I got
That's the Telestrator
mechanics.
mechanics.
Yeah, there
Yeah.
you go.
So you were aligned. Jet, what about you?
I want the suspense. I want to do it myself.
You want to get up here?
Yeah, I have my own
All right,
emojis.
you have your emojis that you want.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
Perfect.
Round us out. Bring us
yeah,
home.
we got it. So, Golden Guardians, really strong. TSM, good job, guys. I'd say CLG has got it.
Wow.
And it's just
So
doomed.
you agree with me?
Is this the reverse?
It's just doomed. That's Mark 2. Yeah.
Okay.
We're 100 Thieves haters
Yeah.
together.
wow.
This is clear.
This is a very readable
I
graphic.
know. This is great. Just
This is clear.
put that on socials. Let's get to today's schedule. It's not confusing at all. Where we have got TLC9 coming up first. IMT FlyQuest for IMT's playoff hopes, and also for FlyQuest to stop this kind of skid that they've been on over their past 2 games. Evil Geniuses versus CLG. Just a reminder that EG will be playing from their facility today, and hope that they get better soon. Dignitas versus 100 Thieves, and Golden Guardians versus TSM. That is the matchup I am watching for the most.
Yeah, Golden Guardians has actually blessed our Game 5s this year.
I won't get into the.
You won't get into the details?
I won't get into the details, but yeah, they've made Game 5s very interesting,
I'm just saying, they have a lot of Game 5s,
and they're an interesting team.
and Game 5s are often interesting this year.
Sure.
Yeah.
And you know what else is interesting? LCS beef. Obviously, honestly, the way producers described this to us, they were like, it's a handshake, not the handshake. So pick unrelated sound a lot less interesting to me than it actually is. Also, the look on Sven's face, like he is going to murder Jan, is
Yeah.
He's got
just
a good,
amazing.
good angry face.
Yeah.
They had
it's great.
they had a bunch of beef last game. For those of you who are out of the loop, there was some trash talk exchanged. I really want to know what he said afterwards. Spica instigated
I love
afterwards.
Spica.
So this is
Spica,
literally
the
like
instigator.
they then apologized to each other on Twitter right after. But that tweet from Sven was right now.
Yeah.
So he's just trying to reignite it really quickly. before getting-
I love
Plays
it.
better angry, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of Team Liquid, they pulled off that upset versus FlyQuest yesterday, and
Yeah.
one of the things that interests me is how not bad they look to their actual record prior to that game. And I think there's a lot of stats that kind of back up the fact that they are a much better team in terms of how they play the game, just can't end it well. So if you look at major lead, which is the amount of time you've spent in the game where you have more than 51.5%,
Right.
who cares about the actual numbers? The point is, it's a way to track basically how much you're winning and how much you're losing over the course of an entire game. And Team Liquid's actually 4th in major lead. They would also be 3rd in major deficit if you sorted it by that. So they are a team that is statistically, in terms of game states, a top 4 team in the league. They then just often find ways to punt and lose the game. They also have some of the highest kills per minute, combined kills per minute. They play very bloody, very fast-paced games. This is all stuff that speaks to a good team. They've just struggled at closing, and in a lot of ways, they are the closest of some of these other teams to becoming a good team. If they just more consistently can close out games, they can suddenly rip off a lot of these wins that we're saying that they are struggling to find right now.
And I remember in the initial beginning of the season, we were still talking about them with a little bit more of rose-colored glasses, I guess, from their scrims, from how good they looked in the early game. We were like, okay, as long as they put this part together, they will be kind of that top team that was promised. And I also did always appreciate that, you mentioned how bloody they are. I did always appreciate that they were going in. They just weren't always organized about it.
Yes, and I think there's a key to this.
Okay.
And it's pretty simplistic, which is a little ironic considering Core JJ won Worlds in an Enchanter meta. But when Core JJ is the guy who has the ability to engage, Annie, Blitzcrank, Rakan, Thresh, they are 4-1. When he's on an Enchanter or a Marksman, they are 2-7. And I think there's multiple parts to this. I think Core is absolutely elite on engaged champions, partially because of the way he communicates about how he's going to engage and literally how loud he gets when he's gonna go in. He brings everyone together. But I also think it's even more important for Team Liquid because nobody else on the team can do it.
And when you flash Annie, your team's like, oh, I guess we go now.
Yeah, and I just don't think someone's good at playing frontline. I don't think Piosika's had good team fighting, so it has to be Core. And I hope if they want to make playoffs, he has the ability to engage in every single game.
I actually agree, and I have kind of a half joke, half serious thing, but it's basically Core JJ is TL's. Have I told you my Mako theory for EDG?
What is it?
No.
So it's basically like there were people who were saying like, oh man, Mako can't play enchanters, and that's not it at all. He's actually insane on enchanters, as is Core is actually really good on enchanters, right? Like you said, he won Worlds in enchanter meta. That's kind of how he came up when lane swaps were eradicated and he was in a super strong 2v2 over in Korea. And Mako is another player who his team relies so much on him to initiate. And I was actually talking, so I told this weird theory to Harry, and he was like, actually, I kind of agree. Like, just because, to your point, like, Core is so decisive, and when he's on an engager, not only will he be really loud in comms, presumably, but also it's always easier to just follow the person who's going in, right? Like if they are super decisive. And TL does need someone like that because in a lot of the fights that we've seen them lose, it's like, oh, some Piosik's going in, but no one's around him. And then Summit's coming across with a Scion ult like too late, you know? And it's just, I know you did that team fight breakdown before. That was really rough. On the other side, we joked about pulling from the academy team, but M&S has been phenomenal.
He's looked really good. And the Tryndamere yesterday, he did get 2 crits. That's not that crazy with Tryndamere passive, but he really ran over this game. He had this amazing like E stopwatch towards the end of the game as well, which apparently the E keeps traveling and does damage. But aside from the first game he had on stage, which was rough against Golden Guardians, M&S has looked dominant.
He played so well yesterday, they forced EG to sub out JoJo.
Yeah.
They
That's
put both
totally what happened.
JoJo.
Oh
You just
my
got stomped so hard. Ryoma, Tommy's coming in. But the entire team of C9 has been running over games in recent weeks. It feels like they have kind of taken the mantle of best team. I know a lot of people still think FlyQuest is insane, but like in recent weeks, C9 is actually the best team in the league, I think. Look at us predicting the upsets.
I was expecting me to be the only person who predicted TSM. Jat is predicting Dignitas over 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
You're trolling.
I mean, am I?
Yes.
We'll see.
I don't like being
They're on
associated
a
with
one-game win
We
streak.
both predicted CLG, and you're also trolling. So like, I just like
So
I
I'm
don't
not-
like being associated.
Yesterday, I went 2-5, and I thought there was no game I could possibly flip. And today, I looked at the games, and I said I could possibly flip on this one. Jensen, Bjergsen rivalry, 31-31 against each other. Jensen, something to play for.
So this is a narrative flip.
A little, I mean, Jensen's gonna be motivated. You never know. Could happen.
All right, that's enough from us. Time to start the show.
Get away.
Welcome back to the LCS. It's Friday afternoon, and it's time to wrap up week number 7 here, a 2023's spring split. I'm Captain Flowers, that's Azale. We're gonna bring you the first 3 games of the day. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. I'm actually really excited for this game. TL, I think, showcasing a really strong game yesterday. M&S has just been so fun to watch on the other side as well.
Yeah.
And guess what? We're straight into champion select.
Let's go!
No delays to kick us off here. Knock on wood.
Okay, yeah, I definitely went home yesterday after the delays and
Get the bad juju out.
I just had to vibe a little bit. I watched the last 2 games of the day from my bed. I'm just
That's the way to do it, man.
Yeah,
Deep
I'm
comfort.
just relaxing. But let's see how these teams are going to go about this one. This match, remember, earlier in the split, everybody loves to meme on it. It was the Sven versus Jan, like the trash talk moment. I want more of that. Like, I want to bring the WWE to the LCS. I want, like, dudes delivering
It's Sven from the top rope.
Yeah, I want the top rope. I want the body slam. I want somebody to get suplexed after in-game. But for now, we just got to get through the draft. So let's see some jungle focus from C9, keeping the Sejuani and the Vi out of the game. Aphelios also banned out. This dude is so popular now after the changes to the way that the Bloodthirster and the Overheal has taken over the meta, as well as Thresh getting buffs being his best friend. He's in pretty much every game that he's not banned. Gragas and Caitlyn banned away by TL.
Yeah, it's nice because this week finally feels like it's not just Zeri Lulu versus Lucian Nami every game, right? This is the first time it feels like we are, really moving more away from that as the true S tier. Because even in the previous weeks, after some of those nerfs, we had just been seeing so much of Zeri being, first picked or very, very commonly early picked on blue side. Annie is up and available, is something that has been getting a lot of bans. So could be something that C9 wants to go towards. M&S has been largely playing really aggressive stuff. This could be mid, this could be support, so it doesn't necessarily have to go towards him. But since M&S has joined Cloud9, he's actually 4-1 with the team. His only loss being that first game on the Victor, which is very different kind of champion than the other ones that he's been playing. He's played Yone, he's played Tryndamere, he's played 2 LeBlanc games, right? So I think the Annie, if it is going mid, would be more in those pool of aggressive champions than it would be something like the Victor that wants to sit back, scale up.
The only concern that I would have is that when you look at Yone, when you look at Tryndamere, when you look at LeBlanc, they're all very mobile. They allow aggressive positioning that you can then retreat from if you do get in a little bit of trouble. So that's the one thing that I would keep my eye on, is how well can he pilot those sorts of situations if it's the Annie. But of course, we will have to see what the rest of the draft looks like. On the other side, Pioshik has been given the Lee Sin. This worked out well before.
He was smurfing yesterday on this pick. It was by far his best game of the split, I thought. Was going around, getting kills everywhere, really put them in a good spot. And you kind of already know with Rakan getting locked in, it's going to be Xayah for Jan, right? So it's going to be Xayah Rakan, almost guaranteed in the bot lane. Would be very surprised if it's not, especially with the Annie already being locked in. You want something that can kind of absorb that engage, has some individual agency to avoid and not get one shot there. Especially when Blabber is also going to be having this Viego. That's a lot of aggression that's going to be coming in these first couple picks from Cloud9.
And I do love the fact that Rakan is a huge team fight engage. Core JJ piloting that. The Death just got done talking about how having Core JJ on an engage, it's the good look for Team Liquid. It's the look that lets them be able to succeed in these mid and late games where they've been stumbling before.
And I think it's actually really important specifically against the Zeri as well, because C9 banned out Vi, which is usually that early answer, to the Zeri, to be able to have something for point and click lockdown. Rakan is not point and click, but let's be honest, it's about as close to that as you can get. R flash W is pretty easy to get onto a champion, if you're willing to actually commit those cooldowns. So it is going to give them some ability to lock that down. TL has a couple options here. I think largely they're going to expect that this is an Annie mid just based off their first Lulu ban. So they could try to ban out, a couple more of those pairings if they want. But they can start to throw out some protection bans for solo lanes as well. They do have a couple different choices.
I mean, just having the Zeri at all, it feels like she's a champion that just needs an enchanter. She wants something to allow her to be that star of the show. So I like the read that, hey, ban out the Lulu. Let's just make sure that, hey, there's no risk of this.
Absolutely, but it is interesting because TL is clearly not certain which role that Annie is going to be played in, right? They ban one support, they ban one mid, so they're saying, well, this could be going to M&S, it could be going to Sven, so they're kind of covering their bases, and they're just banning, instead of targeting one role specifically, they're basically just banning the strongest pairings or the strongest, champions for those players. As M&S is really well known for his LeBlanc, has been so damn good on it in the NACL and in the LCS.
And if you're talking about banning champions specific to players, Summit's Gnar and Harry's Ahri. These are incredibly favored champions for those two respective players, and those are the bans that C9 will levy in the second half of the draft. Team Liquid locks in the Akali.
Okay.
I don't know how I feel about this one here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It is a dive buddy, right? You know, I do think you need something to kind of go in with that Rakan, and I think that is going to be the answer. You know, you have the Rakan going in, Lisa and Akali there to follow it up. It is going to be 5th pick here for Summit. With Jace still on the table, you don't want to pick anything that's weakened to Jace. That's one of those other real big specialties for Summit.
Yeah.
So Fudge is just going to go with something that is a brick wall. He's going towards the Scion here, something that isn't necessarily easy to really punish, because when you look over at the kind of champions that Summit wants to play, it doesn't really play the Fioras of the world, these types of champions that can kind of really punish a tank in that way.
Yeah.
Syndra also interesting here as an answer. So this is going to be support Annie, so it won't be an enchanter for Berserker. So something that you mentioned, you know, is going to not have that additional kind of layer of power that we're used to seeing from Zeri in the later stages, when we had seen Zeri Yumi in the past and Zeri Lulu more common more recently. This feels like it's more mid-gamey as a result, because you know you don't have that same level of protection. Berserker can't play as crazy without an enchanter in his back pocket, but it does give him a tremendous amount of burst here. And the ability to really dive into those backlines. And it's going to be Cho'Gath as the answer for Summit, which is a really strong tank matchup. And you can use the silence to actually interrupt the Q, the slam coming through from Scion. You can kind of trade pretty favorably, I think, in a lot of these matchups. And you just hit a point where you are so annoying to deal with for so many of these champions. The silence, I think, is super, super underrated on Cho'Gath. A lot of people really focus on the fact that he has good wave clear, that his ultimate is a pretty high burst, they can get tanky. But to me, when I play against this, it's like a 3-second AoE silence, right?
Yeah.
If you flash in there as Annie and you get instantly silenced before you can get your full combo out, you can be completely useless. And the same thing can go for a number of these champions. And you get a flash silence on someone like a Syndra, what are you supposed to do?
And part of the conversation that I had about the mechanic of silence yesterday with Papa Smithy and Spawn when they were joining us is it's also a boomer mechanic. This is not something that is present on a lot of modern day champions. It's not present on a lot of meta champions. You pretty much just see it in Soraka's pool on the ground. You see it in Cho'Gath, a couple other really rare things that'll like not show up too often.
Yeah.
But it's not that common to deal with, and it can catch you off guard if you're not used to playing against.
Absolutely. It is really, really frustrating. You know, if you do flash in there, if you're trying to get really aggressive and all of a sudden you can't actually use your abilities, you can't actually, you know, react in that situation, can really make things very, very difficult. But this is going to be an exciting one here. TL versus Cloud9. Really important game here for TL. This is a big test for them this weekend, but they did take down FlyQuest yesterday, so they're going up against, you know, the two teams that are tied for first in the same weekend. And coming into this weekend, I was looking at it like, you got to get to 9 wins if you're TL, and I was thinking they were going to have an 0-2 weekend. I think that's how most people were looking at this coming in, that they were predicting that they were going to be going down to the 2 best teams in the league. They already got a win against FlyQuest, so they could theoretically lose to Cloud9, then 3-0 the Super Week and still get into playoffs. But if they win here, all of a sudden you're really thinking, damn, this team is actually someone that is going to be a lot stronger than what their seeding could indicate.
Exactly. That's why I say I'm glad they put Pioshik back on this early playmaker in the league. I'm glad that we have Core JJ on a powerful, engaged team fighter, because I think that's going to give them the best chance to give us the best showing here today up against C9. M&S also on the Syndra. We were talking a little bit about how the Victor game was by far his weakest game. He's looked much better since then. I think this will be sort of a good chance to say, okay, is it that he's just better on these more mobile, like playmaking, aggressive type of champions, or is he also equally as good on control mages and he just had a bad game?
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I think the other thing is, even regardless of the champion, it was his first game on the LCS stage. Almost everyone is going to be really nervous in that situation. And if I recall quickly, it was against Golden Guardians, and they even said in the post-game interview that part of their strategy was actually focusing him because they expected him to be nervous in his first game. So, you know, I do think you can get a little bit of a pass for that, and we'll have to reevaluate, you know, how he's going to perform on these types of champions, because as you say, you want to have a mid laner who's well-rounded. It's great that he has this clear strength, that he is really, really powerful on these aggressive champions, these playmakers. But you also, when it's appropriate, need to have a mid laner who can play the control mages, who can play these different styles and still be successful.
I mean, that's the difference between a good player and a great player, right? Good player can play something really well. Great player can play all sorts of things to the same degree, adapt to whatever the meta game is. And speaking of great players, Blabber, one of the greats from North America in the jungle. He's always his most fun to watch on aggressive picks too, I think. So having something like the Viego back in here, letting him be able to pop off as he goes for an invade on Pioshik's Lee, who's still sitting at around half health. His mid laner is also stuck underneath turret right now. Over the wall goes Blabber.
Both have smite.
They're gonna fight for the wolf. Nice, Pioshik's gonna secure the big one there. Secures the smaller one too with the Sonic Wave. Safeguards out to the ward, but now he's half HP. The enemy jungler's stealing his blue.
Yeah, and Pioshik has no smite, so now he actually can't challenge on this. Blabber lost that smite, but he can continue the push here. And it's all off of that ward that they actually had on Raptors. It has expired now, but they saw Pioshik there. They do a 3-camp clear. It is both of TL's bot laners moving up, but with smite available, Blabber has pulled it to an appropriate place. There's nothing they can really do about it. And that roam, it's not going to cost them too much, but my guess is that you can expect Yon at least miss, 1 or 2 minions on that. So a little bit of pressure. It's just really nice. It doesn't cost them much, and it is exerting some pressure on the map. Blabber moving back in, trying to see if the Gromp was still available. It was not, but now he can start immediately on this bot side scuttle. And if you can get pushed from M&S, you could potentially actually double scuttle here. So we'll see if he wants to go for that, because clearly he wants to be challenging Pioshik. He's pinging towards top side, so now it's M&S's job, just hard shove. And he is going to be able to have that push. So really, this becomes pretty dangerous here for Pioshik. He doesn't have a smite available, so he can't just straight up one-shot the scuttle, and now he's going to be in some trouble.
They're just coming around, jumping towards M&S instead. Back underneath the turret, but a lot of damage onto Pioshik. A flash forced out as C9 playing this just as aggressively as you're describing.
Yeah, I just love it, right? It's one of those things that really impresses me about, Blabber at his best, is that people talk about Blabber as a hands player, and I think sometimes that discredits all of the skill he has in his pre-game planning and his pathing, and the way that he actually plans out these early levels is just so intelligent, right? He knows he's going to be in this matchup where he feels he's going to be healthier on the clear. He can actually meet and attack his opponent. He knows that he can play well around these pushing lanes, and he's curating his path to really get the most out of that, right? To be able to go towards bot side, utilize the pushing lane there, invade, steal away the blue buff, and then go for the double scuttle because he has that push mid lane. Even getting the flash out of Pioshik, it's just so nice when you compare to how good of a start Pioshik had last game. He's now put pretty far back, right? He's going to be down in gold. He's going to be down a summoner, so it's much more difficult for him to really exert as well on the map. When you're down that flash, you become a lot more nervous about a potential counter game, right? You show up, you look for that play. If Viego's there, you're probably toast.
M&S is so far having a really good time here in mid lane as well with the Syndra versus the Akali, just completely keeping him shoved back underneath the turret. But with CoreJJ roaming in, M&S with a nice sidestep. Might still be forced to flash. Not even that.
Nope. Really
good job avoiding the pressure and absorbing that from TL.
That was really Jensen-esque. To me, that's one of the things that he has always done so well in his career is these little mini sidesteps and just such calm play. Most players, I think, in that situation just insta-flash when they see that CoreJJ is point-blank Wing them. Going to be looking for that knockup, but instead, he knows Akali's not really in a position to follow up. Lee Sin's pretty far away. I'm not going to get one shot here. I can look for that sidestep. If I get hit by it anyway, maybe he has to flash after that. But in this case, he ends up not having to use his flash. He's up basically 2 full waves, and he's just in a great spot already.
So C9 has advantage by 2 separate levels here in this jungler and support showdown. Both mid laners looking at the possibility of roaming over. They are both level 6. M&S, however, does have a rather limited mana pool. He can fire off his ult, he can fire off a couple of spells, but he's not going to be useful for an extended fight. Berserker rotates over first. C9 still just looking to force down this Drake. They want to keep Pioshik away. They don't want to risk some kind of a coin flip. They've secured the Drake, but can anything go back the other way for Team Liquid? CoreJJ goes in, uses his flash to trade away from Sion. Sion joins up in the fight. That's Yon going to be forced to flash away. Follow-up coming out from Fudge. They find the decimating smash. They find Yon. They find first blood for Berserker.
What a roam from Fudge. The initial look for an engage there from Core. It's a 2-for-1 on the flashes, so it's great for Core, but then all of a sudden, Sion's coming down. Sure, he's going to lose some farm on top side. Who cares, right? Yeah, your Sion is going to be losing about 10-15 CS off of this roam. There's one plate as well going to Cho'Gath, but your Zeri got first blood. You got multiple summoners. You got the summoner from the mid laner. You got flash off him with that roam, and you got flash and cleanse off of Yon plus a kill. So this is such a high value play here. It's been a bit of a unique fight because M&S was 6, so normally that's the point of power for Syndra, but he had never even base, so he's just on a Doran's ring. He didn't really have kill threat. But this roam from Sion was just so good, forcing the flash from Harry, forcing the flash from Yon. He's right up on top of him, so he has that knockdown. They even get the cleanse. They get that first blood exactly where they would want it to go, over on a Berserker. And Cloud9 are laughing. This is the perfect start to this early game.
And yesterday when we had Spawn on, he was talking about when you play against Team Liquid, most teams expect to be down a bit in the early game because of the fact that that's where TL shines. Cloud9 is also a team that excels in early game. They excel in skirmishing. They're really good at getting in your face and putting the pressure on, and that's what they're doing. Here in the first 8 minutes of this one, they got the first Drake. They're 1 kill up, 1,000 gold ahead, and you can see the pings already coming out. On my way, on my way, on my way, right as that little marker on the map changes from gray to yellow, showing that the Herald is about to spawn. They immediately have their next plan ready.
Yes, sir. And they know that Summit actually moved down, so they know that this is going to be warded up. So Blabber just sweeps that out. Pioshik is in the area, is level 6, and just about has his flash left. There's about a sliver of cooldown left on that, but Blabber's happy to take this fight. If he can actually find the W, he could look for it.
Pioshik did mark Blabber there with the Sonic Wave. Figured, hey, he's probably watching here at the Control Wars and the Pixel Brush. But Blabber and C9 are not deterred. They're going to go straight for the Herald now.
Yep, and Annie is here way faster. So the early roam here from Sven, you can see now it is Core coming up to actually try to match this, but I think it's likely too little too late at this point. He's only getting to mid lane now, and Pioshik's going to have to flash out.
Yeah, Pioshik just losing a summoner spell for free there. Summit's coming down trying to help, but the Cho'Gath didn't even have a feast to try to do anything crazy if they wanted to steal or contest. So Team Liquid, unfortunately, they bring up the manpower to think they can contest, but it's just the timing's not there, the coordination isn't there, and it falls apart. C9 essentially just takes it for free and gets that flash off of Pioshik.
Absolutely. It's just one of those things where it felt like they're in that spot where they realize that they have been kind of beaten to the punch, but they want to try to force it anyway. Ghost's going to be popped here. He's trying to actually look for the root, but you know, he's going to be able to just kite it back. Doesn't have to use flash. Is okay with using that preemptive Ghost to just try to play it safe. But yeah, I mean, there was a much better setup from C9. Support roam was much earlier. They had push on mid lane. You know, they have Prio in the river. They have vision in the river. So it was very likely to be theirs. But TL wanted to try to see if they could make something happen anyway. And unfortunately for them, they're not able to do it. So they lose a little bit out on that roam. Don't end up getting the Herald. Cloud9 just extends their lead here. And now a minute and a half here until this Dragon. He's going to be able to just drop Herald mid prior to that Dragon fight and get themselves a really good setup on this second Drake.
Alrighty, Team Liquid still looking to see something out of these guys. Some sort of a play, some sort of a move. Down about 1,500 gold versus C9. You can see the remaining opponents, for Super Week next week. Remember, we start on Wednesday, not Thursday, for week number 8. On your screen, Cloud9, the standout opponent among those 4 games remaining to play, including this one. C9's opponents still includes FlyQuest that fell against this Team Liquid team yesterday, but then Immortals and CLG, those are not opponents that are also at the top of the table. So for C9, a good showing here, and then you got to just deal with FlyQuest. They're sitting in a much more comfortable position, though. I mean, they've already got 11 wins. C9's looking at this like, right, just where am I going to end up in playoffs? Team Liquid, they don't even know if they're going.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, FlyQuest is looking a lot less strong in the couple of weeks than we've been watching previous. You know, at the start of the split, they were on a, 8-0, 9-0 type start. Yeah. They've lost back-to-back games now. They lost to both EG and TL. They also had that earlier loss to TSM. So FlyQuest is starting to drop some games. They're not looking like they're unbeatable anymore. And it is Cloud9 that I think in current form is looking like the strongest team in the league. So they have a real shot here at stealing that first seed away that it felt a couple weeks ago like FlyQuest had pretty much all wrapped up.
Yeah, FlyQuest is still a raid boss. They're just last expansion's content. Yeah. Unfortunately for them, teams have been figuring them out a little bit recently. So we'll see if Cloud9 can keep up their momentum and steal away that coveted #1 spot. As Blabber is going to head back over towards the Drake. He'll start that up. Team Liquid's jungler is here in the bottom lane to be able to help protect them against any sort of aggression from C9. The Herald gets the charge, but the charge does not fully remove the entirety of that third plate. It's still standing with just a sliver. So they don't quite have enough damage to force it down. Blabber's going to get himself off the Drake. He knows that they're only tied in manpower right now, so they can't just force this down. They do have their mid laner rotating over first with M&S coming down through the river, but they have to maintain enough control in this 3v3 standoff to make it so M&S can find an entry point. Otherwise, Harry's going to find M&S alone, and you don't want Akali being able to jump on Syndra in that isolated 1v1.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that Sion TP top, and Summit has his TP, so now this should actually be a TL Dragon. They actually delayed this long enough that Cho'Gath could TP down if they need that 5th man here and help the security even with the feast. Mythic is done for M&S, but he is on a Crown of the Shattered Queen. He went for that defensive Mythic here against this hard engage. Nice scatter!
Oh, look at that. CoreJJ has to disengage now after looking for the engage there. Harry's chasing Blabber into the back, wants to find the damage onto the Viego, but not quite going to get it just yet. Summit's teleported in, and Fudge has found his way here with the ultimate. Harry's taken low, and Berserker takes him out. Now you got Summit on the front line, but he doesn't have any firepower behind him. Core already used the cooldowns looking for the engage, and now Summit's got to walk away. Yon and CoreJJ separated. Pioshik looking for the kill on M&S. He's going to find it, but he won't get anything else. Team Liquid, 3v4, Cloud9 with a victory here in the skirmish.
Yeah, big outplays there. The scatter timing from M&S was so huge on that initial engage. Really forced TL to spend a lot more to try to get to that backline. They do eventually kill M&S off, but it was so many resources committed to actually getting it. And Fudge, again, has a great ulti drift down here towards bot lane. Hit TP top, Summit TP's mid to try to join his team, but Sign was able to answer because of that ultimate. And Summit is getting pretty far ahead in that individual 1v1 because of those roams. He's getting a lot of plates mid here as well, so that is going to be a very, very beefy tank here in the front line for TL. But again, the scatter was just so good, actually interrupting that engage there from Core. And sure, he has the charm to actually follow it up, but then M&S kiting off to the side, really good positioning from him here. And Blabber kiting out away from Harry for so long that Harry ends up in this really awkward spot when the rest of the team comes back to peel, that he's really forced out. Berserker flashing over the wall, getting in there, trying to get really, really aggressive. And then the Ghost actually comes off cooldown right here, and he immediately pops it and starts going in for Yon. So that's that Ghost coming off from that earlier defensive one that we actually saw used from him. I like that he doesn't overcommit. You know, if you chase up into Yon, you're going to get hit by that Feather Color, you're going to get rooted up, and you're probably going to get burst down by that Cho'Gath and the other members that were there. So not overcommitting. They went out on the fight just slightly. They get the dragon to their name. And Cloud9 still cruising here, looking like they're in a really good spot. There is gold leads in some areas for TL, you know, namely in that top lane, but you would way rather have a rich Zeri than a rich Cho'Gath.
Yeah, I don't care if my Cho'Gath is 500 gold up on the enemy Scion. They're both going to stack past 5,000 HP by the time the game is done. Speaking of which, Fudge going for that Heart Steel,
yeah.
excuse me. Heart Steel Scion yet again. Like making sure that he's just saying, all right, if we're just in this tank matchup, we're just going to be scaling up. I'm going to scale hard.
Exactly, right? And when you are playing tank versus tank in these matchups, I actually really, really like this item because you're going to be able to just slapping each other wet noodle fight all the time anyway, so you may as well just get those bonus stats. Yeah. It's less about winning the 1v1 and more just becoming unassailable later on. Pioshik trying to enter, and TL are collapsing from multiple sides, but the Herald, again, already gone. And I just like how Fudge and Sven are playing to the side, zoning off Pioshik and CoreJJ and Yon. So even if TL tried to commit from the top, C9 could engage down towards that three-man squad and essentially create a 5v3.
So Cloud9 has 2 Drakes, 2,000 gold lead, and we've just seen now twice Team Liquid try to contest them for a neutral objective and not be able to do it the exact same way. Both Heralds went the same way. So my question to you is, what should Team Liquid be doing? What is the recipe to stop this bleeding from continuing any further and get themselves in a good spot to fight these guys on square footing?
I mean, I think that they have some really good options here. They have some playmaking. You know, when you look at Rakan, when you look at the Akali, the Lee Sin, there are ways for them to get back into it. But I just think their problem has been every single time it feels like C9 is first to start the objective. C9 has vision on them. And when you're spotting these engagers, they're just going to mark them, right? Annie is sitting there, Sion is sitting there, they're blocking out the engage coming through from TL. So it's so important that they are actually first to these plays, that Core is playing in Fog, that Pioshik is playing in Fog, that they can find angles to get onto Berserker, to get onto M&S and really threaten them. Because if they can start those fights with a really powerful engage, I definitely believe that they can win out. But if they are slow to these objectives as they have been, C9 is just going to mark your engage and they're going to be really, really advantaged as a result.
Blabber stepping up very audaciously there to contest CoreJJ. Just no fear in his eyes. He knows even if they jump on him, he's got a way back out. As Summit just, again, trying to fight over some vision here in the Cloud9 red side jungle. Going to clear out that control ward. Blabber's just farming his camps, moving back up to the other end of the jungle as Berserker's been left on wave clear duty here at the mid lane tier 1 turret. Unfortunately for C9, not a lot of HP left on that one just because of what we saw earlier after one of the fights where Summit was able to rotate over, use his Demolish procs, wear that down. So it does mean Team Liquid can force down the first turret of the game. It brings the gold lead for C9 back down to about 1,500 from that 2K mark. But still, Team Liquid is looking for that angle that you're talking about. They need a fight to happen on their terms.
Absolutely. And they did try to go in and get some vision in Cloud9's jungle. Blabber has Herald top, so he could actually look to just drop this, but if no action breaks out, I will get into this. But I think it's just looking for a little bit of poking and prodding, and they see Piochik around here, so they're likely to just back it up. But again, yeah, they moved in towards Cloud9's bot side jungle, and they tried to get some wards down. All of them got swept except for this one. I think Cloud9 has been doing a really commendable job of actually moving in and retaking vision. Anytime they know that TL has entered one side of the map, they move in with multiple members, they drop their sweepers, they place down pinks, and they try to put themselves in a position where they know that they can't actually be flanked. They can't have those TP angles coming through, because that is going to be so important for TL.
Down in bottom lane, the farming continues between the meatballs as Fudge is practically out of mana, so needs to go back to base. Meanwhile, 10 seconds on the Drake spawning as Fudge, his back gets interrupted, and now he's going to be jumped on by enough players from Team Liquid to potentially even kill him. Gets kicked away from the wall he wanted to flash over, but then still is able to flash for the safety of his teammates further up the river. The Herald is summoned up in mid to destroy the tier 1, and now they're also using M&S to allow it to keep pushing onto the tier 2. Cloud9 getting a lot of damage under that tier 2 turret in mid of Team Liquid, as TL still looks to grab some sort of a punish here. M&S still has Crown of the Shattered Queen, so any initial burst is going to be drastically reduced, even if they do get on top of them. Fudge frontlining here, just trying to control anybody in his way. Scatter the Weak from M&S comes out, nice connect onto Yawn. They immediately force out the ulti, but Blabber can't get away. He can't use the Heartbreaker in time, and it means that Team Liquid pops the Viego. But now follow-up is there, and Core JJ is immediately killed. Team Liquid has the run, and Berserker's got his gun. He's gonna take out everybody, make it a double. Is he gonna get the triple? Not quite yet. Cloud9, they might have lost their jungler, but they paid him back in blood.
Yeah, that was huge. It was a good initial reaction there from TL, as Blabber W flashes in for the stun there onto Yawn, but he has the cleanse to react, and they CC up Blabber, they burst him down. Congratulations to Berserker as well. I believe that was 300 LCS kills.
Nicely
Didn't
done.
take him a long time to do it.
Not really.
When you're playing Zarya, that's about 4 games, if my math is correct. So it hasn't been here that long. But we can watch it one more time. They're trying to get really aggressive here on Yawn. They're able to land the initial stun, and then they want to go for the follow-up for the 100-0. The scatter lands, Blabber, flash W, but there is the cleanse, there is the CC, charm, W, feast, everything used on Blabber. So no ability for him to actually ult out to get to safety. But then this is where Sven sees them. They're stacking up. Look how grouped they are. They get tagged by the laser. They get slowed down. Flash in, multi-man stun. They find the angle there to get really aggressive. They're all chunked so low, it's not even like Harry and Yawn can turn and fight. Berserker is so far ahead of the pace. And the E from Annie there being used as like a pseudo enchanter spell to speed up the shielding thrown on to Berserker there, who had the ghost. And it's just straight in. And again, we're in this situation once more where TL is late to the objective. They don't have the setup. Cloud9 again dominating in that regard. Fudge is deep in the enemy jungle, making sure there's no way that they can actually move up. You can see M&S, as well as Ven, as well as Fudge, are all kind of covering their bases. They just have a couple people on that dragon. They're making sure no one can sneak in for a steal. And we're now at Soul Point here. And it's going to be an Ocean Soul for a Scion, which is going to make this guy just straight invincible.
That is not a good feeling for Team Liquid. It's already 4K behind, 20 minutes into the game. The difficulty of this game is now insurmountable for Team Liquid. Like, they need an error from C9, and it needs to be a pretty blatant one.
Yeah, I think they need that perfect engage, right? You're hoping that they are stacked up. You're hoping that Cloud9 doesn't have this really good objective setup, because that has been what has made it look so impossible to play for TL, is the fact that C9 always have eyes on them, always are first to the objective. You know, and that's easier said than done. So TL really struggling now. They absolutely have to win the next fight, because when you're going up against Ocean Soul, your copium is always, well, if you burst them down, they don't get much value from it, right? And you're like, well, you just get a burst kill.
Yeah.
But when then you look over and you realize there's a 4,000 HP Scion, you're never bursting this guy.
What are we
He's always
bursting
getting
with,
value,
guys?
right?
Yeah.
Like,
well, that's the task, unfortunately, for Team Liquid, is to find a fight to stop these guys from getting that Ocean Soul. And it's Cloud9 who don't want to give them the breathing room to do it. They're in the enemy jungle, placing down some vision, sweeping out whatever TL is trying to place defensively, and just making it an arduous task for Team Liquid to go anywhere on Summoner's Rift. C9 are gonna step up. Again, Fudge being the point man, as long as he leads the way, they're not worried about anything that he might have to face check, because even if they kill him, they have to commit way too much. Summit's now gonna be locked down. C9 putting a lot of bullets there into the Cho'Gath, as Blabber does get away this time. Still has the ulti to disengage with further. Summit lost 2/3 HP. He does not have a Warmogs or something that will allow him to rapidly regenerate. Blabber's gonna stay and fight. Does end up getting hit there by Core JJ. They pop Core's ulti thinking they might be able to get the follow-up CC for the kill, but Blabber gets away in time. And now without that main engage, that Recon ultimate, Team Liquid's tools are much more limited.
Yeah, I respect the attempt though, because it's actually pretty close to the Q landing there from Summit. And then if the Q lands as well, maybe you can chain a silence in, maybe you can kill him with some sort of burst plus feast coming through. And if you get a kill there, hey, you're right beside Baron. Maybe you start it up, right? So it's playing to win rather than trying to play for those kind of less risky plays, because as you said, TL can't sit back and just play a normal game now, right?
Yeah.
They've got to take risks. They've got to be able to make something happen. Hope that Cloud9 makes some mistakes. Hope that they can find that kind of miracle engage, because otherwise you just straight up aren't going to win this from this position. It's also very difficult for them to even find, the burst kills on some of these members, because Sion is obviously unassailable. Blabber is going to be pretty slippy. But it's also a crown plus a stopwatch on M&S, so you can't really burst that guy down. It's a shield bow on Zeri. Options are limited.
Yoshik using delete. Sven flashing the Papega frog back at his opponent for that kick. As we do have Team Liquid losing their tier 2 here in the top lane. Can't get anybody over there in time to stop it. And Summit, further away from the rest of the team, is again going to be soaking a lot of damage. He survives for the time being, but C9 is throwing everything at him to make sure that he doesn't get away all the way. Summit still at about 100 HP, and Fudge gets the kill. Team Liquid now with a full disengage. Harry's trying to cut the wave, make it so C9 can't push anything else. He'll assassinate the minions and find his exit stage right.
Yeah, not bad from Harry. He was trying to look for some sort of a flank, some sort of an ability to engage, but there was just no way. And Summit, sure, he took a long time to kill him, but he was just getting CC'd up, and there was no way for the rest of the team to enter. So now just the ulti gets let rip there by M&S onto Core JJ. Just get that chunk. They're not going to elect to actually start up the Baron. They know that TL can't rush the Baron themselves, and they know there's not really any reason to flip it against a Lee Sin who's on red side and has easy access to the pit. Just play towards Soul, where it's very low risk for Cloud9. Face up, spend your gold, get in the best position possible here, and they're just going to look to be at maximum strength. Mage Eyes with no stacks for just for M&S, which I'm not sure that's maximum strength.
It's
but it's definitely maximum confidence.
Book with no pages. As long as you're far enough away from the guy, they can't tell if there's no pages in it, all right? It might just still look scary. It's the principle of the thing.
Yeah, if they can't read.
Yeah. Lee Sin can't see. How can he read? So he cannot read the book.
Yeah.
Anyway, he's going to have to read how to play this perfectly. We need to see one of the greatest Lee Sin flash kicks of all time or something for Team Liquid to find a team fight here. Because like you're talking about, man, M&S is so durable between Stopwatch and Crown. You can't kill Fudge. If you focus Blabber, it's probably not going to result in a win because it's the jungler and they have so many other threats.
You have one target.
Yeah.
Berserker only, and even he's going to be hard to kill and actually fight through. And he just got his IE, by the way, so he's on his ultimate power spike. Summit has no flash. He could just be in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, Summit's just taking a lot of damage. Blabber getting hit by a couple of spells here too. Down to about half HP. Defensive ulti back over the wall from the C9 jungler. Summit's down to, man, like 30%. Not a whole lot left in the tank, and M&S just executes him with the Syndra ulti. Remember, that's part of the ult now.
Yeah, gonna be able to get that kill. Nicely done, and now C9 are onto this. They gotta get in there, but Fushik's not even close. The Soul's just gonna be gone, but they're looking for the fight.
Core JJ tried to go in, but he's reduced to almost no HP. He still has the quickness, but there's nothing to use it on. C9s, they secure the Ocean Soul. They get the kill on the enemy top laner. He's dead for another 20 seconds, and they march to Baron.
Yeah, this is the thing with Ocean Soul. When you grab that, there's no risk to starting up Baron infinitely. You just heal up over and over and over and over. You're never gonna run out of health, never gonna run out of mana. So you just keep starting this up, and you keep fishing for picks. And Pioshik there does show, so they know where he is. They actually connect the scatter.
Yoshik trying to do anything to maintain some sort of a possible angle to steal this away. They know they need some sort of a miracle steal. Harry goes in and finds a kill on Sven. That's a good start, but they need to find more. Team Liquid's bringing the back up, and Summit has re-arrived. The Baron is at 3,000 HP, 2,000 HP. Pioshik goes into the pit. Team Liquid are thinking about maybe stealing it away, but now they got to be careful. The team's all split up. Berserker's going to be focused, but Yon's going to be killed. It's Blabber taking the kill as Yon dies. Summit dies, Core dies, Team Liquid dies, and C9 outplays him again. Harry and Pioshik, the last two alive, on the run, and C9 goes back to where they started, back to the Baron.
Yeah, right back to the Baron. It was a good initial kill there from Harry, but even with Cloud9 playing it pretty risky here around the Baron, Teal just doesn't have the damage to punish. If Summit had his flash from earlier, when Pioshik went in the pit, it was at 2K, but he just didn't have the time to actually get it down while his team was losing that team fight. So unfortunately, no one could actually flash in and join him in M&S now, pushing Pioshik out of mid lane here. They're pushing up multiple waves at this point. They have the Baron. They're going to go back, buy it up, try to get to that maximum power spike. You can see Fudge even working his way towards a redemption. He knows his role in this game. It is just to frontline. It's just to enable his carries and keep him safe.
M&S did his homework. That book's half full now. It was all just the proper strategy, saying, all right, we're going to get in a fight. There's a lot of opportunity here, a lot of value.
Why would I need pages now when I'm going to kill you very soon?
Get pages later.
Yep.
All right, Sven's over the wall. He's got his flash. He's got his ult. The Annie follow-up to any sort of a scatter that would land pretty much guarantees the kill. Team Liquid does not have the cleanse available for their Xayah. Even though Jan has his ulti, if he just gets chain CC'd straight to death, there's no way he's going to get a chance to use it. Fudge, meanwhile, maintaining split pressure here in mid. The Scion up to about 5,000 HP now.
Thanks.
Teleport from a long way away from
right
Harry.
here.
This is the Hail Mary from Team Liquid. They're saying this is how we do it. This is pretty much our only chance. Summit's gonna walk over. The tier 3 turret is not gonna last long enough. Core JJ tries to go in. He's just stunned up, has to run back. Fudge ready to finish him off, and he grabs the kill for the killing spree. Jan is all the way in retreat, and Pioshik tries to cover his exit, but the weak are scattered, and Cloud9 are looking to end the game. Jan and Pioshik run back to the tier 3 as Harry goes into the back line only to die. Blabber takes the kill on him, and M&S looks for another execution, this time on the top laner. C9 gets it done as soon as they get the Baron. M&S zones away the remaining 2 players, and the Nexus turrets are next in line. Jan tries to defend, but he's stuck back in the spawn platform. Team Liquid may have taken down FlyQuest, but C9's a whole different beast, and they're gonna take the win in 29 minutes.
What a weekend here from Cloud9, looking so damn good. This one was dominant start to finish here against Team Liquid. Never really gave him a chance to actually get into it.
No.
Just such clean objective control was the name of the game. I don't think that there was anything that ever really got taken away by TL. As far as, Dragons, as far as the Rift Heralds, as far as the Barons, every single one in this game went to Cloud9.
And if you remember Team Liquid's win yesterday, it was Pioshik's Lee Sin, reading Spica's pathing, being able to find him, outplay him. In this game, it was Pioshik who was getting invaded early on. It was Blabber who used the priority of his mid laner to be able to say, all right, hey, I'm gonna go in, I'm gonna mess with you, challenge you at your camps, double scuttle crab early. They didn't allow Pioshik to have that level of control because he was always having to just fight for his own life.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that the pregame planning from Cloud9 was really in full effect here. Utilizing pushing lanes really, really well, playing around those points of power, utilizing that pushing lane and bot lane to actually be able to invade and harass him at the blue. He didn't steal away the wolves, but he did get the blue. He puts him in that difficult position, and then is able to use that to then go straight towards bot side scuttle, take that. Then he has a pushing lane mid. He's going to use that to get top side scuttle, force out the flash from Lee Sin. All of a sudden, you're down in XP. You're actually down in your resources in the game to really be able to actually set yourself up. And it's just such a hard spot, right? It's like, we talk so much about, TL needs to be first to the objective to really be able to make anything happen, but they were never able to do it. Cloud9 always preempted them, always had better vision control, always tried to make them enter through this choke. And it's sure, you have these great forms of engage, but like, how the hell are you supposed to use them when Berserker is a full screen away and you have to walk through a Scion, through a Viego, through a Syndra, through an Annie to get there?
And I get that Cho'Gath is supposed to be the entry man, right? Like this is the front line, this is the guy who checks. But there was a segment on the lounge the other day where Jat was talking about if your tank is taking damage, it needs to be only when the carries are also dealing damage. And all these times we just see Summit getting the snot knocked out of him, and nobody's able to deal damage back, right? Like he's separated from the rest of Team Liquid. Meanwhile, Cloud9 just seemed more coordinated. It seemed like they had a plan for the whole team cohesively, and TL was just trying to struggle to put the pieces together.
I mean, it's like, even though the Cho'Gath was super tanky, every time he died, it took like 40 seconds, but it didn't matter.
Where's everybody else?
Because he can't actually get in to do anything.
All right, well, a reminder to all of you guys out there, come celebrate the start of Fairy Court with us at the LCS next Thursday. After the broadcast ends, we'll be hosting an after party with music, food, and more. So if you are here in normally what I would say is sunny Los Angeles, but it's raining today, hopefully not next Thursday, go ahead and stop by the party. I'm sure it's going to be a good time. But now, we're joining Mark and Sven on stage for the Verizon postgame interview.
Thank you very much. I got Sven standing by with us after that win. Most important thing from the matchup we have to check up on, how was the handshake this time around?
It was strong and firm. So
yeah.
Yep.
Very respectable. What's your handshake meta? Is it like when you want to give you just a strong, like you try and crush their hand with the grip, or is it like dead fish? Or
these days there's like a protocol. We can't handshake. Well, we can, but the fist bump is the new meta.
Oh, okay.
But I felt like for the occasion,
you give him a solid one.
A solid one. I got
all right.
Nice one.
Yeah, I've been practicing. I didn't want to flub it here.
Sure.
So talking about you guys now, you're on a pretty big win streak. You're the first team to 12 wins. FlyQuest might catch you later today. How are you as a team feeling ever since M&S joined? Do you feel like you are the new powerhouse in the LCS?
Yeah.
Just straight up, yeah?
I mean, yeah, and I'll tell you, like, I'm a Golden Guardians hater. I said that yesterday as well, and I think they're good, but they're like fake good, you know? They just can't be like contenders. It's just not possible. It doesn't make sense, you know?
Yeah, and EG's been a little up and down. FlyQuest has slipped a little bit. Is anyone even in like the C9 ballpark right now?
Yeah, I think EG is pretty good if Jody Bjorn can recover.
Right.
He's having a bit of illness, right, with COVID. So I don't know how much that affected him because he's also been entering some other games without COVID.
You can't
so
tell.
you can't really excuse it, right? But yeah, I think EG is the team I'm the most afraid of. Like if I could choose one team I wouldn't play against in finals, it would be EG always. Even if like FlyQuest is ahead of them standings or whatever. So
cool. One thing that's coming up end of the season, MVP voting, these kinds of things.
Not me.
Not you, of course. A support player.
Should roll.
But who would you submit from your own team, and then who would you pick from not your team as like 2 MVP candidates that you think fans and analysts should have in their mind?
For our team, I mean,
you guys are so well balanced.
Blabber, I guess, yeah. Psycho's in some games, like his Lucian was not pretty yesterday, so.
Okay.
It can't be. I mean, Fudge is playing tanks, like you just can't give a tank player MVP, so it just has to be Blabber because I'm playing support, should roll, right?
Okay.
And then for our teams, I'd say like Speaker has been doing pretty well on FlyQuest.
Okay.
I think he's part of all their plays. Prince was really good in the first half, and I think it was clear he was the MVP of that team. But I always thought Speaker was playing really well, and I'd say, I guess, just Speaker because he's the first place team, well, second place now. But
junglers again getting MVPs, man.
Yeah,
I thought it was in the jungle meta.
Yeah, buff jungle guys.
Yeah, they're all complaining about
that role
it.
is weak.
So your next opponent is actually FlyQuest coming up next week for Super Week.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, you looking forward to playing them? How do you think it's going to go down the bot lane? Do you think they're going to keep win some Ayla? There's a lot of drama going on in the community.
I actually really like that Vulcan Ayla ego battle.
Yeah,
it's a good source of entertainment for me personally. And I'm on Team Vulcan as well, I have to say. But for bot lane, there's a lot of handshakes in bot lane now, like Tsunami, Siri, Lulu kind of matchups. I don't think we're playing one of those. I hope we're playing something like this, like any, Sarah versus something spicy.
New Yuumi.
Dude, if Yuumi was enabled on the playoff patch for LCS, C9 would have just crushed the playoff. But I think Freak hates me. Is that what it is?
Why. Yeah, he put it out for after playoffs,
exactly.
of course. All right.
Personal.
Well, thank you so much for joining me. Coming up on the other side of this break, we have a promo for the Salt League, whose playoffs start this weekend. We'll see you there. NACL.
Nah.
Salt League. Nah.
Previously on NACL, the regular season has ended, and Cloud9 Challengers narrowly took first from Dignitas. 16 teams enter the double-elimination bracket. Who will be victorious?
Hello and welcome back to This or That with Kobe and Jat, presented by Verizon. Guess what? We're after game 2, really early on. So I don't know what they're going to use to come up with these slides.
How many slides do we even have, Kobe?
They better be good or we start flaming producers.
I see 6 at least in the prompter. What's slide number 1?
Let's get started. Who felt better?
To see on a pocket pick, Harry on Ari or Bululu on Vel'Koz?
I think this one for sure.
Yeah, because Vel'Koz is cool.
Because Vel'Koz is not picked by anyone else ever.
But did you see what Harry did to Vikla on this pick?
It's Ari. Ari just got buffed.
He was up like 40 CS
Also,
on
Ari just got
Vikla's
buffed. He's just following the...
And Bululu lost.
Yeah, not because of his fault. It's because of the rest of the team. They're trolling him.
Yeah, we've been arguing a lot, so I just wanted to argue with you. I agree it's that. So let's get slide number 2. Because Vel'Koz is cool. Which upset gave you more hope? 100 Thieves or Team Liquid Honda? This is based off of Thursday's games.
We just got some more data on Team Liquid, and I'm going to say that
the game,
that upset gave me more confidence.
Transport your mind back to when they beat FlyQuest.
Yeah, I could see it then. I was like, you know what? I think Team Liquid are just going to lose right after this. So I'm going to go with 100 Thieves for sure.
And 100 Thieves plays Dignitas on Friday today. So it does
I'm
give
pretty
more
sure
hope.
they're going to win that one.
Also, I said it at the start of the year. This 100 Thieves reminds me of 2020 Summer TSM, where they were atrociously bad and then won the split. So more hope on this.
Plus, seriously, we have seen the peaks of this, or at least a lot better looks from this 100 Thieves team. So,
all right, slide number 3.
The next one.
We're very agreeable today.
Who has the best hair in the LCS? Solo, Berserker, or Licorice?
Tenacity. But we have to do one of the 3 that's on this. Because it would have just been over if you put Tenacity.
I was literally about to choose Solo, and then I turned over and I just see Licorice staring right at me with these shiny golden locks.
Yeah, like
I have to go with Licorice, even though the mullet is a big pull.
This looks accidental to me, but Berserker's bun is actually, he pulls it off better than anyone I've seen with the bun. So I'm actually...
I think maybe it's because of my vicinity. I'm just too close, but these shiny golden locks are beautiful.
I think Berserker's the dark horse in there. I'm going with Berserker.
All right, I'm sticking with
Power
Licorice.
ranking, Tenacity, Berserker.
Where does banter hold more weight? It's from Accept My Heels. YouTube slide, by the way. If you leave a comment, you can be up here
Twitter
as well.
banter or all chat banter? So this is interesting because the best all chat banter becomes Twitter banter. Because Travis Gafford is going to sleuth it and just post it.
Actually, the best all chat banter gets you banned and does not go on to social media or Twitter.
Does that make it more weightful? You're not getting banned with Twitter banter.
I think the banter on Twitter holds more weight because there are more people holding you accountable. Everybody sees that. The all chat banter, sometimes that doesn't get released.
I will say both can get you fired. So I'm going to go with this. I'm going to go with this for now. Thank you for the question.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Twitter.
Next slide on this or that. Should teams just ban Palafox's Aurelion Soul? Yeah, it's broken. No, it's not that bad.
Dignitas beat them and they had it, so they only have 2 wins.
Not a big deal.
I said, don't ban it.
Yeah, it's entertaining. They don't win with it. It's really interesting, though, because it looked so broken.
It also tilts everyone to no end.
It looks so broken, but he's 1 and 2 on the pick.
Yeah.
Other regions aren't playing it.
I definitely think he could execute better with it, and other regions are just assuming that they can get punished really,
so
really
you're
early,
saying, nah, it's not
more.
that bad.
Yeah, I would say leave it up.
Based analyst right
because
now.
I want to get more data. I'm a scientist. Leave it up so we can collect more data.
I'm ready to say for Palafox, this, yes, it is broken in his hands. I don't care if they've lost 2 games with it and won 1. It just, the eye test, man. It's this.
Okay, we disagree.
Okay,
Next one, we got to keep that one going. What esports trope is more powerful, the blue shell effect or first place after an upset? So this is referring, I guess, to first place after they get upset, then they're really pissed.
How powerful
and then they win after that. That one I don't buy into. Also, I don't like that it needs explaining. Blue shell, you say that, you know what you mean. Boom, blue shell.
But is it more powerful? Like, you're gonna win, first place after an upset is gonna win way more games.
Are they?
Yes.
Really though?
It's that.
Okay, fine. I think that's a better trope.
Okay,
though.
so
more powerful versus better.
So you're telling me Immortals is gonna win more likely than FlyQuest next game?
No, but like
For this next
it's
game,
a cooler.
it's the last place.
It's a way better and cooler trope.
This is very semantic, but I'm right. So that's a wrap for this or that.
Yeah.
Please send us your suggestions in the YouTube comments, and we will see you
That's not even a thing.
next time.
First place after they lose,
Makes
like
the
that's
slide.
It needs a catchy.
Hey, look at Dash, look at Dash, look at Dash.
The LG still looking for the angle. Palafox drop.
Yeah, I feel us.
I'm back.
I feel us no flash. 80
Yeah.
dead, 80
Yeah,
dead.
dead.
Keep going, keep going.
I'm chasing. I look
Yeah.
here. I look here.
Hold up with CR.
Welcome back to the LCS for game number 2, which Chat and Kobe have painted as John Rambo versus a go-kart. And that's kind of what the standings would have you to believe at this point. FlyQuest has been on... What, man? I saw the slides. I'm telling
No,
you.
you're right. Those are factually correct statements. John Rambo versus a go-kart.
Well...
Is it like the whole squad? Like, is it like 5 men in one go-kart, or is it just one guy driving a go-kart for this analogy?
You got 3 wins. You can only afford 1 go-kart. So it's
Okay.
5 guys in 1 go-kart versus...
I feel like that's like more powerful though, because you can be like throwing stuff at Rambo off
Okay,
the
yeah, I
back
guess.
of the go-kart.
All right, yeah,
and
you've
stuff,
got,
you
you've
know?
got a couple demolition men in there.
Yeah,
but
yeah, exactly.
Immortals have their work cut out for them, truly, here in this matchup. FlyQuest has looked the weakest. They have all split over their last couple of games. This is the only time all split. They have lost more than 1 game in a row. 2 out of 3 of their losses are their past 2 games. So it seems like teams might have been able to figure out how to deal with them a little bit better. But for Immortals, this is a team that when the desk or the lounge or whatever I'm supposed to say was talking about it earlier and they were looking at major leads, major deficits, Immortals has only been in a major lead 7% of the time that they've been on the Rift. So they're having a real difficult time getting themselves in a good spot to win the game.
Yeah, I mean, they are really struggling. That is obvious. I will say, I do think that they have looked more competitive with Bolulu. I do think that it has given them a different look, a different feel, you know, when they're on the refs. Yeah, sure, they've still lost most of those games with him. I believe they're 1-2 now at this point, but both of the losses had positions from which you could easily see them winning. And you know, it's a different feeling than I think when we were watching them before. The Vel'Koz game especially,
I love
Bolulu was playing really well, and I actually felt like they were winning that game for most of the game, right? And then it was just Turtle kind of took over at that certain point where he hit, you know, his Bloodthirster. He's on 6 items, and I think he even had Gathering Storm and all this stuff, and he just kind of like went Super Saiyan and won the game, right?
Yeah.
But they are looking like a team who really does have some win conditions now. And I'm excited to see them playing around Bolulu. I'm excited to see them playing towards his style. You know, he played Zoe 1 game. It got banned against him the next 2 games, and he's brought out a Vel'Koz. So he is bringing a bit of a different flair than literally any other mid laner in the league right now, because no one else is currently playing Zoe or Vel'Koz.
And I feel like, look, if you are sitting on 3-11, if you're at the bottom of the standings, I don't care if artillery mages are meta. If you are good at artillery mages and your team can play around how that works, then cool, play it. Catch them off guard. Get a win based on the fact that they're not used to playing against your champion or whatever, but you've got to try something different. Keep experimenting, keep innovating, and keep trying to figure out what makes this team work. I have been informed that this Immortals has hit the critical mass towards the end of season of it's a must-win now. If they do not win this game, they are 100% out of playoffs. There's not even any of those Hail Mary, well, what if everybody loses and a meteor strikes? Like, they could still get it. Not even any of those if they lose this
Well,
one.
I mean, it depends how many people the meteor strikes, right?
Okay, I guess if the meteor somehow manages to strike
Well, if they
every
wipe out,
other
like,
team except
most
Immortals,
of the
then they
leagues,
will
then they're
still
going to
be-
MSI. So really, it's still on the table.
Okay, so depending on the accuracy of the meteor, unless Immortals wins this one, they're out. So
exactly. I mean, realistically, they're already out. They're not mathematically out. But anytime someone gets past 9 losses, in my head, you're out. I don't really care about these fantasy scenarios where, in most situations, it's like, if X happens, you know, if Flower shows up on a Tuesday at your house and the wind is coming slightly from the north, and then there's a piece of gum on your shoe, and a dog barks at just 3.2 decibels, then maybe
you'll get it
happen.
playoffs.
Yeah,
right.
It's like, okay, sure. It's mathematically possible. You know, I'll keep that in mind. But largely, if you don't get to 9 wins, you don't make playoffs. To me, that's kind of the cut and dry way to kind of look at it for the most part.
And I mean, we talked a little bit about it yesterday with, like, this is derived from the history of teams that have made playoffs, right?
Yeah.
This isn't just a gut feeling, 9 feels like it's right because it's the halfway point. This is just historically, I think you said it was what, 1 or 2 times a team with fewer than 9 wins ever made it in. So it's a pretty safe assumption.
Yeah, it's a pretty safe assumption for sure. But even if you aren't going to make playoffs, you want to be picking up wins. And let's be honest, when you're a team that's at the bottom of the table, you know that your team is considering making some changes. That is just the reality of esports, of Pro League of Legends. So you want to, at the very least, really showcase your own individual skills and show, hey, I should be on this team in summer.
Yeah.
You should keep me around, right? So I do think it's important for these players to have good performance and to be able to build some confidence, especially if they're going to be going forward with Bolulu. Like, if this is your new 5-man squad, get some wins under your belt at the end of the split. Maybe you're feeling a little bit more confident going into summer, right? If they could move up to even like 50-50 with just Bolulu, they'll still be well under 500 as a team, but then you'd be saying, hey, if we can improve, maybe we can challenge for playoffs in summer.
Exactly, right? Just giving yourself something to build towards, some kind of a goal, some kind of an objective. Immortals are going to ban away the Zoe themselves, as well as Varus and Annie. Meanwhile, on the other side, FlyQuest is taking aim at the marksman. It's Caitlyn and Zeri, both off the table. Aphelios is the standout for me that I am still seeing up compared to all of these other high-tier marksmen that have been removed. So if FlyQuest don't ban that, it's almost like they're daring Immortals to take it.
Yeah, it is really interesting. You know, not going to be banning that just yet, so maybe feeling like they have a good option into it. Also, maybe they're saying, you won't first pick this. I guarantee it. You will not first pick this, because on blue side, maybe they're not feeling that it's actually valuable enough, and that FlyQuest could get it on their first couple picks here on the red side, which would be quite nice for them. It is going to be a Rakan first pick, so we pretty much know Immortals are going to play Xayah Rakan. That's kind of just in there. I do think you can look for the Thresh Aphelios answer. Doesn't have to be as your 1-2 because they're not going to take Thresh away from you now that they have Rakan. But you could easily, you know, grab up Aphelios here if Prince does want it. When we're actually looking at the different champions that he has played, he has quite actually a deep champion pool at this point. He's been playing, he has no more games than 2 on anything, right? So there's still a lot of stuff that is up and available for him. And they're actually going to take the Xayah away. So that is really interesting. It's one of those dynamics where when you talk to pros, a lot of people have a very different opinion on which is the more important part of the duo, like which one is worse without the other. So it'll be interesting to see this matchup here and see that kind of demonstrated a little bit, because I tend to feel like Rakan's laning phase is so much weaker, you know, without the Xayah, without that pairing. I do feel like he kind of gets more from it. But I know a lot of people are on the other side of that argument as well. So it'll be interesting what pairing they go for, because you mentioned Aphelios, right? And Aphelios, I think, makes a lot of sense. But I don't know if you want to play Aphelios with Rakan, because Aphelios generally needs to be paired with like an enchanter or something to keep him safe, like Thresh. Exactly. And Rakan just isn't really that. So now, where will we think that they are going to go? You know, there's still lots of options. Like, he's played Ezreal, he's played Kai'Sa, he's played Jinx. Now, Kai'Sa could, I think, fit out of the ones that I kind of just mentioned with something that is hard engage. I mean, when you're looking at Vi Rakan, Kai'Sa for follow-up, you could play somewhat of a heavy dive comp. And Kai'Sa is actually really good in solo queue right now, so I think a lot of people are playing it. It is a possibility.
So right now, there is an issue with the champion select being displayed. All right, we got it back. We got it back. So now, yes, you can see the Vi locked in. We've got the Kai'Sa locked in. This is all dive all the way.
And I actually really like this. You know, just trying to think through what the options were available to them. It didn't make sense to go Aphelios anymore from Fly's spot, right? So Kai'Sa, I think, really does fit the theme of their composition, which is go in. And it is going to be Nautilus as the answer, which a lot of people do like into the Rakan. You know, if Rakan goes forward, you actually just hook and lock down the Rakan and you try to burst him out. That can be very, very dangerous for the Rakan. If you're trying to go in, especially in the 2v2 type scenarios, and you get hooked out of your W, rooted up, the feathers are going to be placed on the ground. You're going to get rooted out of that. The pullback will be there from the Xayah. So that matchup can become very difficult, I think, to play from FlyQuest side.
It's a similar theory to how people used to pick Leona as the counter pick into Rakan, because he goes in and then you just say, no, screw it, we're just going to have a frontliner contest and Leona's tankier. Nautilus not as tanky as Leona, so there is that risk that you're talking about. But Jax is banned out by Immortals. You're going to see Veigar banned out by FlyQuest. Wait a second. Okay, so the sides were backwards earlier. That was what was wrong with the draft. I thought it was confusing that Immortals would ban the Zoe.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
I was like, when it came back up, I was like, oh, I was talking about the wrong team. But...
Yeah, no, it came back up because it was mistaken. I was like, why would you ban your own man's champion? Like, this is an all-chat
everything makes more sense.
Yeah, okay, now I'm clued in.
All right. Unless he's been having some bad scrims.
Yeah, it's just like, all right, dude.
It was like, Zoe's looking good here. Like, ban Zoe.
Yeah, he went 1-7 on this for not allowing that to happen. Like,
sometimes the self-ban can be very helpful.
All right, so at least it makes more sense now, and it makes even more sense now with FlyQuest banning out Lissandra and Veigar, both of which are champions that don't get a lot of play right now. It's Jax and Renekton banned out by IMT.
You skip work for this.
Top side. Immortals.
Get that person off camera. Don't let him see him.
No. Just keep the sign in front of
No
your
narking.
face. We will not tell on you.
We're
We are
not gonna
glad
tell.
you are here.
It's everyone's
Your
secret.
is safe with
Yeah.
us, and Immortals are going to go ahead and lock in a champion that has been no secret to the meta so far this split. It is Cassante for Revenge.
Yep, Cassante coming through, and they're going to leave 5th pick for Bolulu, which does make sense. It's interesting to see that Veigar and Lissandra and Zoe, all things that are kind of atypical for the meta, are banned against him specifically. So, will it be another angle here for him to go for one of those kind of spicy picks? Hi, Mom. Hope she sees it. Does your mom will actually watch this? So if you had a Hi Mom sign, there's actually a good chance.
There's a significant chance.
There's a significant chance that your mom would be informed.
There's a significant possibility. We got some excited FlyQuest fans here ready to go.
You know what? FlyQuest actually has the best jerseys this split.
Yeah, their jerseys are sick.
Their jerseys are the best jerseys
They're pretty
this
nuts.
split, yeah.
I
Those look
really
nice.
like them a lot. Prince will lock in the Ahri for Vikla, so that's going
You're
to
not
be...
playing Vel'Koz into that.
Yeah, that's not going to be a generally desirable matchup. I don't think. I like League. Hey, me too, dude.
That's the happiest League fan I've ever seen.
And the final pick of the draft for FlyQuest will be Impact on the Scion. That'll be the matchup.
Yes,
with the
sir.
Cassante. All right, Immortals. This is. Give me the WoWy pick. Give me something
Give me
that's just
Swain.
like completely.
Oh, Galio works too.
Yeah, Galio. It's not WoWy, but it's a wow.
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 Oh, wow.
Yeah, kind of cool.
That's okay.
Like, hey, someone tells you a story, and you're like, that's kind of neat. I
Yeah.
guess.
Wow. All right.
That's nice. Okay. I
Sure.
can dig it.
Yeah,
you
he's
need
in
it.
the sure category.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Fit Galio, sure. Yeah, no problem.
I mean-
But it is anti-dive, and that's what they need.
Yeah.
That's why my brain was immediately going to Swain, because what does this comp do? Literally only run at you, right? It's Kaisa, it's Ahri, Vi. That's a really popular combo. Vi ults in. Really easy for Ahri to follow up with the ult into a guaranteed charm. That's a really dangerous assassination combo that can be really, really tough to deal with. So their answer, instead of the Swain kind of being that meatball they have to fight through, is just going to be the Galio counter engage. Vi is going to ult in, Kaisa's going to ult in, everyone's flying in there, and then Galio's hoping he's going to come straight in, create that chaos, land the AoE taunt on multiple people, give that passive magic shield to multiple people to be able to try to prevent them from getting burst down, and hope that allows them to really turn around this fight. And we'll see if that does work, because I think in principle, it makes sense, right? I do think this is a good anti-dive pick, but they don't have the best aggressive pairings with it besides the Nautilus. I always liked having like kind of a guaranteed delivery service type thing for the Galio as well. Having a Vi or a J4 or whatever.
Give me a Nocturne. Shoot him in there like a torpedo and let Galio come down over the top if they need to, right?
So maybe it's going to be that they're trying to do that with the Nautilus. Sure, you can kind of send Cassante in the backline. Sure, you can kind of send Kemby in the backline as well, but they're not as guaranteed.
Yeah, the problem with Cassante is a lot of times if he gets an ult, if he wants to isolate somebody, knock him away from the fight, and then if Galio just abandons the rest of his friends to go help Cassante beat somebody up 1,000 meters away, not precisely what you want, but I think the ideal situation here for Immortals is FlyQuest tries to go in on tactical, he's able to deploy his ulti in time to stay safe, and then the Galio slams down over the top, right? Like,
And Galio is going to have to position really well as a result, right? Because if Galio is actually caught in that initial engage, then all of a sudden you don't actually have the ability to really get that ulti chain off. That can be problematic. FlyQuest is going to have to really be cognizant of where Bolulu is on the map, where they're actually committing their resources. If they overcommit too heavily, if they spend everything all at once, Vi ult, Rakan ult, Kaisa ult, everything goes in all at the same time, and they don't actually have anyone marking Bolulu, then it really could get turned around on them pretty hard, especially because, Vi ult is so obvious that it's really easy to respond with the Xayah ult initially.
And I hope we're going to get a very PvP-heavy early game here, because if you look at the 80 carries, there's no cleanse on either one of them, despite the fact that there's some heavy CC on both sides. So I feel like this is just saying, we want combat power, we want a 2v2, maybe a 3v3, drag the jungler down here too. Wait,
Impact is level 1ing. This is some ultimate cheese here. They're gonna show. Wait.
Oh, baby. Decimating smash missed. Oh, they wanted to go.
Wait, hook him.
Wait,
hook him.
Just hook him.
Hook him!
I think maybe it was a bait that if they hook him, then they just kill Nautilus.
It's worth.
Yeah, it's
top laner doesn't want to play the game anymore, I promise.
I think coming in at the top laner's point of view.
If your TP gets interrupted there, I guarantee you don't want to play the video game anymore. You are down like 3 levels walking back to top lane if that gets interrupted.
Well, it did not get interrupted. Impact loses out on a little bit of, I don't even know if he missed EXP in the lane, really, because he just did one decimating smash. So maybe he missed out on a couple of melee minions, I'm not sure.
Cool attempt.
Yeah.
I don't really get it, I'm gonna be honest. I mean, even if they hit the Q, I don't think you kill anyone.
Yeah, like,
right? Like, and you're spending your TP at level 1. Maybe he's just like, top lane is so irrelevant in this game that it's literally worth me doing 100 damage to bot laner to spend my TP top.
To use my 6-minute cooldown summoner.
That's the state of top lane right now. Is that this is the estimated value of a top laner. If you can auto attack the Nautilus one time, it's worth you getting down 3 levels.
All of you at home missed the behind-the-scenes conversation before the games today, where Isaac was saying top lane feels the worst out of the roles.
It's so unfun to play. I play a lot of Phil, so I end up playing some of the a lot of roles, and yeah, top lane doesn't feel that impactful. It's definitely the least fun to play. Do not recommend playing top lane.
Well, Impact doesn't either, because he was playing bot lane as the third man there for a moment. But hey,
that's smart.
He's back top side now, but Immortals, with the control they have over the top side, they did move Kenvi up. They did contest the blue buff. He was able to steal that one away from Spica, had the faster finger there on Smite. So that means at least they're building something out of the attempted... man, should we call it cheese? Is it cheese or is it
unique strategy?
Ingenuity?
The innovation.
I don't know. I think it was cheese. Anyway,
development of the top lane meta.
I think if it was a different champion, you could call it strategy. But because Sion is historically known only for like fermented dairy products, you really just, if it's Sion, it's cheese.
Okay.
You know?
Okay. What about if it was like a Fiora and Fiora just like cues out of the bush?
Yeah, I think that would be even goofier. Tactical's going to be your target here. Spica flies over the wall. Fleshy ends up taking just as much damage. Re-engages there with a dredge line. But they don't get what they wanted with the Blade Caller.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised that they couldn't actually land that root onto Spica there. Unfortunate for them. Spica did have a really good path. They get the flash off of Tactical. That is pretty big as the trade of ignites. But it's just a nice little bit of pressure there from Spica. Intelligent pathing from him is going to get them that advantage here on the bot side. But the wave, honestly, still pretty good here for Immortals. And they actually see FlyQuest staying around, so Kenvi can wait if he wants. And Kenvi now knows that he's not actually on a ward here. Wouldn't it be funny if Impact just wins top lane after that?
Dude, no way. No way. Hold on. Kenvi's going in.
He tried to predict. It was looking to actually hit someone on that flash, you know, where they get the flash out of it, but they're saying you don't have the damage. And Tactical doesn't have a flash, so he can't actually follow up even if you hit the stun.
Yeah.
I think it's correct for FlyQuest to say, nope, don't care.
They called the bluff.
That is really unfortunate for Kenvi because he actually spent a lot of time down there. He was waiting in the river for, I want to say, 40 seconds, something like that. Maybe I'm overestimating a bit, but it was a while.
That's a long time in League of Legends, right?
Yeah.
Like talking about the opportunity cost that would otherwise be spent clearing camps, getting some gold, getting some levels.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, didn't work out. Spica's back here. It's time for some alcove gaming. Can we see the pet?
3v3 though, but IMT are native.
They just immediately snap engage from Ayla, but they don't immediately get the burst on Tactical. Now Spica's the one in trouble. That time the counterattack works for Immortals. They might look for even more. Kenvi wants to go in, but the stun doesn't quite have the range. He doesn't hit the Vault Breaker from the stolen by Spirit, and that means Immortals won't get any more.
Man, I don't know. I guess it's a tough call because maybe if you flash there, then you die. But I feel like if he Q flashed that Vault Breaker, they know Ayla has no flash. I think they get the kill in the reset.
Yeah, then Viego takes the soul. You can't burst him down in time.
And Prince either dies or has to flash, is my feeling. It is a riskier play. But there's a few times where I've seen, you know, Kenvi kind of shy away from that. And that's something that I want from his development as a player. Just trust in his own mechanics. Like, he is a very good, aggressive carry style player. So that is what I really want to see from him is have that kind of killer instinct, because I think this is one of those opportunities where you could take what is a good play and turn it into a play that blows open the game. The initial flashback, actually great from Fleshy because he can immediately hook back in. They get that flash from Ayla early on. They get the kill on Spica. This is where I think if you Q flash onto Ayla, I think you kill him. I think you can actually follow up there and actually get that. With the passive proc plus the Vault Breaker damage, I think it maybe is like one more auto or just some little bit of contribution from Tactical or Fleshy. You get the kill, you get the reset. Would have been a much riskier play, of course. Didn't go for it. But Immortals now having that prow on bot side here. They do have 6 on Bolulu. They're moving up Tactical. Should be their dragon.
All right, Immortals. Let's see this secure. Should be nothing to it. There it is. All right, can be with the secure. Immortals with an early first Drake 7 minutes in here. It's Ocean Drake, which always feels really good as that first one to give you the extra lane sustain. looking at the state of the lanes overall, you can see about a 2-wave lead for Vikla that's just happened mostly in a vacuum against the Galio. The junglers have been busy, bot side, top lane is top
You can also
lane.
see top lane didn't matter. Uses TP for nothing at level 1, completely
Top
fine.
lane didn't
He's not even spending his ulti, and he almost has his TP back. He's just gonna walk back, collect the wave. They're basically he's gonna be down a bit on farm, but
yeah, a little bit.
He's gonna have like 10, 11 minions to collect, right? Between these 2 waves, so he's not gonna be down much. Gonna be chilling, and it turns out it wasn't really much of an opportunity cost. So he kind of had the right read. If junglers aren't gonna go top, no one's gonna go top. Doesn't matter.
Spica level 6 now, Kinby still only level 5. Vi having that ulti is very scary stuff for pick potential, especially with the follow-up that you were talking about earlier. You go with a Vi ulti, you follow it up with a charm from Ahri, you follow it up with a grand entrance from Rakan. All of a sudden you're in a CC chain for way longer than you would like to be, and usually way longer than you need to be for them to get the kill.
Yeah, absolutely. And even though it is a Galio, which people kind of think of as a tank, most people are going AP Galio these days, and he's not even playing Aftershock. He's playing Phase Rush, right? So you can actually even look for those plays on the Galio, even though that seems a little bit counterintuitive. I think they absolutely have the ability to 100-0 this Galio with a full combo from that Vi and the Ahri if they actually execute it correctly. So even Bolulu is not necessarily safe. Sure, you got the magic shield passive that's going to help you a little bit, but it's not going to be that significant. And with no Aftershock and no tank stats, he definitely could be a target. Lycos knows they're starting it up, and they could bring down Sion, because Sion has ulti. They've already moved up Ayla, so there is potential for a 4v4 here.
Both AD carries are still in bottom lane. Nice charm comes out from Vikla to hit Revenge. But the reinforcements from Bolulu are not enough. Revenge is killed first, and Impact takes the credit. Now you're gonna get a counter kill coming in as Spica falls over. Kinby wants to grab the possession, take the body, flashes out, goes for the Vault Breaker on Impact, who's isolated on the wrong side of the river and has to flash to safety. Kinby, defensive ulti on the back end of the fight to guarantee he doesn't give over another one. But we've got ourselves some scrappiness here in the top side.
Oh yeah, they're getting aggressive, but at the end of the day, it's a 1-for-1, and no one gets Herald. So really not much gain from either side. We'll see who is quicker to move back to it. TP actually available here for Impact is on cooldown for Revenge, so maybe they just try to go right back out to it and look to fight again. Revenge had the faster move here, but a great initial movement there from Vikla. Ults down into the brush to safety, lands the charm, and then they just pull out. Everyone gets out of that Galio ultimate. They don't overcommit into it, which is so important. It is a 3-man taunt, very, very nice. But as Kenby goes down, they do actually get that kill onto Spica, and he's able to get the reset. Has to actually flash out of the charm, or he would have died.
Yeah.
They try to re-engage onto Impact, but they don't quite have the damage to really finish him off. You know, not a lot of consistent damage in those members that they actually had up on that top side of the map.
Normally I would say it feels good to get the flash, but again, it's Sion, so him not having the flash. Yeah, exactly. It's not like he can do a snap engage because he does have flash or anything like that, so not the greatest summoner spell takeaway, but still, better than nothing. Spica looking for maybe an angle here on Revenge, give Impact a little bit more edge, but it's IMT. Back on the Herald. Should be another eyeball proc here. Never mind, we're just going to get a fight. They run in, and Ayla is the first to explode as Kenby stays alive thanks to the reset. Prince has to flash back over the wall, and the top laners have joined the fight. Revenge wants to go in on Spica, who's now stuck, but he gets back over the wall. Not far enough, and he can't reach the blast cone in time. FlyQuest loses 2 men, and Immortals win the fight.
That triple flash to follow there onto Spica, so getting right down in on him. But the positioning of the eye from the Herald was pretty poor from Immortals. They had no one on the other side. So it's actually Spica who comes up with the Herald. He didn't actually get to pick up the eye. No one got it, so it does just expire, so they at least get that little bit of golden XP from it.
Right.
It's another couple kills here, but the game pretty much dead even. No big advantages gained. This does seem like it's going to be one of those rough Vi games. Vi is one of those champions, when you fall behind, you just kind of keep
You're a minion.
Right? Like,
yeah.
So this is what I'm talking about. When everyone is down on this bottom side of the Herald, the Eye is actually going to spawn on this side. Spica could have literally just auto-smited immediately, but he wanted to go in for that initial engage, does land the Q. He turns around on it, and I think then hits the Eye as he steps back. Oh, no, okay. It was just a late smite.
Yep.
And then he's able to grab that. But unfortunately for him, it's full on retreat. He can't actually step up and claim the Eye for himself. Revenge gets in. Spica flashes back, the Q comes off cooldown. He does get multiple flashes there to follow, which is going to feel really nice, at least.
Yeah, Vi having to initiate into this composition over and over again, like, her job is difficult. This will be a game where I feel like unless you are just having the perfect game state from start to finish, you're going to have multiple deaths by the nature of the way it is.
And I mean, it's one of those things that I talked about where because there is a Galio and kind of this counter engage on the other side and a Xayah and so on, you can't just full send everyone all at once in the first moment of the fight, right? Or potentially you're gonna get all hit by the Galliwall, all taunted, all hit by the Xayah, etc.
Fleshy with the flash over the wall for the engage onto Ayla. They kill Rakan, break up bot lane, and Xayah's the one feeling better about it.
Yeah, the CC there was really, really rough on Ayla, so well played. You know, the hook onto him, the ult threw him onto the backline, so no one can even really follow it up. They had great CC chain down there onto Ayla. They do get that kill. But it's going to be a lot of one-way trips for Spica, right? He has to be the initial person engaging, and if everyone dives in at the same time...
What on earth was going on there? That looked way too close. Kenvy's going to get killed, and now we got a 2v2 here for the follow-up. Balulu goes in. They're looking to chain CC Spica, and that'll allow them to trade the junglers. That was a little bit wild there.
This is one of those situations where everyone just gets so relaxed. You win that fight over by the dragon, and then everyone leaves. And as a jungler, like, wait, it takes me a while to
Come
kill
back,
this.
guys.
People
Hold on.
get out on the map, right? So everyone just kind of went back to laning, and Spica's able to get back out of there and almost steal that away. That was very, very close. At the end of the day, Kemby does end up taking it. Spica dies again, so they're not going to be feeling too bad about it. But did get pretty dicey there. And gotta be careful you're not giving away any freebies.
Exactly, especially with a team like Immortals that have been struggling so far this split.
Yeah.
It's really important to maintain your momentum in the game. You've got to make sure you keep capitalizing off of plays like this. Fleshy with the Hex Flash.
Hex Flash, hook, root, stun, knockup, everything just kind of getting chained in there. They have so many different forms of CC, and then, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. They just kind of get very relaxed, like, oh yeah, it's gone. Everyone just go back to laning. Tax goes towards bot. They see multiple people walking out towards top. He doesn't have smite, by the way, so that's why it got so dicey. It's at 1 HP. Wait, he started doing the crab.
Oh my, did he want to let it burn down?
I don't think it does burn.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that doesn't work on...
I think he just thought his last auto was going to kill it, and then no one was coming, so it
Or maybe the pet would attack it.
Maybe the pet,
but I
yeah.
think as soon as you attack the crab, the pet
Pet goes on
abandons
the
the
crab.
previous camp and he goes to the crab.
That's how I understand it as well, but I
Yeah.
could be misunderstanding that. But either way, got pretty dicey. He was lucky that Spica wasn't able to steal that away.
Yeah, that was way, way too scary.
A little bit too casual.
That was,
sure.
yeah, there was a little bit too much solo queue mentality
Yeah.
towards the end of that Drake take there.
That's like, you remember yesterday there was an interview with TSM, and they were saying before the game, you know, Chawi was basically saying, oh, be stressed, right? And I don't always agree with that, but there is a middle ground where Kemby was definitely too relaxed on that.
Yeah, that was a little bit too laid back, but hey, no harm, no foul. They got the Drake. It's fine. Immortals with a lead of 2 Drakes and 600 gold here 15 minutes into the game. It is a Chem Tech Rift, which can be very powerful in a composition where you are trying to survive a dive because it gives you that greater damage and damage resistance when you're below half HP. Prince is getting jumped on by Tactical in the bottom lane as Revenge and Impact, while we were watching the Drake replay, Revenge tried to go all out, knocking Impact into the river, looking to maybe find a solo kill, but Impact was too
And he got him to 95% health.
Yeah, welcome to top lane, where every trade matters.
Yep, definitely does. For sure matters. When you're playing 2 tanks.
I always enjoy Sassy Azale because you just know that it's coming from the heart. You're normally so genuine and understanding about everything that once the sass comes
the
out,
built-up rage.
I
That's
understand.
the pain that you feel.
I'm like,
up there.
this man has had things inflicted on him because of top lane.
Yeah, that's what happens. You know, you get worn down. What are you gonna do? I mean, especially when it's 2 tanks, right? Like, let's be honest, no one's gonna kill each other unless they just like, yeah, sure, someone's gonna die, that's fine. You just auto-attack each other to death, see who wins, right? Like, nothing's happening. You're just kind of trading to try to get push advantage, see what you can kind of get done with that, and then it's about the team fighting. But, you know, when you look at Tactical, he's in a really good spot already, right? You know, he is out to a lead, has gotten a couple kills off of these skirmishes, and Immortals, again, find themselves in a good spot. They've had multiple games now with Bolulu where they're looking to be in pretty prime position, but it is far from sealed. They are 2 dragons as their advantage, but the gold is pretty much completely tied. So it's going to come down to execution in the team fights. I do like the ease of execution that Immortals have. I think it's a lot easier to play out their composition than it is to play out the FlyQuest one, where there's so much CC on Immortals' side, and you all kind of naturally will stack up as you dive and try to burst people down. So I think that's going to be the difficulty for them. But it is, again, Fly starting up this objective, looking to force fights, looking to find windows where they can get these picks. Because the scrappier the fights are, the better it is, I think, for a composition where like FlyQuest, where someone can get separated and you can maybe burst them down.
FlyQuest have control over this Herald pit. They should be able to guarantee they get the eyeball this time. Okay, so it's technically both Heralds going the way of FlyQuest, but this will be the first one that we get to see summoned in this match. 30 seconds on the Drake, and I think that's what Immortals is saying here. We don't want to fight for the Herald. They already had the setup. Don't waste everything. Don't spend resources. We'll play for the Drake instead.
Looks like they're going to be able to potentially crack this tower top because Spica is kind of threatening the zoning. Vikla's up here, so they should be able to get some gold. We'll see if he can actually get that gold spent and TP down towards Dragon, or if they're going to be willing to actually just give this up. Either way, it is a trade, as we see Bolulu taking down a tower of his own on the bottom side. Yeah, and now, a nice little trade there from mid lane, but look at over the wall!
Oh, Tactical just gets destroyed. That's what I'm talking about when you don't have a cleanse. If you're CC'd 100 to 0, there's no time to flash. There's no time to ult. With Xayah dead, FlyQuest get exactly what they're looking for.
That is just a perfect engage from Spica. That is really beautifully done. Coming from over the wall in the Raptor pit, he just didn't expect it. There's just no way to really react. I would love to see a replay like that from Tactical's Pro View to see how little time he actually had to react, because very likely his camera is down on Prince watching those members, and then all of a sudden a Vi is coming out of fog over the wall right behind you, lands that perfect stun, and then as you say, the CC layering is there and he just gets sent 100 to 0. That is such a big pick, because in another world, Immortals have the setup, they have the stronger AD, they're on Soul Point right now at 18 minutes, and all of a sudden for FlyQuest, you'd be worried about their win.
Yeah, this was a big, big stop on the Immortals' momentum here for the side of FlyQuest. And I mean, hey, they're still down 3 kills. They're up in gold. So this team is doing just fine from where they are. The biggest farm advantage being in mid lane there. Vikla out farming Bolulu's Galio, making up for a little bit of that gold lead. Probably most of it, really, since it's not that much to begin with. Ayla trying to clear out some vision, but it's Kinby who finds him. Should be pretty easy for Rakan to get away from that one with a grand exit. 1 minute until Baron spawns.
Vikla's about 800 gold-ish ahead, so he's more than the total advantage right now. It is an advantage for Tactical down in that bottom lane. He is going to be, oh no, he's actually slightly behind now after the tower kill and the kill that Prince got in mid lane. But very even. Tactical's gonna be finishing his second item here pretty soon. Almost guaranteed, going towards Quick Blades as we kind of expect on that Xayah, which is gonna be a really, really big spike for him.
Prince with the Kraken Slayer on his Kai'Sa, just the maximum DPS option, gives you the best stats in terms of just the bundle that you get, which is perfect for Kai'Sa because of the fact that you need to evolve the abilities.
Yep, absolutely, and he's not looking for it. Yeah, so exactly. This is, well, they actually did have a question mark ping, so they thought it could be there, but there's just no time to react. Yeah. Who question mark pinged that? So at first it was Kenby, so actually good comms, there from Kenby saying, hey, something could be behind you, but as I suspected, his camera was down watching Prince, which is where it should be when that's who you're fighting, and you get ulted straight up over the wall. There's just no reaction time because he got too close to that. So I think the fix would have been he would have had to play more down towards the bottom side of the lane. Right. But if Vi comes over the wall, you have time to react, right? And there was that question mark ping on it, so it's always fun to see, were they expecting this as a possibility? And in this case, Kenby was, so credit to him.
Well, now Immortals has got to make sure they don't lose control over the game. We're still at a very even state overall. They still have the opportunity to outplay things. And right there you can see Tactical did get the opportunity to use that ultimate. However, Vikla popping it now means the Xayah is very vulnerable for an upcoming fight.
Exactly. It is all for all, but there's still that danger of, hey, if you get too far up in mid lane, Vi ults you, Kai'Sa ults in, see you later, right? That can be very, very dangerous if you don't have people around to peel immediately. So we'll see if they're going to be able to kind of find that window to try to punish this missing ult, as both tanks just trying to get that shove down here on bot side. But it's going to be about the setup. They're coming up in 2 minutes, very likely. People wanting to be playing for these dragons. It's just so important in the current meta today.
Well, Immortals have to deal with FlyQuest in their red side jungle for quite a while now. FlyQuest seems to really like prowling around up here, seeing if they can find any pick in this area. Yeah. They know that top side tier 1 turret is the only one they've eliminated from Immortals' defensive lines. And hey, FlyQuest is taking the opportunity. They're just going for the Baron. Knock, knock, Immortals. Who's home?
They don't know.
Who's home?
Kraken PD. They're not expecting a 20-minute Baron. This is gone. Unless Kenby checks instantly.
And unfortunately for him, it's not in time. FlyQuest sneak a 21-minute Baron.
Rough.
And everything that Immortals built in the first 20 minutes of the game crumbles.
Yeah, train kind of off the tracks just like that. That sucks for Immortals. It's just a smart play from FlyQuest because they can always peel off. you've got to be so cognizant of these takes. When people are high DPS like build like this, Kai'Sa with Kraken PD shreds Baron. That goes down really, really fast. You know, all of the damage from your isolated Q is going to be straight on the Baron, and you have that incredible amount of attack speed. You're stacking up the passive very, very quickly. You're able to shred through, and they have such good turn that as soon as they got full control of vision on that top side, it needed to be a concerted effort from Immortals to retake vision so that they could at least easily check into the pit anytime people go missing. But they didn't do that, and then it's so slow to actually move forward through those brushes because you know you could be walking into a Charm, you could be walking into a Vi, you could be walking into a Recon Engage, which makes your job very, very difficult on that Immortal side. So a lapse in coverage really punishes them heavily.
And this Baron is going to be up all the way through when the Drake was spawned. Pretty much guarantees FlyQuest is going to have control over that. Immortals has to do whatever they can to not bleed gold any further during this Baron phase. It's 1 minute and 45 seconds that FlyQuest have this buff to play with.
But bottom tower is for sure gone. You know, we'll see if they can actually defend. Oh, look at this TP. This TP is so far away.
It's long range
Is this
TP.
like a delayed thing where he's going to hide for the dragon and then try to look for flank? I think it is.
Yeah. He has to get in range to be able to join up with the rest of the team, though, because it's looking like the scrap is going to be up to this top side of the river.
I think what they're going to do, they're going to wait for them to start the dragon, then they're going to come in from behind at the same time as they look for an engage from the top side. So that is the angle that they're looking for. This is like the long con.
All right,
we'll see if they're aware for it at all.
Let's see if they can do it. Speak is not near the
Dragon's
Drake
gone
at
now.
all. They're
Too
going to
late.
find him. Yeah, Prince is just soloing down the Drake. They're like, we don't even need our jungler here. We'll just take it like that. So unfortunately for Immortals, the plan with the Galio, Metal Gear Galio is a flop and does not achieve anything. Or are we still going to get it? Speak is now isolated. Okay. He'll see Balulu. Prince is still behind. Spica wants to charge away. The plan works out after a long, long time.
Yeah.
But they end up just trading a kill on Spica for a teleport and a Drake. Now, if they can get Prince, then maybe we're talking about something. Revenge goes in, stun comes out, taunt goes through, Justice Punch lands, damage goes. There it is. Enough to take him to 0. Shutdown over to Revenge.
Good couple kills. They do lose the mid lane turret. And the biggest problem is, if there was something up to take, you know, if there was a big objective up, if Baron was up or whatever, when Spica died, then you're feeling pretty darn good about it. But for now, it is just a little bit of gold back, and they're kind of losing equal gold on the other side as they lose that mid lane tier 1. So it's a nice play. You know, it's something that we want to see Immortals continue to do when they fall behind, if they get in these bad spots. They've got to look for winning plays, and I think this was an opportunity for that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it just amounts in a couple kills, and you know, kind of stabilizes that goal at the 2K deficit. So we'll see where they can go from here.
They couldn't get the angle in time to fight for the Drake. FlyQuest, I think, did a good job of not overcommitting people in the Drake pit, just leaving Prince there. Hey, man, you're playing Kai'Sa, you have Plasma. It's a really easy take for a 2-item 80 carry to solo that one down. So, still, about a 2,000 gold lead for the side of FlyQuest over Immortals. Long way before we get ourselves another neutral objective to fight for. Still 2.5 minutes before that Baron respawns. And if you're Immortals, now you've got it in the back of your mind. They do this fast. We cannot afford to be lazy with the vision.
Absolutely. I mean, they have really got to be on point. But checking is difficult. If Revenge is not there, there's not anyone that's actually super safe to actually check these brushes. So they kind of have to slowly clear it, be grouped up as a team, move forward. You can have Galio walk up. You don't really want to engage on the Galio, but Galio is still AP. Like, you can have his Zonias to try to keep him alive, but it does become a little bit difficult. And there's just so much CC and burst from the FlyQuest team that this is why they have to be grouped up like this. They need all 4 members basically to walk in because they don't know who's stacked in a bush. You know, Vi and Kai'Sa and Ahri are all there. You can CC someone 100 to 0, and they're just going to look for a chunk here.
Spica jumps in on Balulu. They've got the Scion coming around from the other way. Just passing through. Gets the ulti out of Tactical, though, and that's going to be huge for the follow-up fight. If it happens...
But Tactical can't enter. This positioning's so bad. He's got no ult. How does he play?
Cannot fire on anybody. They've already lost their jungler, but now Spica can find the engage on the Immortals AD carry. FlyQuest trying to regroup and find the way back on the Tactical now. As you can see, Vikla escaping to the top side of the fight, but Tactical fights back. Balulu was able to reinforce him, and Revenge was dealing with everyone off to the side. IMT are holding on. Impact stuck in no man's land. We'll try to use a decimating smash, get something here. Should just be able to kill him off. Nobody died of the dead body. All right.
Great fight from Immortals. You know, I thought it was going to look really, really bad, but people weren't really following up. I didn't actually see. I'm gonna have to watch on the other side and see what happened to Prince. Because what I was expecting when Immortals moved in there, I knew Tactical was gonna get Vi-ulted with no ult, and then I was expecting Prince to ult onto him and him to get instantly executed. What ended up actually happening is it was only Vi and the Rakan who went into that backline, so they couldn't quite burst down Tactical. Galio got back there, was able to protect them, and they're winning the skirmish on the other side. That's where I need to draw my eyes to in the replay and see really what happened. Why can't Ari get to the backline? Why can't Prince ult into the backline? Because as soon as Immortals moves into this area, look at where your AD is. How is Tactical supposed to play from here? He can't really enter. So as soon as he steps up to auto, you're immediately gonna get ulted. Like, look how long he waited. He couldn't have really done much else. Immediately gets ulted, and Prince is just already dead. So Prince is already gone. Vikla can't actually reach. So it's just a really good initial kill there on the Prince. It wasn't able to get his ult off to actually keep himself safe. Wasn't able to get into the backline to try to burst down Tactical. So good job here, you know, by the frontliners of Immortals to actually get that initial kill, which not only got them the advantage in the fight, it also, by proxy, kept Tactical alive.
Immortals is not willing to go quietly on this one. They're putting up a fight against FlyQuest. 11-3 versus 3-11. You would expect this to be much more one-sided than it has been. Immortals doing a good job early to get themselves ahead. Unfortunately, that Baron sneak is what really turned this game upside down. FlyQuest still at about a 1,500 gold lead. Drake's 2-2 with the next one spawning in 20 seconds, but Baron is also up. TP being channeled here by the side of Immortals. Kenby looks for the Spectral Maw on Impact. Even if it would have hit, it wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah, they would just try to look for a little bit of a chunk, you know, see if they can get any sort of a chip damage there for a follow-up. Look at Spica, though. Spica has a really nice angle here on the side to potentially find a flank. Immortals are playing a hell of a game, though, right? This is a team who has been in first place for almost the entire split in FlyQuest. Yes, they're falling down a little bit. Versus our 9th place team, and they lost a 21-minute Baron, and the game is still hyper-competitive here. They're just going to start this up, though. This feels very risky.
Yeah, I think they just want FlyQuest to
bring
come
them in.
towards them
Yeah.
so they can try to do their counter-engage plan. Impact is going to go in first, and Fleshy's going to get bursted down. Vikla takes that kill, and now Balulu's looking for the ult. Prince is low. Revenge wants to kill him, but he can't quite find the damage. Now he solos him out. Balulu finds a tunnel to 3. Immortals, his team fighting FlyQuest, but FlyQuest are better at team fighting. Immortals collapse, and FlyQuest march to victory, hunting down the last man. A triple kill to Vikla, and the Ahri lands the charm to guarantee the last one. It's all over except the last couple notches of the health bar, and FlyQuest get the ace.
They can't get Baron off that, though, because they don't really have any consistent damage, but they will get the Dragon. It's a huge team fight there from Vikla, who's on such a massive power spike. He had just completed the death cap. He's on 3 items, you know, at this fight. We can watch it one more time. Revenge did a great job actually kind of soloing out Prince. You can see the Nautilus ultimate down onto him, and then Revenge all out, brings him back into the team, scoops him into the Galio ult, which he has to flash out of, and he's kind of killing him on that other side. But Vikla's just been getting so much damage down. The taunt lands there on a Bolulu, but then Vikla just steps forward and is actually able to finish off Tactical, who's already very low. I'm not sure if that was just ulti that actually finished off the damage there, but Tactical knows as soon as he went down, the team didn't really have anything left in the tank.
Yeah.
And it's, again, one of these situations where, oh my God, he got so much down. That has to be like Orbit Deception hitting so many people back and forth, multiple members. I mean, he is gigafed now. He almost bought a full Void Staff off that. He has both the components of the Void Staff already in. Lighting Jewel and the Blasting Wand done. So Ahri is ridiculously strong. If anyone gets charmed,
you're dead.
They're pretty much dead. Yeah, the only person is Revenge, who's not just gonna die. But basically anyone else is easy pickings.
And even Revenge, I mean, Jack shows the only item in his inventory that gives him any magic resistance. Yeah. So Cassante dealing with something like Ahri that does have a lot of damage over a consistent amount of time, right? It's not just one burst combo, you're done. I think Revenge even can't afford to stay near this guy for too very long. Everything Ahri does is AoE. The Foxfires hit multiple targets, the Q hits multiple targets, the ult hits multiple targets. He will be slowly getting whittled down by this.
Just showed top, though. So are they going to try to look for this?
Impact, once again, leading the way. Vikla coming down, finds the charm under Revenge. He manages to buffer through it.
Yeah, that's important. Good buffer there. Try to keep himself safe. But this is that difficult spot, right? And that's why they're actually pulling Revenge over here. They're saying, we can't check brushes. They're actually just doing too much damage at this point. Kenby, you should not look for that.
Man, I don't know about that one. Kenby has to use his ulti defensively just to escape. And now FlyQuest are seeing what else they might be able to find. Spica had to flash back. Vikla goes in for the side. Chunks Fleshy down to half. Revenge tries to retreat, covering the exit for the remainder of Immortals. Kenvi wants to use the honey fruits to heal back up. FlyQuest still has more HP to work with overall. The biggest issue is Kenvi being low. He's still healing up off of the Wolves. Look at the Orb of Deception, just chunks 1,000 HP off of Revenge.
I mean, it was actually really well played by Tactical as well. I think most people, when they see the Ahri flying in there, would just insta-press their ult. But he actually just trusted in his mechanics. He sidesteps the charm, does stay alive, so he still has the ulti available, which he may need now.
Oh no, he's just gonna die before he gets to use it. They're too fed with the Ahri, and FlyQuest are looking real good in this fight. Impact CC'd everybody. Balulu and Revenge want to get something, but the only thing they're gonna get's an obituary. It's Spica picking up the one on Balulu. It's FlyQuest getting 4 for nothing, and now they're just walking it down mid lane.
Yeah, and they could potentially just end the game here. We'll see how far they want to go. The minions are now arriving, and they've just been tanking it up. They are pushing in here. I think they could end. We'll see if they want to go for it.
It's game. They've got way too much damage. Mages win fed with a ton of AP, just absolutely melt through turrets. Prince is still alive. This thing's gonna crumble. Revenge is trying to stop him, but the tank K'Sante just melts. That'll do it. Immortals put up a fight, but FlyQuest proved too great of a challenge. Tactical can't do anything as he respawns, and that means FlyQuest are about to grab their 12th win, and they'll do it in 33 minutes.
It's a great pick. Actually ends the game there. You know, from FlyQuest, putting on that pressure, playing around that Baron pick, controlling vision for so long here, and Tactical just didn't respect the Q smash there from Impact, right? He was basically thinking, all right, this isn't enough damage, I'm gonna be fine, I can just ult out of this if I need to. But everyone from FlyQuest was actually around. Vikla flashed the wall, I believe, because he didn't even have his ult earlier. Flashed the wall for the charm, everyone flies in, they 100-0 Tactical, can't get off the sums, can't get off the ulti, and he really was their only real consistent damage at this point in the game, right? You've got a Galio mid, Revenge is not gonna be soloing people out on the K'Sante at that point, so really we're reliant on Tactical in that team fight. It's just a great pick. Way to capitalize on that from FlyQuest. But it's another closer game. It's another game where Immortals have chances.
Yeah. So the big thing is, I think, the end there, Tactical getting caught, it is the other side of the coin that you were talking about with trusting your mechanics instead of just popping the ulti, right? He's saying, look, I can get out of the way of the decimating smash. I've got to save the ult for Ahri. I've got to save the ult for Vi. I've got to save the ult for something that really matters. But FlyQuest had the coordination. If anything hits him, throw everything at him. And he dies before he can do it. It feels awful to be in that spot, to be staring at a black and white screen with that button still lit up saying, hey, could have pressed me.
Yeah, it is really rough, right? But it's one of those situations where there's so many forms of engage. You don't want to just waste your ulti. You don't want it to overcommit. So he's trying to ride that line. And it's rough because I'm praising him a second before. Oh, thumbs down.
That was Chad.
You're praising him the second before for not actually just wasting the ulti on the initial look from Ahri, from just being confident to sidestep it. But then, he gets caught in that situation where he would have had to ult the Scion Q, right? To be able to survive there. Maybe he still gets caught right after that, and maybe he doesn't have the ult, so he dies at the Baron, so it's kind of hard to know. But it does create, that difficult spot where, you're playing the carry, and you are really the only person who can kind of win for your team in those team fights. There's so much pressure on you. There's so many forms of engage on the other side. They're all going to be aimed at you.
The pressure just absolutely suffocates in those moments, especially when you're up against an Ahri that hey, if I get hit by a charm and an orb,
instantly dead.
I'm pretty much in the dirt. So it was a tough job for Tactical, a tough job for Immortals. They fought back however they could, but FlyQuest proved better here again today. And now it's time to join Jat and Impact on stage for the Verizon postgame interview.
Thank you, Flowers and Azael. I'm here with Impact. You just mentioned first time solo interview, not having to translate. So congratulations on the win. How did you feel in general about that game? You seemed a little shaky about it.
I'm not happy about that game because we can snowball the world. I mean, we made the mistake early game, but when we got Baron, we should make the clean game, but we didn't. That's our problem now. So we need to fix that problem.
Yeah, and you guys had such a great start to the year, winning pretty much every game right off the bat, but you've struggled a little bit lately. What do you feel like has gone wrong, and what are you working on as you move towards playoffs?
I mean, basketball won too. Basketball won, so people cannot see that like we are good thing or bad thing too, right? Also, so we didn't show the bad thing that much because normally we have good pick, good champion like Amumu or something like easy champion to play. But these days now meta is changed too. So you need to play like Lee Sin or Bai or this kind of like Okong and need to play well over engage and biting. But we make the mistake about pimp buy. We make the mistake about macro now. Yeah, we play. I think we are not play getting. We not play worse now. Just we lost to how do we win that? You know?
Yeah, that makes sense. Also, your first game next week is going to be against Cloud9, who you're now tied with for first place. It'll likely be a match for first place. Do you have any thoughts about playing Cloud9 again?
Not really. I'm just thinking. No, I mean, okay, C9 is strong, but I'm just thinking like our team how to fix our problem. That's first. I mean, if we fix it, we can play well in the playoff. So that's my goal to next week.
Yeah.
Not like, oh, C9, I'm excited. I'm excited, of course, against Push. I like it. But we need to think of first, what's our problem, what's our playing bad now, and we need to fix that.
Yeah, do you think with your problems, you're the best team in the league right now, or do you need to fix things first?
I cannot say that we are best team now, because, I mean, you guys can see the last game or yesterday game, kind of, I mean, just bad performance, you know? So that means we are not doing well.
Yeah.
So we need to fix that.
I want to talk to you a little bit about MVP as well. Both if you had to pick an MVP from FlyQuest, but then also if you had to pick an MVP from outside FlyQuest, because after next week, people will be voting on the award. So what are your thoughts?
I think Prince to our team.
Okay.
He played well there. Not last game, but who's good? I mean, Emin is play well. The C9 mid now, but he
only 6 games or something.
Yeah, that's the problem. But I'll give it to him.
Okay. Big words from S. Impact, thank you very much for the interview. Congratulations on the win. Best of luck next week when you face Cloud9. And that's going to do it from here with Impact. We'll see you for a break.
Thank you, guys.
Honor, duty, justice. For centuries, these were the principles by which Demacia stood. But fear corrupts even the noblest ideals. The Mage Seekers abused that fear to gain power. Or so they thought. For he will show them what true power is. Demacia, the city of radiant virtue. It is time to reveal the truth of its darkness.
if you think you can't do it, just instantly switch it and you find a champion that you can combo with. And it will be easy.
Okay. Oh my god. Yip yip.
Yip yip.
Yeah, apa yip yip.
Nunu?
No. Earlier, apa yip yip.
A dog champ.
Can I switch?
Oh my god. Dog champ? Yes. What's a dog champ? Italy? A dog champ? We have to go next. I don't know.
We have to go next?
It's AP.
Oh my god. Oh my god, it's impossible.
Just go next if it's impossible.
Dude, it's so hard.
Everything that is here I can't use. It's good with Samira. It's
I play it. I'm kind of bad at it.
Ash?
No. It's Engage. It's Engage.
Rel?
it's like Engage. Nautilus.
No.
It's good with Lux and Morgana.
Caitlyn. Korean bot lane, always 0-10, always 0-10.
Caitlyn!
Yeah. Caitlyn.
It's good with Nidalee.
Goes with Nidalee.
Renekton?
Yeah. Renekton.
Renekton.
Contracts likes playing it. It's meta right now. Play it to
Poppy?
Wukong. No.
Can you animate it a bit? Vi.
Yeah.
It's good with Ari.
Vi.
It's good with Yasuo.
Diana. Switch.
It's good with Kindred.
Bro, nothing's. I don't know what's good with Kindred.
Blabber and Jensen plays.
Jensen also plays this champ in mid lane.
Azir.
Throws bombs.
Kindred Zillion.
William.
Throws bomb Zillion.
Yep.
It's very tanky.
This champ is OP. In Korea, the guy with Twitch 44.
Brazil streamer that is one-tricking that champ and plays on high ping.
And he one-shots you.
Bike?
No. Twitch 44. He builds full tank, and he one-shots you still.
On every server.
He rolls around.
Ramus?
Yeah.
Lulu. Good with Lulu.
Luger is playing this.
Terry?
No, the other.
Sivir?
No, one. Keep going.
Twitch.
Big. It's in all the Riot promos.
Danny.
Jinx.
Yeah. Caitlyn? No.
The other one.
Jinx.
Yeah.
Good against Cassante.
Garen's other guy.
Gwen.
No, it's like solo queue champ.
Renekton, Nar.
Solo queue champ.
Just switch.
Garen's with like Jax?
The other one.
The other one that spins?
Yeah.
Darius?
Yeah.
Core JJ.
Rel.
Core JJ plays this a lot off meta. It was a counter.
Zyra?
Yeah.
It's a mage.
Zyra.
Yeah.
Solar Baka.
GP.
Yeah.
Impact.
Shen Gangplank.
Yeah, GP.
Juan plays this, not Wukong. The other one.
Poppy?
Yep.
Impact 2.
Shen.
No.
Gangplank, Ornn, Sion.
Ornn.
You guys want me to play this tank?
Sion? Ornn?
Ornn.
Disco.
Nunu.
Bwipo.
Gangplank.
He's running around.
Olaf,
He's just running around.
Olaf, Zac, Nasu.
He's proxying.
Singed.
Today we played it a lot. He just started playing. Ganks a lot, level 3.
Elise.
Yeah.
Oh.
Not bad.
That's how he shred.
I wasted too much time at the beginning because I thought the meta will be to switch it. Like I could have saved like 20 seconds on this.
Oh, like the first ones are so impossible.
What?
Bro, it's Nasus, the dog.
That was easy.
I appreciate that everyone knows the Disco Nunu.
I gotta say, CLG actually did pretty good, and they would have won a lot of the other matchups, but EG just, the synergy's too good.
Yeah, doing the like Renekton to set up Nidalee or Nidalee to set up Renekton and just, that's like a cheat
Diana
code.
Yasuo, like all those combos.
I think in future games they actually have to take that in mind to stop you from.
How well do you know the meta
game
makers?
Yeah, exactly.
Especially since a lot of them were combos that you could see them playing, have practiced, or they've played on stage. Anyway, welcome back to LCS. CLG and EG is our next matchup.
Where's
and
EG?
I think the biggest thing, yeah, they're playing from home. And then also Ryoma is coming in for JoJo, who was already playing from home yesterday because he was ill.
Well, you just see the synergy broken after seeing Inspire and JoJo have the exact same mind about everything. Now, EG on the back foot, not having that, who can say?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, especially with the playoff implications for this match. So we got CLG at 7-7. EG is pretty securely in top 4 unless absolute disaster happens. So I think they're just kind of trying to survive. A win would obviously be nice here. I don't think it's 100% necessary for them.
Yeah, it's obviously a stroke of luck a little bit for CLG to maybe catch them in this like moment where EG struggling a little bit, you can pick up a win and really start to kind of save yourself from what is a very tight playoff race for CLG here. They looked good yesterday. I was amazed they lost that game. I thought the Aurelion Sol had hit the point. It's late game, but 2 back-to-back pretty poorly played fights where I think they just got, they also, I think you get into this mindset where you're like, we're gonna win this game no matter what, take any fight. And then you don't play them cleanly and then you die. Like Luger flash ulting in as Xayah into getting just Aphelios gun was like, oh.
Yeah,
well, you,
and Cassio'd.
Yeah. You do still need to play them well. So I think CLG got a little overeager then, and now they can maybe pick up a win today.
And even with the win rate, I know, Jat, you and Kobe already talked about this earlier in the day on this or that, but I do think it's something you should consider banning against CLG because I don't mind their continued focus on it, right? I think Palafox has shown kind of the best Aurelion Sol play that we've seen in LCS, and they've played well with it even in the losses.
Maybe globally, Wolf, retired support player of T1, did a VOD review. I saw this on Reddit where he was talking about how to play Aurelion Sol well, and he was using CLG clips showing Palafox from 10K down winning team fights and stuff. So I'm going to lay it on the table. Palafox is the best Aurelion Sol in the world.
But he's just 1 and 2.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Don't be results oriented. Look at his team fights. Look how he wins team fights by himself.
I'm also just looking at ThinkCard walking back and forth on stage and thinking about the picture he tweeted at you. Yeah, so for those of you who missed it yesterday, we did a whole CLG superstitions bit about whether or not he emptied properly before the game, and he just took issue, apparently. He's letting you know. He's clear.
Yeah, the 8.5 will be longer today, I guess. Oh, God. We'll see. I know we have the flow chart again to look at, so we can maybe check off some of the ones.
CLG superstitions.
It seems like the bathroom one's a hit. Did you...
Isn't the bathroom one on the most, I was gonna say, isn't it on the side that's the most difficult tree?
I mean, if this was me stitching this, I might have the flowchart wrong, but at least the one.
Yeah, we thought we played through the flowchart correctly yesterday, which would have led to a CLG win, but it was pretty close.
Well, we said 8:30. It was a little short.
We didn't time ThinkCard, so we gave them the benefit of the doubt, but that would be why they lost. So. Yeah, Greg Kim was tweeting about it a lot as well.
The CLG staff were very into the segment.
They're really into it. Yeah, this is how they're gonna make playoffs, I think.
Superstitions.
Did you?
Yeah. So yeah, I was tracking Greg Kim as well. I found the chair.
You found where he actually sits outside?
Yeah, I found the chair.
Oh,
He was
no.
Oh, it's pouring today too.
In the rain, and not only is he out there, he also has his old shoes. So he's switched his shoes
wow.
and is just all in on letting CLG win today. So they are prepared.
I did predict it. I predict the upset.
You predict the upset?
Yeah, earlier today I actually put it down. So there you go.
Well, I think the last time they faced each other was that kind of insane game, right? Where it like dipped at the very end.
CLG had like a 6K gold.
CLG won.
Yeah, it was EG had a 6K gold lead and CLG caught them.
Yeah, if we have the goal graph, we could probably pull it up now. EG was really far ahead early game, did one of those almost classic EG runs it down, but also this was early on in the year when the CLG hopium was really high, and we had that post-game Palafox interview where he said last year's CLG wouldn't have been able to win this game, and that's a really crazy-looking goal graph.
I want to say this was also his Cassio game, too, into the Rise, where he was just like, I was not practiced on that at all, so the early game did not go according to plan, but then she did end up massively scaling into the late game for them, so...
Yeah, pretty crazy turnaround there by CLG. They are pretty good in late game. A lot of their comps do kind of favor that late game style, but they take their own unique spin on it with the drafts that they go for, like the Casio, Sivers, as well as obviously the Acel.
Speaking of late game, it's something I want to bring up before we see. Okay, they did end up banning out the Acel. Something I want to bring up before seeing like getting too far into the draft is CLG. If you remember last year, because people have been kind of spamming after they saw T1 play the Cho Senna, like, who do you think in LCS is going to play Senna? I actually think CLG are a team that could for the scaling element that you already mentioned, Mark, but then additionally because we saw Senna go to both Luger and Poon last year when they would play like the Senna Seraphine lanes as well.
I'd also say FBI and Huhi played a ton of Senna stuff when they were on 100 Thieves, FBI now on EG, so I think both teams would be in play for Senna. But an interesting thing, and one of the reasons I predicted CLG to win this game, is early spring last year, there was a lot of teams playing from home, and I felt like EG played really loose. Like they couldn't get out of scrim EG mode, and they lost a lot of games. And then as the pressure ramped up, I felt like they got more solid. So to me, EG is like a stayed buff team, and I think they're worse when they're not on stage.
But a lot of that, I think, is kind of the JoJo factor as well. It is Tommy Ryoma stepping in from the NACL. He has been doing pretty good from what I hear. A little back and forth maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because it's interesting to see the Ashe go through, by the way, since she's the highest presence due to like a 80+% ban rate. His team has not done particularly well. I believe they're in 13th and they're 10 and 20. So it is kind of one of those things where it's like it's hard to evaluate his statistics separate from like the team overall performance, but he also does have LCS experience.
I mean, he's been at the top of Academy for a long period of time, being a bit of a gatekeeper, getting nods occasionally to come in for some teams who are struggling and whatnot. The Kalista going over for CLG, one of those ones that you had highlighted yesterday, I think, as like the picks that they have uniqueness on.
Yeah, I mean, Luger really likes the Kalista, and for some reason, whenever they play it, he always ends up getting like a really late game, like triple or quadra kill in a really game-deciding fight.
Yeah, pretty good stats for a 4-16 record.
Yeah,
I would say the 4-16 record not good.
Yeah.
And just to be clear, this is not like EG throwing Ryoma in to give him a chance from Academy. It's JoJo. He was at home yesterday because he wasn't feeling well. We imagine he's still not feeling well today. The rest of the team is playing, and they're deciding to give him a break. So, not EG at their strongest.
Ooh, I love all the bot lane prio battles that you get where it's like who's got the weirdest combination of champs they can lock in. Obviously, Ashe Bear is a very strong poke lane, a lot of range and harassability.
And because the Kalista is locked in, that's actually like a four-way Gragas flex. We've seen Blabber jungle Gragas, we've seen mid Gragas, we've seen top Gragas, but you can run Kalista Gragas as a lane.
Well, and Kalista has the ability to sometimes like contest prio if you want to go like Ashe Kalista, or you can kind of punt some of the early levels to go for more engage options and like go more kill lane. So there is that little bit of flexibility for how CLG want to play the bot lane side of it.
Blind pick Sion too.
Early.
That is super interesting, and I wonder if they just assume Gragas is going top, considering Dokla did play it yesterday.
Yeah, that's a pretty big bet because like contracts could take that. I mean, they would have scouting. A lot of these teams track the majority of players' solo queue accounts as well. So like you can do with a reasonable level of certainty that Palafox doesn't have a secret account. You can see how many Gragas games he's played.
Yeah, I also wonder if it's just knowing that you're going to be playing through bot lane already. If you take Ashe Varus, it's like, that's a pretty volatile lane. We'll probably want to go down there.
You ask someday what he wants, and he's just like, Sion.
But against Dokla, I guess the Aurelia is already banned, but like knowing he's up against Sion, that does open the door for Dokla to play a carry pick. Yeah, they did get the Nautilus, but that would have been a decent Fiora angle, I feel like, to just lock it once you see Sion, but they decided not to.
Yeah, then you're getting pinched on supports probably in the ban phase for EG, where your bot lane's mismatch thing. Unless you can always, like you said, flex the Gragas down there and maybe keep that open.
There is also the benefit of like, if you do want to target Ryoma, you can just wait for 5-pick, keep the Gragas kind of in flux, and then see what you want for Palafox, depending.
Yone respect ban, another flex pick for CLG. CLG drafts are always weird because they have so many shared champions, the Aurelias, the Yones. Gragas probably a shared champ now.
Yeah, before we memed the flowchart yesterday, Mark, I had Asol, Aurelia, and Callista on the COD signature picks list.
Yeah.
So a lot of target banning going on from EG.
Ooh, Triss.
Ryoma has
Mid,
played a lot
yeah.
of Triss mid, but that would be a lot of AD carries in Sion. I don't think that
Maybe
would
the
be,
4
I
AD
don't think that
carries?
would be a good team comp.
What can you put top? Vayne top?
Yeah, 4 marksmen and Sion.
Okay,
Sion
the
goes jungle.
shy.
There you go, yeah. No, I think for CLG, they're not that late game focused so far either, which is not what their MO has been. It feels like as much. They've kind of flip-flopped between really early game focused drafts and really late game focused drafts. This will be a big tell in exactly how the rest of this comp is going to resolve. Because all you know right now is bot lane.
Tommy time.
Tommy time.
Big Tom.
Yeah.
Is I will dominate in there?
Tommy is Ryoma, yeah.
He's that's Dom's biggest favorite player of Academy. Oh, you know what? Hoon might have overtaken Tommy for Dom.
All right, so Gragas jungle or mid? And they may flex it depending on what Ryoma picks.
I'm really disappointed in the Cassante after all the hype about Dokla playing counter matchups, but it also just means they're playing through bot. They're just gonna they're gonna tank eye contact in the top lane with Cassante Sion. Gragas is supposed to be good into his ear as well.
I guess it's kind of a call out that Palafox isn't going to play it. Because right now, I think you're looking at a lot of. Oh, if they go Maokai, I thought I was going to say that they were going for a lot of like prio in mid and bot lane, and then you're trying to like scrap out or make dives happen and stuff. I guess you can still do that, but the Maokai doesn't seem to be the pick for that.
You do want a tanky jungle.
Yeah. Ooh.
Poopy.
Interesting.
Whoa. Okay.
All right, Inspired is an insane Poppy. He's played it before. He's super aggro. I want to see exactly what build he goes. It's probably just standard tank, but he's actually been quite good on it a few times.
1% pick rate so far in LCS this split. So definitely not the power level that it was last summer when Contract was also playing a ton of it. What are they going to round this out with? So they have 3 bruisers in Callista.
Yeah, okay.
4 bruisers.
Contract is going by, they're flexing the Gragas into mid.
Yeah.
Interesting.
For the easier matchup.
Yeah.
Which is good.
All right, I'm sensing a lot of bot lane deaths going one way or the other. There's no way this bot lane just like even farms through 15 minutes of the game.
Man, it's just, this is, either COG runs over them with like 4 bruisers or EG just wins team fights.
Yep.
All right, well, that's going to do it from us here at the Analysts. The LCS Lounge.
LCS
I
Lounge.
did it. I didn't do it. Let's go to the casters.
All right, at least I'm not the only one who's getting the name wrong all the time. It's difficult. It requires an adjustment period. But hey, we've got EG subbing in Ryoma. After yesterday, JoJo was not having the best time. Obviously, he ended up getting caught in some moments that, getting crit twice by Tryndamere at level 3 feels like bullshit, but at the same time, it's also a bunch of subsequent mistakes that ended up having consequences. Yeah. So they're saying, all right, JoJo's not in the best state right now. He's sick. Let's sub in Ryoma. Everybody's going to play remote, so we don't have, like, some guys here, some guys there. Yep. I'm excited to see if they can bounce back or if CLG is going to find some success with this game where, like they said in the lounge, we're going to have some blood in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, I think for CLG's comp, this is such a 180 from the kind of stuff that they have been playing. And they mentioned it in the lounge that it was, a team that has been playing a lot of scaling, a lot of late game. And this is basically a Callista 1v9 or nothing. Like, they really don't have a lot of fallback. Who is going to kill Poppy and Sion besides a Giga-fed Callista? You have absolutely no ability to do it. So it's so much focus on bot lane. I think both teams are going to have to, on one side, CLG is going to be like, all right, everything to get Luger ahead. And on the other side, it's going to be everything to keep Luger down. So it's going to be a really interesting one. When they were talking through picks and bans, and we saw that early Sion, I would have actually really loved Dokla to just lock GP. Because I think GP also gives them, some more ability to have that backline threat, to have some additional damage, some additional scaling. It's a good matchup in a Sion. And also, you look at bot lane, that is 2 low mobility marksmen that all of a sudden becomes super vulnerable anytime you're pushing because GP all gets dropped on your head. Yeah. They didn't elect to go that way. They didn't just go for more of a kind of a tank angle here. But I do think it leaves their composition extremely one-dimensional. So that is going to be the concern Sure, Gragas is going to go AP. Sure, there is some possibility of him, getting backline and kind of looking for those 100-0 plays.
Yep.
But as you get later on into the game, it becomes very, very difficult, especially with a lot of these kind of tanky marksman builds we've been seeing these days.
Speaking of tanky champions in League of Legends, I think there's so much ability for Inspired to impact these fights in such a heavy way because of the fact that every single champion on the enemy team has something that can be stopped by steadfast presence, which means there's always an opportunity for an outplay. There's always an opportunity for a deny, and his timing, I think, is going to have a lot to say about the way that skirmishes, team fights, everything.
I mean, it's actually super annoying playing Kalista against Poppy, because Poppy can legit flash on you in a fight and just press W, and we're seeing utilizing that barrier. This is how you play Ashe support. You play barrier, you play Hail of Blades, you just walk into them against an engaged support, and you start autoing.
Start blasting.
And you say, all right, hook me, sure. I'm going to trade out my barrier for a massive HP advantage. This is going to mean likely Luger uses all 3 potions now at level 1. I think that's going to be what we're going to see to try to get back up to high health. So it puts them in a really, really rough spot. But yeah, I mean, if Poppy just flashes on Kalista, you literally have to stand still and stop auto and just auto attack him in place or not auto attack at all. Because if you're hopping, you instantly get stunned and knocked up. Nice trade.
Yeah, Palafox getting some good trades on Ryoma. Again, JoJo not playing in today's game. They're bringing in the sub. So a lot of pressure going up against CLG here. This is an opponent that I think EG would be expected to beat.
Yeah.
As Inspired thinks about the potential of a Gankton here. Contracts is ready to stop him because they know that if you're EG, you want to dive this. You want to just try to crush these guys, make them miss out on this massive amount of minions about to collide. So Contracts' protection detail ends up paying lots of dividends down here.
Yeah, it is actually super important because they were both level 1 still. They had been so denied from the wave that was, I think, a pretty easy dive to pull off. If Contracts is not there, Inspired not able to react with a W in time, so it ends up being a pretty winning trade. But you can see, look at Luger. He's already used all 3 potions. He's still low. Sure, you got a Biscuit, but that's not going to bring you anywhere close to full.
Yeah.
Palafox here, though, has to be careful because that is Ryoma back from TP. So I think what Palafox is trying to do is actually trade out all his health for as much damage as he can get, then TP back.
Yeah.
Because now Ryoma's in a difficult spot. He did get a good trade there, but he's at about 40%, 50% HP. When Palafox comes back, that's like threatening lethal with a body slam flash, so it gets really spooky. Uh-oh.
Contracts jumps over the wall with a Vault Breaker, looking for the potential of a gank, but this time it was Inspired playing bodyguard. Both junglers reading that the other guy wants to help his bot lane.
No one's allowed to go top. That's not part of the map for junglers in this game.
I mean, it's Cassante versus Sion. Let's, I was going to say, let's be honest about it, but we spent the whole last game doing that. So I think that bot lane...
Enough honesty. Let's try lying.
Okay,
it's
top
really
lane matters
there.
a lot.
Yeah, if Sion is down 3 CS, and this is extremely concerning for EG.
You can heavily influence the outcome of the game by focusing on one of these 2 champions.
Oh, man. It's going to be a fun one. Both of those players, as I said, and as they talked about in draft, it's like, this is a Luger 1v9 or you lose, very likely. Unless they just get monstrously ahead, like comically ahead everywhere else. So everyone knows that. Everyone has to play around it. But FBI and Vulcan doing a really good job creating that advantage so far on that bottom side. If they haven't already gotten a plate, they're probably about to get one. Yeah, they already did knock off 1 plate from that bottom lane tower, so going to be in a good spot.
Ooh, Palafox versus Ryoma. We jump back down to bottom lane. Come on, I got to see what happened mid. Okay, Palafox is low, gets back underneath the turret. The dive in bottom is a first blood for the Varus. It'll be traded 1 for 1.
Okay.
FBI for Luger, but the money goes to Poom.
Exactly, that is so good for EG. Sure, both marksmen die. Sure, it is that trade, but it is the kill for the Nautilus. So when you actually look at the gold, it is now like about a 600 gold lead between those 2 marksmen here at 5 minutes. That is a really big deal when Luger has got to be ahead in this kind of a game. And his first buy is not going to really be that impressive. You're going to look over on the other side. It's Tier Dirk, which is kind of the dream type buy when you are playing these Poke Varus style of gameplay. It's going to be tough to deal with.
I mean, when you're buying items, especially as a tier champion, you're thinking about real power versus stacking up sooner for later. So getting to have that ideal power spike.
Get first blood and get both.
Along with stacking. Yeah, there's no reason to make the decision when you have enough money to get both options. Let's see how they did the dive here.
Yeah, so they're just setting up on Luger. They know Luger is super, super low. They wait. Notice they wait until Puma has basically used everything. Puma had already ignited. He already used his passive auto. He already used his E. So they don't pick up turret aggro until all those spells had been spent. And then they go in on Luger. They do get that kill. FBI, unfortunately, does go down after the flash. Thought he could maybe get out of there. Could not. But still, it is just the trade of sums and a massive, massive advantage here for EG. They've got to play with respect, though, to the fact that there's going to be continued jungle attention. When you're playing Ashe Varus, the only thing this lane wants to do is push and then poke him under tower, harass Luger every single time he's trying to pick up CS, especially those ranged minions where he has to step forward. So that is why Contrax is down there, and that's also why Ryoma cheated down towards bot lane to say, I'm covering them.
Yeah.
You can't gank them on this push because I can be there.
I mean, this bottom lane duo of the Ashe and the Varus, it is the definition of playing archers in a video game. If they get on top of you, you're screwed. But as long as you can maintain that range, you're exactly where you need to be. You're going to be able to drive the flow of things down here. You're going to be able to control what your opponents can do and where they can move. And Luger and Poom are not moving anywhere except around in a small circle near this turret right now.
Yeah, it gets tough. And also in these games, it becomes really important to play for vision in this river because both teams want that protection in that river. We saw, a little bit earlier on, there was a pink ward up here that was actually moved up and cleaned out by Contracts. We can see, Scuttle, pink ward. They have Ashe as well to try to track where that jungler is going to be. You've got to use those hawk shots effectively to know where Contracts could be. And one of the things that's really nice about Hawkshot is you don't always have to tag the jungler. You just kind of have to see where he isn't, right? So if you shoot it towards those topside camps, you see they're all available. You know he's got to be on that bottom side.
The dredge line from Poom hits Vulcan. They hurt him a little bit. Remember, because of the barrier, they don't just want to all in, try to kill that Ashe.
Yep.
So it is about half HP off of each support. 21 farm advantage for FBI's Varus over the Callista of Luger. These guys are in trouble for CLG.
Yeah, I mean, the barrier bait is very, very real if you overcommit there, and they might not have the exact timing on FBI's heal. That is going to be up here pretty soon. So they see no Vi in the area. They're feeling relatively safe. Gragas is missing from mid lanes. They always have to respect that. But again, Inspired is just going to ghost them. He's just going to be standing behind them here, trying to keep them safe. And it's just smart play from both sides. Everyone has got to play towards their win conditions down in bottom lane. Just the nice thing for EG is that EG has more of a fallback plan here.
Oh, and they chains these beautifully. It's Chains of Corruption into the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, the combined amount of stuns. You fire Chains of Corruption first so that FBI can charge up the Piercing Arrow the whole time, let it rip, guarantees the kill.
Well, and that my guess is that was also the Blighted Quiver. With the execute damage on your W, you activate that before that Q's coming in. Gives you so much damage there. Just really nicely played. EG's bottom lane, it's a clinic. They are stomping down here on this bottom side. It's been tons of attention from both sides junglers, but really to just push each other out. They haven't really interacted with the actual lanes themselves. So CLG just falling further and further behind. And after your support dies there, you can't actually stay around to click the farm. You just have to say, all right, I go back to base. So really, really rough. As we see Palafox looking for an alt angle, couldn't quite find it.
That is one exciting thing, I think, as we move forward into the game and see more larger skirmishes, both mid laners being able to use these displacement ults. But here's someday...
I was wondering what happened there because I heard the ult, and I looked up on the minimap, and he was already top lane, but he was low on mana. I'm like, he didn't come back from base, did he? So just really nicely layered CC.
The damage there, you saw the numbers pop up, a blue 92 and a red 188, so the Piercing Arrow did have the Blighted Quiver enchantment on it for the extra magic.
That sounds like a football play, I'm not gonna lie.
Blue 92, red 188, dive! Yeah. You just make the dive with there
you go.
With some football calls. Let's do that.
Perfect.
Sorry to the European viewers in the audience, it's not that football.
Yeah, it's hand egg.
Yeah, we gotta...
They have to translate.
Yeah.
For all the European viewers.
Well, anyway, it's translating into a nice lead for the side of Evil Geniuses here in the bottom lane, based on what they've been able to run here in this lane, here in this 2v2. Ghostblade done for Varus, going to give you extra mobility to deal with these situations, allow you to maintain that spacing as well if they do find the chance to engage on you. And CLG, it's tough right now, and it's not going to get any better anytime soon here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, they've just got to hope that they can find those plays. They can find those proactive plays. Utilize all their playmaking, all their engage. Oh no,
dude. He's
see you later.
Yeah, they're gonna wait on the poppy charge. They give FBI the money. It's just that easy.
Really well played. I like that Vulcan goes around the side. He shoots out the arrow from an area that he knows there's no vision, because that is the key part here. When you look, we'll have to maybe pause on that if there was gonna be a fight, but you look down to that bottom side, pink ward here, pink ward here. So those boxes were too big, but there's 2 pink wards there, I promise. So he went into that area that there was no vision, absolutely, and then shot the arrow from there. So there's no ability for Poom to really react, right? And I just think that's clever stuff. CLG gonna try to look. He does have body slam flash.
Okay, goes for the body slam, throws out the ulti. Vulcan with a step back, but now EG's ready to counter him. This is a slaughter. CLG is shut down constantly. Inspired taken low, but Ryoma's made his way into the bottom lane now too. Vulcan targeted by the depth charge of Poom as Ryoma continues to hold CLG at bay and get his team out.
Yeah, after that first kill, Palafox did find an angle and it was, I think, a 3-man body slam flash, but the problem is no one can follow up, right? So it's not going to really mean much. And that just felt like a bit of an overforce there from CLG. Some nice little movement from Vulcan, keeping himself safe, but not even forcing the flash off FBI, who is that real target, who has all the kills in the game right now for his team. So at the very least, they'll get a plate back, so Luger will scrape up some gold here, but he's down nearly 2,000 gold, and that is just so brutal. Ooh, shouldn't be a kill, but will at least delay that base and kill his tempo a little bit.
Helps a little. Hey, at this point in the game, you want anything you can get. Bot lane is hemorrhaging for the side of CLG. They really got to try to find something somewhere. So here's a look at how they tried to get the play on Vulcan and FBI.
Yeah, they had the early vision. Ghostblade gets popped, so Palafox says, all right, you're too far away. Early flash there to actually respond, and then backstep is just beautiful from Vulcan. Really nice anticipation on what's going to happen. And then look at how fast Inspired reacted to that. When I heard that flash, I thought it was actually going to be Contracts looking for a Q flash, but it's Inspired coming in from the side, just flash, slams him into the wall, locks him down, and they get that initial kill. And then there's that 3-man body slam flash we were talking about from Palafox. It's great, but no one can actually get through Ryoma because Luger cannot walk through this Azir. If you try to walk past him, he's just going to scoop you into the team. You get Poppy Slammed into the Azir, all stunned up, and you're dead. So bad kind of going to worse. It's another serrated Dirk there, picked up by FBI. They're not going to overpush. When they don't have coverage, they can't just walk up to the tower because there is potentially you could die. Poom is 6 and his ult's just about to be up again. Yeah. So they still got to play with some respect. There's lots of ways that you can throw a lead here from this position when you are playing, Varus Ashe. They are so squishy. So you got to play smart.
And the worst part about letting Varus and Ashe get ahead for your entire team is that as Ashe stacks up this ability haste, you can see Ionian Boots of Lucidity, Kindle Gem. She's getting that cooldown reduction that means the arrows just start flying out constantly.
And he's playing Ultimate Hunter, already has 3 stacks because he got those early kills. So even with rank 1 ulti and not that much completed, he's at 52 seconds as the cooldown on that Ashe ult. So every 2 waves, you can throw him out, right? And it's fine at that point to be throwing them out, even sometimes just for tempo. You ruin his tempo by stopping a base after, Luger actually picked up a plate. He just throws the ult out at him. He's got to cancel his base. He's got to walk back. That gave up even more damage there on the turret. So going to be more hawk shots, more arrows. Going to be very, very frustrating for them to play against as long as these guys can position well. And when you get to the 5v5, it's going to be about coming from creative angles for CLG because they can't just walk through what is going to be a brick wall of Sion and Poppy plus the Azir soldiers. Like, you've got to be coming from different angles or it's going to be almost impossible, I think, to team fight into this.
And I'm going to be looking for angles specifically from Palafox here on the Gragas. Break up the defensive formation of Evil Geniuses. Make it so you can knock one of these archers in the front line to a more vulnerable spot. Inspired wants to yeet him away, but it's still going to be a Drake for the side of CLG. It will be a sacrificial jungler. They cannot kill the support as well because CLG does have Kalista, so Luger can save Poom. But it'll be the Drake traded away for a single kill. You can see total gold on the left side of your screen. It's still all EG, FBI way out ahead of everybody else. And now we'll see what they can get with the death onto contracts. No, FBI may have been caught here. Dokla's gonna knock him back.
Luger.
That is a massive punish right there. Huge money in Luger's pocket.
And that is so important because now he has the mythic completed with that gold. That makes him relevant. At least FBI didn't waste subs. He just realizes no one's around me. There's no way I'm getting out of this. Just take the L, take the death. But it's not even just going to be the kill. It's actually going to be the Herald. So that is really a costly one. You can't be pushed up without full vision, without people behind you, because you will be punished in those spots. So FBI gives over a very costly shutdown to the worst player to give it to, and they lose Herald as well. That is a 1K plus swing. When you're thinking of 400 gold shutdown, the kill from that, plus the assist gold, plus the Herald gold, and the potential of knocking down a turret, that's a big deal. That's actually more than 1K, I would say, on that swing.
Big stuff for CLG to keep themselves alive in this game, not fall further behind the pressure that EG has built through this bottom lane and through this Varus Ashe duo. Palafox just trying to clear the wave so the Azir and the Ashe can't force down the turret. Unfortunately, it's a cannon wave. Gragas is great at clearing away a large amount of small targets, but the cannon gets there with enough HP for Ryoma and Vulcan to force it
down. And Gragas has literally 0 AP, right? You look at his buys. He's going towards Roa and stuff, but he has no AP components. He's got Tear, he's got Catalyst, he's got, tier 2 boots. So not a lot of oomph behind those combos just yet, but he does now finally pick up that Roa, so we'll be scaling up, getting some AP behind him. Ryoma, though, in a decent spot. You know, nothing too crazy, but has pretty good farm here. Is on his Mythic, does have his tier 2 boots. And that is going to be the difficulty, is that you can't, in the team fights, even if FBI is the super fed one, you can't completely ignore the Azir. Because if Azir is just free hitting, it's so tough. And when you're playing a champion like Kalista, that is one of those kind of medium to short range ADs, it can be really hard to team fight into an Azir, because you step forward to auto attack, and you just get Q autoed by the Azir, who has hundreds more range than you do.
And this top side is not long for the world as EG rotates more players up there. They'll take out the tier 1, get that gold lead back up to over 2,000 gold. FBI is in charge of clearing out waves here in mid. Luger and Poom just trying to get that one shoved up. They're happy to be out from underneath their turret. Poom looking to see if maybe there's an opportunity for anything there with a Hex Flash. Maybe FBI just stepped up too far forward, but not the case. Palafox trying to clear out the tier 1 here in bottom. But as soon as you hear that Scion ulti noise, you can expect something to come down towards you, since this is the only spot where there is no defense currently for EG. So Someday can block that one out. Vulcan and FBI just trying to keep these guys away, but Palafox looks for it, finds the knock onto Vulcan, but FBI ends up only being knocked to safety. The Herald is summoned. That'll take out the tier 1 turret of EG here in the mid lane. CLG doesn't get any kills, but they're at least trying to keep pace with the objectives.
Yep, they do get that tower down. That is big. That is that kind of second part of that earlier kill on FBI. That was the reward for CLG. So feeling really good that they could actually execute on that and grab that up for themselves. We'll see how close FBI is to his second item, because that is going to be a very big fight. He's got 1,400 gold in pocket. He already has the serrated dirk plus the longsword, so he is very much so closing in on a Mythic if he wants to go for that second. And he's going to be really, really strong for this next Dragon fight, which I would like to see EG continually play towards. I think as long as you can establish vision control in that area, you know, get these kind of front-to-back style team fights, it's so hard for CLG to win. And I think that the Dragon is kind of that best spot to do it, as long as you've done your due diligence, cleared out wards, and established vision control prior.
And you can see the Eclipse for FBI. There's that Mythic you're talking about. Immediate engage from Contracts on Vulcan. Gets both summoner spells out of the Ash with 50 seconds to go until the Drake spawns. So that means Vulcan must be incredibly careful in the upcoming fight.
And this is that downside of when you play these kind of marksman supports. They're so squishy, they don't really have a lot of safe ways. Honestly, he should have been checking the brush with his W instead of looking for the sweeper. But I think feeling a little bit too careful, a little bit too confident. Didn't think he needed to worry about it. Ends up having to lose both his summoners there. You either need a buddy with you to clear it first, you know, have Inspired walking ahead of you, or you have to wait for your volley cooldown and clear every single brush with volley, or that's going to happen.
255 stacks on the tier of FBI, so that's about 2/3 of the way charged towards the Muramana. That'll be another big power spike after that Mythic got purchased. That's what I was commenting on before we saw the jump out of the brush from Contracts. It is an Eclipse, so it's not that maximum flat lethality Prowler's Claw type of build to blow up the squishies with a single arrow. Instead, it will be a little bit better, piercing through some of the tankier targets. Inspired gonna walk forward. That's what you're talking about. Have the tank face check things while everybody else can stay at a safe distance. Palafox is here on a flank. They're gonna go ahead and bring Ryoma down with the teleport. Someday's already here grouped up with the team. Contracts can't approach as Someday channels the decimating smash. Palafox now gonna enter from the right side. CLG, the remaining 4 players, trying to approach as a unit, but again, Someday's zoning everybody away.
Oh, nice buffer.
Nice use of the buffer there, coming out from Dokla as they go over the wall, and now they're gonna look for Ryoma, but he shuffles Contracts back. The junglers are fighting it out, but Poom is now the target. He's gonna be pulled to safety by Luger. Inspired is stuck in the pit, and now Dokla's the one with no way out. He tries to get away. He blast cones. He lives somehow, and that means EG still has to chase him down. But they've got control over the Drake. They've got control over the health bars. They won the fight, even though, there it is. Ryoma finally picks off the kill.
Yeah, Ryoma able to get that kill, so nicely done by him. It does cost him his flash, still worth that trip from Dokla. But at the end of the day, it is the Dragon, it is the kills going EG's way, and they are just getting further ahead here, feeling really good about their position in this game. We saw that engage from Contracts, but he ends up kind of following Rayoma over the wall and just gets scooped back into the ADs, and his fight is basically over from the word go.
Yeah, it's kind of the problem with Vi's ulti being so telegraphed against another champion that has movement abilities.
Yeah.
You can reposition Vi where you need her to be for your allies to then turn around and attack her back.
Yeah, once she presses that button, she's coming. There's no bailing out of it. So they're playing this out nicely. You can see Sion's kind of playing this wall. And I like that both the marksmen are back here. They know that they are the primo targets to get engaged on. The initial ult was great there from Palafox to scoop in Ryoma, but unfortunately the ulti came through too late from Vi to follow up. Then he gets scooped over the wall. And again, it's so hard to get through to Vulcan and FBI. The position was the biggest thing about this fight for EG. You know, having that front line between you and having the Azir between you and those carries means that there's no way for Luger to ever get there and follow up on any sort of a realistic play on the Varus or the Ashe, and that is a winning scenario for them.
And it was Ryoma topping the charts, topping the damage meters in that last one, being able to have so much firing time on so many of those different champions. 3.3 thousand gold, the lead for EG over CLG.
And you can see Luger got 200 damage then. He just couldn't even enter the fight.
Yeah.
He was struggling to actually get in range to actually have any sort of effect. And he is their only real consistent damage. They have some burst with the K'Sante, the Vi, the Gragas. But as far as people who have got to work through this front line, it's really only him. It's hard to imagine a world in which, you know, an AP Gragas kills off a Sion in a team fight.
CLG invading the top side jungle of EG right now. Mostly just covering for Palafox, seeing if they can steal away a camp or two in the process. They'll grab that tier 1 turret in the top lane, retreat back. Still trying to keep the gold as close as they can.
Yep.
Dokla's the last straggler away from the area, and EG knows they can't really try to pick the K'Sante. It doesn't work out too well in a lot of situations. Black Cleaver completed for Vulcan's Ashe is going to help a lot for some armor shred to make it even easier for FBI to kill these guys. It is one thing about having both a top laner and a jungler that don't really build Black Cleaver. They both just want to be pure tanks. If somebody else can get it, then great, and Ashe built the role.
And the components are a lot better than when you're going for Mandate. So that's kind of one of the reasons I think a lot of people have stopped just rushing Mandate. But Dokla, he's probably dead. He's caught up. That's a lot of CC, man.
That thing that I said about it's normally not good to go for the K'Sante pick, well, that's
out.
It worked out.
Yeah, when you're that far ahead, he is not that tanky. But, you know, great components in the Black Cleaver, so a lot of CDR now. Let's see, what is that ultimate cooldown? 45 seconds at this point.
Yeah, that's
4 to 5
that's
of the
obnoxious.
Yep.
And it's not even level 2. He's still only level 9.
When he hits 11 and gets a kill or an assist on Palafox, and he has that 5/5 Ultimate Hunter plus level 11, that's where it hits that mark where it's like, basically every single wave, Ashe can look for an ult. And it's such a low cost to be able to throw that out. Because it's no risk, right? That's a great thing about engage tools like Ashe Arrow, is you can be 2 screens away, throw that out, you don't hit, no problem. Just 30 seconds.
We'll try again a little bit later. See you then. But the problem for CLG just continues to be, like you're saying, they can't get through these front lines. They can't get any sort of opportunity to go after these archers in the back. Vulcan is 0-0-6, FBI 5-2-1. They managed to find him twice. He is the only one on EG to have suffered a death so far. One of them was getting caught out there in mid lane, way back when. And honestly, CLG is going to have to do a lot better job finding him because the gold lead does keep climbing.
Yep, they have to find a TP flank angle or, you know, one of those kind of undercover plays where you get back in a brush in the enemy jungle before the dragon spawns, you come from a weird angle. Because, you know, as I highlighted in that previous dragon fight, if FBI and Vulcan are positioning like that, where it's basically like a 3-tier kind of setup, where they have Sion and Poppy in the front, Azir kind of in the middle, and then Ashe and Varus are behind you, the only way you ever get to the Ashe and the Varus is by coming from behind, coming from the side, coming from somewhere unexpected. And that's really what Palafox has to do, because you just can't get through Poppy and Sidons. It's straight up impossible, you know, playing at this level for them to get through without getting Ashe arrowed or stunned by the Sion or stunned by, you know, Varus ult or whatever. So we'll have to see if they can execute. You know, CLG drafted themselves a comp that can have a lot of explosive power and can run over a game if they get ahead and find those angles. But if you don't, you start to look very, very useless.
And right now, there's a lot of problems for CLG trying to get that done. The Muramana completed for the Varus. The stopwatch in the pocket of Ryoma, who has 2 fully completed items. Anathema's chains on Inspired's Poppy makes it so much easier to apply CC to a selected target. And I'm gonna guess it's probably Luger.
Yep, it's Luger. It's absolutely Luger. It's a one-threat comp, right? So the only person who can hurt Poppy is going to be that Kalista, and that is why Anathema's Genes is just a brilliant buy, because it is about the tenacity, but it's also he's taking 30% less damage straight up from the Kalista, so that is incredibly effective when there's not multiple people you have to worry about. EG can be able to grab another dragon here for themselves.
Soul point.
Is Cloud Soul, which is honestly not that great for what their composition is wanting to do, but move speed is always valuable to be able to kind of kite out of a fight, try to avoid the engage, and then chase down afterwards. It's always going to have a lot of power. Just when you are playing poke, for me, I'm always hoping that I get something like Mountain Soul to actually survive the dive, or Infernal Soul to actually enhance my poke. Those are the two that I always
Hex
want.
Soul
It's gonna come.
helps you poke a little too.
Hex Soul definitely not bad either.
All right, well, we're at the point where the Baron dance is going to be the focus for the next 4.5 minutes or so. There's no Drake until then. There's not really a whole lot else on the map to play for. You can see Ryoma trying to shove up here in the bottom lane, put a little bit of pressure onto the tier 2, but CLG has Dokla down here defending this one. EG is just going to take whatever they can, drop those wards as they go, as they leave. Just make it more dangerous for CLG to move forward. Slow down their ability to progress through their own half of the map and contest more neutral territory.
Yeah, and they're doing a really good job of trying to set up, on the sides that they want to push. They obviously, wanted to look for aggressive moves towards this side of the map, try to move up towards those tier 2s. So they kind of established this little triangle of vision there to try to keep Ryoma safe as he was moving up. They also had FBI and Vulcan playing behind him in case there was any sort of a collapse. So I think EG has been playing a really strong macro game thus far. Have really played to not only their win conditions, but denying what their opponent's win conditions were, with Poppy hovering his bot lane almost the entire lane phase.
Exactly. As long as they can't interrupt the status quo of Varus and Ashe keeping you under the turret, then things are going to go great. Poppy did a great job there. Inspired always being ready. My mind immediately snaps back to the time where it looked like CLG should have got the kill, and then Flash over the wall, just slam him in there. It's Vi's nightmare. It's Poppy's dream. It's just a bad time for CLG right now. They've got to find these angles. They got to find their way around. I sound like a broken record. I've been repeating it, but it's still the same story of the game. Until something happens and they can find one of these angles, EG's just going to keep on cruising.
Yep. EG are just having to rinse and repeat what they're looking for. They're going to try to find an engage here. Can they find the angle for the Ashe Arrow?
Ashe Arrow comes out. Flash away from Contracts, but it means Poom is the one getting caught now. He gets shuffled back into EG. Baron Nautilus down. That's your Baron green light.
Yep, Dokla's bot, so at the very least they want the TP. Dokla must TP here. When he does, they can pull off, or they can elect to actually go for it. So they got the TP, so now it's decision time. Do EG actually stick on the Baron, or are they just going to pull off?
They seem to be keeping with it at a slow pace. Someday goes in first, and you got Contracts into the back, but he's all alone. Vi takes a one-way ticket to hell, and FBI's the one making sure he gets there. CLG tries to fight him, but EG has not only fought back, they maintained aggro the entire time. They'll take the Baron and see what they can get away with. Palafox wants to pick up one after it. Inspired denies it, and there goes the Tommy gun, baby.
Ryoma picking up another one, and FBI moving to 7 kills on the game. So well executed by EG around the Baron. They find the angle, they get the kills, and then on the re-engage, CLG has to try something. But again, just watch Luger, watch the Kalista in this fight. How does he get to the backline? How do you walk past Someday? Someday is just playing bodyguard. There's no shot you can walk into melee range of this Scion and try to walk past him and get up onto the carries. You just can't participate in the fight. And that is the eternal struggle of these style of compositions. When you play one threat, the frontliners have such an easy job of marking the one guy, and then here it is, rejection over the wall. The E had been used, the Q had been used, so Ryoma low health, but he knows there's no spells to actually take him down, so he goes over the wall, finishes him off, and you can see, again, another fight where Luger just cannot participate. He's getting nothing done. You're getting heavily outdamaged by the support Ashe, and FBI and Ryoma, they're having a great time, so this could be the last hurrah here. We'll see.
Okay, CLG wants to send it, but man, Azir's Sundisk is so good. These sorts of situations, playing against Azir versus any other champion in the game is very different because of the Sundisk, because of the ability to guarantee that you have that forward operating base, and they can't just run it.
Absolutely, it becomes so tough. CLG are still here, though. They're going to look for a fight. They know this game is falling completely out of reach, but Ryoma doing a good job marking them. Just put up the wall of soldiers, and here comes Sion.
Someday makes sure that he cuts through CLG and puts himself between Luger and any valuable targets. EG's just saying, all right, if you guys want to be behind us, your next is in front. What is going on? I'm having flashbacks to Worlds from a couple years ago and Huang Feng in the base with the Jin, but instead it's CLG going in with Palafox. They're looking for some of the kills that they might actually need. FBI's already killed Luger. Yes, Vulcan will drop, but CLG needs to get more. The shutdown on FBI. Dokla is going big, but can he go all the way? They need to take out Ryoma, but they haven't quite found him yet. Poom needs the last bit of damage, and he'll finally find it as Inspired and Someday stand versus Contracts and Poom. Palafox working to rejoin the fight, but Contracts and Poom can't keep him around long enough. Now they'll make their way down to the Drake because Soul for EG is alive. Poom gonna separate himself there with a blast cone. Inspired and Someday still trying to beat down Contracts. Palafox joined up. Inspired just beats Contracts over the head with the hammer, and now he's over the wall with the flash. Now they want Poom too. 2v3.
Where's your damage, CLG?
Geniuses are just smacking him around. The minions killed him.
They got no damage. If Luger's not there, they don't care. It's a 3v2. The mid laner is back. You're like, surely you got to get out of there. They're like, nope, no one could hurt us. Not going to be doing anything as long as Luger is not there. So Inspired and Someday just stand and fight their way out of that 2v3. It's the best look that CLG have gotten because they really did get to attack from multiple sides. They got back onto those backliners, took them down, killed off all the carries, but it is Soul for EG. It is an inhibitor tower down, and it is Vulcan and FBI hunting for Luger, who has no cleanse. Oh, okay, you got it.
That was way close. Yeah. That was way close. But yeah, man, CLG, they had a decent fight there. Probably the best fight we saw out of them all game because they actually got to Vulcan, they got to FBI, but they lost Luger early on in the process. Here's another look.
Yep, so this is just a really aggressive look here. I like how Poom moves around the side, so now they're coming from multiple angles. They throw out the Ash Arrow, but at the same time, Palafox finds a body slam flash, beautifully done on multiple carries. It's 3 people as well with the ulti. I think he hit Ryoma, Vulcan, and FBI, so could not have been better there from Palafox on the engage. And then Chaos is just breaking out as Dokla is in the backline. Poom comes in to try to finish off Ryoma out of that zone, is able to do it. But the problem remains, when your carries fall, you've just got no damage to ever threaten that front line. So Soul is now complete. They can start moving their line of vision up towards that top side and look to play for this Baron.
CLG got the angle they needed because their opponents were in their base. Unfortunately, if that is the requirement to get a playable team fight, the game looks doomed.
Absolutely. And up next, Bjergsen is actually going to pass for the #1 games all-time played in LCS. Pretty incredible stuff. Has been around for a long time. And 100 Thieves looking to get an important win, but we'll see if EG can clean this one up because they want to stay ahead in those standings, want to keep their chances alive for a top 2 seed.
It's a big deal, but they got to get through CLG first, finish wrapping up what has been a very dominant game so far. Someday still on the front line. Someday still doing such a good job at providing distance. The Ash Arrow comes out. Vulcan finds Poom, but the distance wasn't quite enough to get a long enough stun. He was pretty close overall, so they don't lock him down long enough to guarantee they can get the follow-up kill. Palafox wants the flank angle here. Coming around, but everybody else is disengaged. Contract goes in alone. Now getting himself back out with his flash. Someday's ready for the re-engage. Poom and Dokla could be the targets. Poom wants to find the depth charge. He's pulled to safety by Luger. Can they get the kill they need on the FBI? He's protected for now. CLG looking to bury the 80 carry, and they got him. But at what price? They've lost Contracts and Dokla, but they killed FBI. Luger's still alive, but EG are a man ahead and 8,000 gold up.
It was a great set of plays there from CLG to actually get on to FBI and get that kill. Multiple members kind of combining their CC to be able to get it. But again, that's the problem. They're not fighting against a one-threat team. They are playing that with the Glista. But when you are ignoring Ryoma, he is going to get more than enough done. He is 4-1-4, has 3.5 items, and CLG know that this Baron is getting taken, but they've got no jungler. And they've really got no hope of taking it away. Palafox was going to try to look. And AP Gragas if they're not marking you, can try with a barrel plus ulti combo over the wall to get a steal. But as soon as they mark you, there's just no way in. So EG will guarantee it.
Look, man, if I'm worried about Gragas stealing the Baron away, I just look at his head. If he's not wearing a hat, I don't care. My smite's gonna beat him. And Palafox has a very defensive build. It's a Zonia's, it's an Archangel's into a Seraph, it's a Roa. You can see the need for the large rod. Now looking to maybe get some more damage.
Half a hat
keeps going, but half a hat's not a hat. Half
True,
a
it'll
hat's
fall
a
off your head. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. You'll just look like a fool.
All right, here it is one more time. I love the initial engage. Great bodyguarding again. Watch Inspired. He continues to mark contracts throughout this fight. He's playing over in this area to really cover. But then this ulti from Palafox is just great. They have the ulti coming through. They are from Poom, and then the ulti to follow it up from Palafox into the ulti from Contracts. So really clever plays there, even using the Kalista ult to keep the Nautilus alive after he kind of goes really deep to get the initial engage down on the FBI. But again, it's all that to kill off the one guy who I don't even think he's the strongest anymore at this point. Like, it's Poke Varus. He is really important because he has a lot of items. But this is kind of Azir's time to shine. We're at 36 minutes, so you got him, but at what cost?
All right, CLG, it's going to need to be a pretty crazy defense here to hold on against a 10,000 gold lead. Baron up, Evil Geniuses. Remember, Vulcan can always go fishing for these ultis if EG decide they want to fight. Palafox will always look for the flank. Contracts knows he needs to ult one of these valuable targets. Is it Azir? Is it Varus? Has to be one of them.
Look at all the damage he did to him.
Sunday,
wow.
I think Sunday hurts himself. Or not Sunday, Contracts hurts himself when he attacks Sunday.
Yeah, I think if Sunday goes AFK, Contracts will lose the 1v1 to a Thornmail. I'm with you on that one.
It's unlucky.
It is unlucky. It happens, man. But they couldn't hold top, and that's where everyone was. And mid lane has already been prepped up here by Sunday, so EG will continue the march forward here. CLG are going to try to have to pick their moment, find that miracle engagement. Now there's an Edge of Night on FBI, so you can't even look for that downtown Nautilus ult to set it up.
Poom and Dokla both losing half HP as they try to defend their second inhibitor. Third inhibitor now under fire. Poom had to be saved by Luger already. CLG trying to make their defense. They go in with Contract's ulti, but he's killed instantly. Poom barely holding on through a shield. Dokla's next and alone in the middle of 4. Nobody on EG is down. Ryoma goes in, but he will not find the Emperor's Divide on any target. CLG's remaining 2 players stay alive only because of the fountain, and all 5 EG guys are ready to push the final Nexus turret. As the first one falls, EG have stuck CLG back into their fountain. They will not allow them to leave. They won't allow them to get anything else. They're still trying to pad the stats. Chains of Corruption flies out. Gragas gets interrupted.
It's a slaughter.
And Evil Geniuses get their 10th win of spring.
EG getting another big win. This one remote. Ryoma stepping in. It was Tommy time.
It was Tommy time.
It was
baby.
Tommy time today. Ryoma playing really well here on the Azir. But this game was just so much about the bottom lane here on both sides. FBI and Vulcan playing really well in the 2v2. Inspired always there to cover when they needed it. And I just think EG really understood the only ways that CLG could win, and they played so well to deny the potential win conditions that their opponents had. Right? They just shut them down from the word go. It had to be a Kalista 1v9 style game. No one else could ever threaten those tanks, and there was never a point in the game where Luger was far enough ahead that he could do it himself. Like, he just wasn't able to enter the fights. He wasn't really able to make it happen. And I think that CLG really drafted themselves a very difficult comp to play.
Yeah, when you're stuck with the one win condition team and you're stuck in a spot where they have to play a losing lane, man, what are you supposed to do with this? Evil Geniuses, man. Yes, we got the Tommy crew here. Let's go. I love seeing it, but it's one of those things where, you know, the draft is tough. It's always going to be hard to play those situations. But hey, with that game all wrapped up, reminder that we're officially live with tickets for the LCS Spring Final in Raleigh, North Carolina on April 8th and April 9th. You can head to Ticketmaster.com right now to claim your spot. Remember, last year we finally got to have these road shows back again.
They are so
Houston
fun, man.
and Chicago. People had a great time going to them. Got some of the best reviews of any of the road shows we've ever had. We're back and we're ready to kick ass. So hopefully we hope to see you right there with us. Up next is Dig versus 100. The latest episode of Duos from the Turkish Stars from both teams is also out. Check it out.
Don't miss it.
Kardeşim ne haber ya? Ne yapıyorsun? Niye geç kaldın ya? Trafik vardı ya.
In Turkey,
after me and Closer joining our powers together, we won summer season, made a really epic comeback with so many crowd. It was really best day of my life. We felt like we did something really hard and we were really proud about it.
It's really up to you as a player what you want to accomplish. I wanted to do more, even though we would be on top of, like we would keep winning probably in Turkey years and years, but I wanted to face more challenges.
It's good actually. I didn't drink tea for a while. I used to drink it a lot.
Yeah, me too. We usually don't drink it often, but it's nice to have it.
Yeah.
Brings us closer to home.
Yeah. Do you remember the time that we met?
I actually don't remember. What was it?
I mean, you were our team actually. You were my jungle in the solo queue in
Okay.
E-West. I think we were flaming each other.
Who flamed first? You flamed first,
Maybe
probably.
me, I don't remember.
You're toxic, bro.
You were a bit toxic as well.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Me and Closer met around 5, 6, 7 years ago. We both played in the same Turkish league. Our houses were really close to each other. The team members of the teams, they were close to each other, so I had to meet Closer. After meeting him, we liked each other and we became friends. In TCL, we would also play 2 games per week, and after a rough week, we would just go shisha together, me and Closer.
I was looking for new players to play with, like kind of pair up and create a strong team together. And I think we were both on the same page. We wanted to win TCL, so we decided to join a team together, and that team happened to be Royal Youth. Supermassive was always kind of the team to beat for us. We wanted to beat them, and we had the opportunity to beat them in the finals, summer splits. I remember game 4, we are like 10k gold down.
Yeah.
And then in the game we are like, yeah, like let's try something, you know? I think we went to like Nesh and then called some people there. Even to this day, it's like 4 years ago now, and I still remember like, wow, this game is like really lost. We just didn't want to give up. We made a crazy comeback play.
We knew we are going ahead in the last game with a mental advantage. Me and Closer actually played fully together, like early game, mid game. I remember breaking some angles at top lane.
We didn't have any accomplishments, so it was the best day of our lives.
With such a comeback, with such a crowd, everyone went so crazy. It was just so epic moment in my life. I will always remember that day.
Herkese çok teşekkür ederim. Beni desteklediğiniz için. Ondan sonra da MVP olmayı bekliyor muydum, beklemiyordum. Amacım ve hayalim Worlds'e gitmekti. Başka bir ülkeye gidip orada oynamak istiyordum yani.
After winning Turkish League with Closer, we went Worlds. Closer also did really good plays with Kiana, Lee Sin, as I remember. Then they picked him out. He was gone. Then I felt like I left it behind. That he left me behind. I was happy for you, but I was angry about myself because we won the championship together and I was not good enough to be picked enough, and you were, which is congratulations. I mean, that motivated me to next year to do my best, and
Yeah.
I did, so thanks.
I mean, I thought we both can go that split. Like we will both get offers, but I was the lucky one, I guess.
No, I disagree. I think I was not ready.
You were not ready?
I was not ready, yeah.
So did you think the time, it was good for you to wait a bit?
Yeah, actually it was.
Yeah. I was like very young to understand what I'm giving up and what I'm sacrificing. It's like 13-hour flights, very far from your family and completely different culture. I didn't really understand, or I didn't know what to expect. So the reality kind of hit when I first landed. I just don't know anything. My English wasn't that good. I saw that everyone in the social media talking that 9th place team, 10th place team, who is this guy? Like, why would they import this guy from this region? Even though there was a lot of noise, I didn't care.
I mean, when you left to LCS, I actually didn't expect anything from you or anything. I didn't expect you to fail, but I didn't expect you to be successful. But I was hoping that you will be successful, you know?
Yeah. When I first came, it was like, I'm losing a lot, you know, so it wasn't easy at the beginning, but I knew we would both do well. We knew we have to play well in the World Championship to get recognized by our other team. First, I got an opportunity to go to a different league, but he didn't. I kind of felt bad for him, but I knew that he's a good player and he will eventually get the opportunity as well. He spent 1 more year playing. I watched their finals and I watched how he played at Worlds, and I knew that he's gonna get an offer, he's gonna get the opportunity himself as well. So I was happy for him.
I felt ready to go to bigger regions. It was a bit scary because it's completely new country, new environment, new team. First 2-3 months was painful. I felt a bit depression about being alone, and Berlin weather actually sucks. So it's probably affected it too. Before deciding the factor that I'm going to Europe, I was thinking that I could live happy life in Turkey, being a good streamer plus playing in the TCL, and competition is not high, so I could chill a bit too. But I decided to take the risky move.
Oh, the flash, the immediate ult. Look at the damage coming out. The two-time TCL champion and the new era of European League of Legends. And they're knocking at your door. Let them knock some more.
For me, in the start, it wasn't easy, but you won in your first split.
Yeah.
Beast.
I was not expecting that either.
Snipes comes in and Closer is ready to engage. This is how it's done. The kick back in, and Varus is helpless. The LCS championship is going to be home to a new team. And Closer, you can throw in 3 bans. He's just better.
I think we won the same day.
Yeah. I mean, you were behind 11 hours because of the time zone, I guess.
I saw in the morning when I wake up, you won.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, this is gonna be a good day for Turkish community.
2021 was a Turkish peak. Me and Closer's success affected Turkish players to go higher. They probably think, oh, we can also do that because We already played against them. We know how were they. Like, we are at reachable level.
I'm sure it ignites the fire in them as well to believe that, like, even though we are so far away from our country, from our region, from our league, you can still be successful even though, like, people doubted you. It's like, it's right there. There's more opportunities for them. So I'm really happy that how, like, everything is going. Like,
yeah, definitely.
I get some, like, young guys message sometimes, you know, like the fans, they're trying to be like us, so.
That's happy to see, yeah. We actually achieved something important.
Yes, yes, yes. I'm very happy that we are good examples, you know?
Yeah.
The sacrifices I make is like, that's what I have to do. So obviously it sucks. Like, I miss my friends, I miss my family, but I want to accomplish my dreams. So when I'm done with my career, I don't want to be regretting any moment. I want to give my fullest all the time.
I took off in the dead of night, but before I did,
I came to NA.
Yeah.
And it's been a rough start, like 0 win, 9 lose.
So far.
So do you have anything to advise to new players like me in LCS?
I mean, we are rivals now, so I cannot give you some good advice, but I think the next time we play, I'll make sure that Zero stays hopefully. I mean, even though we are really close friends, you never want to lose to your friends, so I gave him a nice welcome gift when we first played.
Closer still threatening the dive going forward. Tenacity just continuing to march at Dig. They can't get away. Double it just pops all of them. Jump team. 100 Thieves managed to just steamroll Dignitas.
We are competitors. We both want to win for our team, for ourselves, you know. So competition will be always there for us.
here it come now, here it come now, here it is, the hardest cut.
Today, Bjergsen will be playing his 598th LCS game. Once he loads in, he'll be passing Aframu for the most LCS games of all time. And milestones are a big deal. Bjergsen has been in the LCS for 10 years, and he already leads the league in a number of categories. Most MVPs with 4, most wins with 380, most kills with 2,329. He's also won the LCS 6 times. He is the greatest LCS player of all time. But passing this milestone comes at a strange time in Bjergsen's career. Bjergsen, the player, made his first 8 LCS finals, yet the last time he won a title was 915 days ago in the summer split of 2020. The last game he won internationally was 1,973 days ago in 2017. But let's turn our attention to right now. 100 Thieves is 6-8 with just 4 games left. They need to win 3 of their final 4 games to get to 9-9. In 19 LCS splits as a player or coach, Bjergsen has never had a win rate below 50%, and he has always made the postseason. Bjergsen has also never been this low in the standings, this late into a split. Before the year, this would have been looked at as a run-of-the-mill Week 7 game against Dignitas. Now, it is a must-win for Bjergsen to stay alive in the spring split. It's also yet another matchup against his longtime rival Jensen, who he has 62 career games against, the most he has from any other LCS players. And with their record against each other at 31-31, somehow it makes it a little bit more interesting. So as rough as this year has been, and as great as Bjergsen's career has been, with yet another accomplishment being added today, he needs this next game, his record 598th LCS game, to be a win. Let's get into it.
Damn, that's some heavy history.
We're all tied up.
Paired with stakes on the line as well. But welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's your boy Rafa and Kobe. We're going to be casting the last 2 games of the day. We have a little surprise for Game 5, but no spoilers yet. We got to address this game right now.
Don't spoil the surprise. Okay, this game actually pretty hyped up, considering both of these teams are coming in off of wins, and you can't say that very often about Dignitas especially. Both these 2 teams have had a lot to deal with this split and have fought back only just recently, just in time for playoffs for 100 Thieves side. And so 100 Thieves, they put in the work yesterday. They're trying to put together this miracle run to get themselves into playoff contention. And if they're going to do that, they definitely have to take care of business today versus Jensen, versus Dignitas, who are coming off of a win.
Yeah, and considering 100 Thieves' strength of schedule for going into our last Super Week next week, this is one of the few games where you look at it and you say, this has to be a must-win. You cannot count on any of the other future matches. This has to be the one win, especially considering that Dignitas is already out of contentions for playoffs at this point. But don't let that be what trips you up as 100 Thieves, because Dignitas will still play to win, and they will still want to play spoiler.
I think especially Tomo has been a great addition to the Dignitas lineup. He had some big team fights later in the game for their game last night, even though his lane phase was a little bit rough. Going against Double F, definitely no small task in the lane phase as well, and they're going to ban away his favorite champion of this split, his most played by far, 100 Thieves. Weighted blanket, their comfort, the Zeri. The Zeri is taken away immediately, and the Caitlyn is short to follow. Double F is also one of the premier LCS players, best at all of the even nuanced little Caitlyn mechanics, weaving in every little headshot.
100 Thieves side, taking away that Elise from Santorin. No early jungle pressure and lethality for looking on some of those early turret dives. You can always set that up to snowball bot lane. I mean, we've seen how perennial it has been to set up bot lane snowballs for success, as it seems like draft is going to disappear a bit. We might have to do a little reset here, Mr. Kobe.
I'm going to do some research. Who was it? Who messed it up? There's a lot of all chat going on. This is gonna take a while. We're gonna have to get a private investigator.
Is there a Sherlock Holmes in the building?
Nuke Duck too powerful is what Closer is saying. So Closer here, I think, is directly attributing his strong performance yesterday to the coaching change. This is all the evidence that I need. Nuke Duck immediately came in and told him, have you tried smurfing on them?
Guys,
and then he did.
Just click your buttons harder next time, you know, make sure that the inputs go through. I actually was catching up with Tenacity before the match today. We were just kind of going back and forth about how we finally got to air his piece yesterday, the content bit. And I was asking him about, you know, how do you feel like how scrims have gone versus what your stage results been? It's like, I'm telling you, we are smurfing scrims. But in his words, I've been playing too much, how to politely say it? I've been playing too cowardly in lane on stage, and I'm not playing as aggressively as I do in scrims. And so I just need to assert my dominance in lane. I need to show you that I'm actually the best top laner here.
I was just laughing because Armut had the best of the pre-game lobby chat here. He was like, okay, fine. We'll give you one more chance to ban Gnar. Don't mess it up this time. And they're remaking the whole lobby.
Oh my goodness. That would be so funny if the reason why we remade the lobby is just because of a missed Gnar ban. That would... I don't think that's the case, but, you know, we can cope on it a little bit more. The other thing I want to look at for Dignitas, you already mentioned that Tomo had a great game yesterday. There's just these clutch decisions made by Tomo in back-to-back team fights against what was looking like a CLG turnaround after the late game scaling of Asol came online. But you know, Tomo has been a pleasant boon for this team. I know we've talked many times about how swapping AD carries wasn't going to solve all the issues, but Tomo, in the moments that the team needs him most to clutch it, he does pull through.
Yeah, he definitely had a big impact on the game yesterday. I think Jensen as well, the Cassiopeia pick, Dignitas knowingly left up the Asol with the priority that CLG put on it, always emphasizing that champion, having this Cassiopeia ready to go right out of the gates. They pressure him early. They also scale alongside, and he was able to turn it around with a big Cassiopeia stun as well. So Dignitas, you know, if you want to shut this team down, you better shut down Jensen.
Yeah.
And that's why I really like Jat highlighting the Bjergsen versus Jensen history. Yeah. Even if they are on two very different teams now from the majority of that history, and going against each other is always an exciting time here for all of the legacy LCS fans as well.
I know the fans got excited. We saw a brief moment of the draft screen and then went back down. If you see the draft screen again, folks, be quiet. Respectfully, and just wait for it first, and then maybe, just maybe, we will get into the draft selection here as the referees are talking back and forth with the teams. The other thing about Jensen, as you were mentioning too, he has been so key in all the early wins, or even in their losses. There have been moments where Jensen...
The early wins! They only have 2 wins, buddy!
Well, okay,
so the early 1 win, which came halfway through the split?
Yes. Well, even in the losses, you saw that there's moments where Jensen had most of the lane control. He was going toe-to-toe with some of the laners we've had. We just know that the problems have always existed in that mid-game where they don't get a chance to translate those early leads. And against someone like Closer, who just had a fantastic return on a Lee Sin performance yesterday, I know that Santor and Jensen's work are going to be hugely cut out for them.
Yeah, you got to watch out. Closer logged in. Closer has reconnected to the LCS with a magnificent Lee Sin performance previously. Definitely going to be a little bit more wary about that one. So the first 2 bans were Elise and Ashe from their side in response to the Zeri Caitlyn double ban from Dignitas. So we'll see about the last target ban afforded on blue side here from Dignitas, because even if we're remaking the lobby multiple times, you're not allowed to change your bans. So here's your chance to predict. Oh, quick, get the last one in.
Okay, maybe a Gnar ban. Maybe 100 Thieves will change it up. Armut gave them the warnings, like, this is your last chance to get... Nope. No Gnar ban. It is the Annie ban.
So what's funny is there's layers to this pregame lobby. You know, Armut kept talking about, you better ban Gnar. Oh, the Gnar's up, got a remake. Tenacity said, I'm not scared. I'm an Aurelia 1 trick. Try it. So we'll see if this ends up coming to fruition here for the top lane. But honestly, that has been a real big sticking point for 100 Thieves as well. People really having a hard time wrapping their heads around how are they truly going to involve Tenacity seamlessly in this team because he's much more preferential to playing carries on the top side. But so many top laners have been going the tank routes, and it's been so difficult to overcome the front-to-back team fighting. So I think 100 Thieves have to just, you know, accept that here. And we are just going to get the Zyricon traded into a Felios Thresh once again.
Yep. Huge range advantage here. And when Dignitas already, you have the, I guess, the flexibility of playing front to back and kiting backwards. And that's always difficult for someone like Xayah, who is already shorter range than most other marksmen and can't keep up with the range. You have to depend so much on the engage from 100 Thieves to make sure that it connects onto Aphelios.
Ooh, I love how fast they're going in draft now. I think it's because they practiced it 3 times already on stage, getting the picks and bans in so quickly here. And they are targeting that Lee Sin, giving Closer the respect that he deserves. I don't think they have to follow it up with the Viego. Even though the Viego buffs, especially the ult damage ones, were significant, I don't think it actually warrants that amount of safety right now for Dignitas. And they are going to be the ones that are going to have the guaranteed blind pick for mid. So Jensen's going to have to come up with his blind pick this time around. His Orianna has always been really good. We'll see.
Viego has arrived for Closer. We know how damn good he can be on this champion as well.
So this is one of the things when they get rid of the head coach, you know, here towards the end of the split, and you push up Nukeduck, who is very much a player's coach. You know, he's always playing 1v1s with them as well as playing Champions Queue games. You have to think the draft is going to be even more player controlled. And so what happens? He immediately gets to pick Lee Sin and then Viego in back-to-back games, his 2 best, you know, favorite, most iconic champions thus far for him. So 100 Thieves looks like they do have a pretty comfortable setup right now. Obviously, the Gragas is still flexible and is a good matchup into the Azir. So let's see. I don't think Bjergsen, I don't think people would want to have Bjergsen on the Gragas. Yes. I think you would much rather have it be a top lane Gragas for Tenacity, just to play the Gragas into Renekton and hit us with the last pick for Bjergsen. They need their formula here for 100 Thieves. Have that AP carry to supplement double lift's DPS output towards the late game for their team fights. And this is one of the more spicy ones. I really preferred the matchup here for Taliyah into Azir, especially when you see it in the hands of something like Maple. Yeah. They have absolutely been able to destroy people on this. For Bjergsen here, the setup with a Viego is also very deadly. If you get in there, Viego flash stun the Azir, instant Taliyah W knockback over the rocks, and you can put heavy pressure on that Azir to really turn the tides in this Jensen versus Bjergsen epic matchup.
And it definitely sounds like 100 Thieves have changed the pace of how fast they want to play the game. They were hovering that Victor, which would have given them more team fight control late game, but with Taliyah, that signals to me, hey,
kill threat.
That's right. They need to roam to different side lanes, and the mid game, go with Closer. That is a 2-man kill duo that they're just going to look for picks, and then you get the resets going, and then you look for that snowball.
Yeah, I think all in on that mid jungle 2v2. Definitely going to outperform the Sejuani Azir 2v2 early on. 100 Thieves, let's go. It has been a new 100 Thieves starting this weekend. They quickly took care of business yesterday. Their hopes for that playoff spot are definitely still alive, even though it is a difficult journey for them to make. They're going to have to climb over Dignitas.
Dignitas only just one of many opponents that 100 Thieves still have to take down in their redemption road to make it into playoffs. Remember, only 6 spots, and they're not necessarily in the greatest spot in the standings, but they believe they can do it. It all starts here as they take to the riff against Dignitas.
Tenacity said, just kidding, I'm not an Aurelia one-trick, I'm actually a Gragas one-trick.
All right, that's cap, dog. I've seen your Gragas in the past. You know, we gotta work some games on it, at least from last one I saw at Milan, but it's okay.
My only question really is how early is Closer going to visit this mid lane? Because I really do think that should be the battlefield. 100 Thieves plant their flag in early on. You open up this mid lane, you get the kill for Bjergsen, and then Bjergsen will be free to push out the lane and roam to the bottom lane to get their end game win con in full swing here. The only thing they need to avoid is spending too many resources towards that top side, which I don't think will be hard. Just ignore that thing. Plenty of people are used to it.
This has got to be careful. Ignar and Tomo regain control of the tri-bush. The way that Closer starting out looks like he's going to be leaning towards the bot side at the start of the game. That does give him some options if he wants to immediately path towards bot.
And I want to point out what Bjergsen has done as well. Bjergsen went for the early ward in the pixel brushes. We do get a little death sentence to get the crowd's blood boiling. He went for the early trinket ward here and then went back to recall to get a sweeper for Taliyah. Really early for a mid lane sweeper, just further emphasizing what we're talking about as far as gank for mid lane and then get that mid lane down to bottom lane. So Closer starting on bottom side of the map makes me think he's going to want to go get his red buff first, though. So might be a little bit of a wait before we see the full action explode there.
Yeah, and there is one ward on the side of Dignitas. Same position, but just flip mirror side. So if Closer ever comes from the top side river, Dignitas will have the heads up on it. I imagine that 100 Thieves will want to lean into that bottom side.
And by the time he finishes his full clear, should have it timed out. So Sejuani heading towards bottom. Feels like Dignitas might want a little bit of cover here. A little bit worried about some early move, and it looks like it's going to set up Closer for a really nice full clear on the Viego up towards the top side. Get him to reset before he comes down to try and create that action. Meanwhile, Double Lift and Busio do get to push this lane in pretty early on. They get the early level 2. They get the minion advantage versus Tomo and Ignar. Should be able to bounce.
Yeah, they even popped a pot early from Tomo, he's down on sustain, whereas Double Lift still has his pot and biscuit available. So massive advantage already for 100 Thieves in terms of the push war and being able to have control of this lane. Nothing really because they can expedite with this process, but it's something that 100 Thieves now have while Dignitas bot lane is pushed under this tower.
There's the finish on the full clear that we're talking about. Probably don't want to waste any time going towards top side. Pinging on the ward here too. Tenacity says, hey, he went into Fog of War. He dropped towards river. Either he fake warded or there's definitely a ward here towards Tribush, so don't waste any time. And Closer won't waste any time. Reverses back towards bottom side Scuttle Crab. And so this is a very nice little trinket ward here to be able to guard towards mid lane. And there we go. Congratulations, Bjergsen. Definitely one of the all-time greats here.
So if I'm Closer, I definitely want to pressure bot side as well. They've already called out that they have the sustain advantage over. They're pushing in this wave. Tomo's about half his HP. But it looks like it's just ward coverage. 100 Thieves bot lane don't feel the need to press the lead any further. Whereas because of that ward coming in, that gives Santorin the information that he knows he's all by himself on the top side of the map. And Tenacity's forced to flash.
Yeah, just going to be a reset here for Closer. And again, Double Lift. Fine pushing in on bottom side. All you need, the extra safety of the added vision in the Tri-Brush here. And 100 Thieves with a marginal CS lead over Tomo. Going to be able to push in and get their first recall off. The big benefits here of the Zyrakan duo. Bjergsen trying to use his sweeper to clear out this bottom side, so should be an early move for Closer. Since this also allowed Closer to keep his trinket ward longer. Since Bjergsen just came down and swept through this bottom side here, Closer moves in through the area that was already swept out by Bjergsen, drops his trinket ward on Raptors to get the second Raptor spawn timer. 400 Thieves, easily keep track of Sejuani, as well as open up the possible pressure here. You want to get Azir to burn the flash at least early on now, before he's got access to the ultimate. Going to be pretty dangerous once you have that extra defense.
You try to push the pressure onto Azir, and suddenly he scooped the whoops you back into his own tower, and then that's recipe for disaster. Then you're burning your own flash, and you get nothing productive out of it.
Jensen Azir was the very first Dignitas victory of the entire split.
Yep.
Him outplaying a lot of mid pressure early on was critical.
And Santorin is here on the right side at the right time as Jensen's window of being not level 6 is about to run out. By the time he hits that early window that 100 Thieves were looking for is going to be gone. Now, Busio might look for an early cheese play, might be able to get at least a flash or a heal. Tomo doesn't sidestep it, takes about half of his HP and already chugs a pot.
Nice little bit of damage dealt here, and it was bought by extra pressure towards mid. Ignar went up there. They dropped 2 control wards. They did not find the Raptor ward, though, so 100 Thieves had all the information that they needed despite 2 control wards being invested by Dignitas to try and retake that vision over this bottom side of the mid lane. This here has been the battlefield that has been fought over 3 times in retaking vision. And after the 3rd time, Closer just going to start up this dragon. Bottom side push is going to allow them the extra pressure, so 100 Thieves can start their dragon stacking early on.
And it's something that, even though we have not seen any kills yet.
Oh, it resets here. More time for Dignitas. They fully cleared out the bottom wave that was pushed on them.
They're going to look for Ignar. Immediate flash and heal burned by Tomo as well. Just giving Ignar the extra movement speed to dodge out on that skill shot, but summoner advantage for 100 Thieves.
Bjergsen is also level 6, so even though he's cleaning up the minions at tower, he can arrive really quickly to this bottom side skirmish if anything breaks out. Looks like they're gonna have both mid laners head back towards their minions, both junglers disengaging, and we still don't have that confrontation.
No kills yet, Kobe. I want to see some action. But both 100 Thieves and Dignitas have been playing respectfully of each other. All the pressure has really just been through Double Lift and Busio slowly chunking out Tomo. It forced him to buy a refillable pot just so he could have the sustain to keep up with the pressure in lane. And because of that, he's still matching with CS.
Well, this chunk is probably going to be enough for 100 Thieves to finally get their dragon here. Bjergsen putting a lot of work into Jensen. You can see he's got several potions here for sustaining, but with Santorin transitioning up towards the top side of the map, leaving a little bit of a gap on the bottom side. Guess they aren't going to try and pressure too heavily. Red-white guns here for Aphelios, and Tomo's going to be able to have that threat.
Rift Herald is about to spawn in a few seconds too, Kobe. Now, I want to get a quick vibe check from you. Are 100 Thieves playing too slow, or is this just fine for them to just play out the early game?
No, this is completely fine. There's no extra pressure here to get outscaled. Both of them have very good scaling options for the late game.
All right.
I really, though, did want to see the early flash of a Viego play towards mid to try and put pressure on the Azir to be able to get your Talia combo off.
Yep.
And without that, Jensen here, the best farmer in the game, top of the gold charts at the moment, and is going to remain there as Dignitas will trade the Rift Herald topside for that 300 gold compared to the Dragon pickup here, 400 Thieves on the bottom side.
And in my eyes, it seems like that favors Dignitas more. The fact that you're trading and sacking the first dragon, but you're getting Rift Herald off the combination of it. You're going to get that early gold spike whenever you drop it for some extra plates. I thought Closer and Busio were lining up for a play on the Jensen, but he still has Flash. He still has Emperor's Divide. Doesn't seem likely that they'll be able to pressure this mid lane anytime soon. Now the question is, where does Dignitas want to send this Rift Herald? Do they want to put some extra gold into Jensen, get him on those spikes earlier, or do they want to put it into Tomo instead?
Yeah, I always prefer mid, but bottom definitely is carry potential down here with Tomo, giving them a dub yesterday off of the Aphelios. See about Santorin's move. He's got ultimate on the Sejuani, so now he too can have one of those big impacts of a gank. Sejuani ultimate into Azir's sweep can be equally as deadly. Now the mid 2v2 is much more even compared to the early levels.
So far, there's a lot of pressure from Dignitas. Ignar and Santorin taking up space in the river here, which means that Double Lift and Busio cannot step up safely. And with Closer on the other side of the map, they have to cede pressure for what seems like the first time in laning phase this game. Dignitas, does Santorin want to posture towards the mid lane? Look for that Rift Herald that you were talking about.
It's in full vision though, so plenty of time for 100 Thieves to get a counterattack here. Using what you know your enemy has vision of is really, really, really strong.
They want to bait it. Emperor's Divide comes out, but then they turn tail right onto Ignar, and they know that his flash is down. First blood for Closer and 100 Thieves.
Can we get a hell yeah for that ward for 100 Thieves? Because that ward just got them first blood. That is the first blood ward on Raptors that saw this whole plan as it was being formed, and it gets completely turned around.
Oh, it has to be a flash maybe from Armut here, but Tenacity low on mana. Does he have the damage to match up against this big crocodile? Looking for the body slam, but he's got the W as well. Yes, he does! Milan is on the board as well.
Bomba! He told you he's actually now a Gragas one trick. Tenacity gets the solo bolo on Armut. Just to top it off, that was a huge momentum swing here. 100 Thieves taking over. Really, really positive stuff there to be able to get the first blood in mid off of this ward. Thank you, observers. That's your first blood ward right there. Using what you think your opponents know is so, so valuable here. Busio closer, they come over, they set this up the entire time. Bjergsen's like, oh no, don't sweep me in. Immediately as Ignar goes up, they know that he has no flash from the face check on bottom side where he went to go face check towards Dragon on that little brush, and so he was the perfect target. And then Tenacity just does it himself. Nice Gragas trajectory into tower. And with that tower shot damage, it's enough for him to go for the all-in. Hits him with the dunk.
Smooth animation canceling on the auto into the EW as well. Just great optimizations here. You know, Tenacity was talking about how a lot of their, stage games were just due to them not being on the same page and sometimes just comms being all over the place. But just like yesterday and today now, it seems like the direction is all aligned. The engage from Ignar sets it up, but Busio, great timing with that stopwatch. Baits Dignitas in once again, and Tomo has nowhere else to run. He's got a flash, but he's dead to rights anyway. 100 Thieves sail on forward.
100 Thieves. This weekend, it looks like a completely different team for them. Completely remastered here. They cannot miss. 1.6 thousand gold lead and the Dragon, only 12.5 minutes in. This is looking very good. Now, if they can just unlock Bjergsen, get him back down to the bottom side of the map, burn the Aphelios flash again, keep pressuring that Aphelios, they'll really cut off the Dignitas win conditions. But the star of this show is, of course, Stopwatch. The counter to the 200 years experience of Aphelios. Infernum doesn't matter. Stopwatch immunes for Busio there. They're able to follow it up with the all-in. Double Lift can even offensively use the ulti into Blade Caller, no problem.
We got more fighting here. Bjergsen is keeping them as much back possible. Busio forced to flash, is burning down to the ignite. Closer turns it around, looks for the Tenacity body slam into flash, connects it onto Santorin. Closer can't get close enough to look for the reset in his passive. Jensen follows up on Ignar's hook to take out Tenacity, and Closer finally gets to take a piece of the crocodile, but the rest of 100 Thieves walk on out.
And guess what? They're gonna get that right for Dragon as well. The timing on this play, right before Dragon spawns, 100 Thieves get the extra person, jungler plus top laner down. There is a teleport about to come off cooldown for Armut, so if he could teleport to the tower, if they can delay this for Santorin to get there, all that Dignitas need to do is buy some time.
And Closer's way too low. Oh, Tomo's threatening him. He has flash and he was playing aggressively, but on the left side, huge Emperor's Divide from Jensen, but it does not stop Bjergsen's damage from shattering him down. Double kill for Bjergsen.
Bjergsen just seismic shoved Jensen out of the jump there from Azir, right across the rocks. Absolute clinic. This Talia smashing them as they're trying to buy time. They just want to buy precious seconds for Santorin to get there, and then Armut to be able to teleport, but they can't do it. 100 Thieves instantly snap shut here on the door towards Dragon. And here we go, looking at it from this top. Oh, this is the beginning of the team fight when the Rift Herald was activated, and they got
it went on so long.
John and Jensen's flash initially. Was the initial flash out here from Busio, and he's able to gain enough distance. Tenacity comes in, he's got the flash. They fully stun Santorin, take him down into the Gragas ultimate that separates Armut over. So then Armut flashes defensively back to Tenacity to kill him. But when you get your W as Renekton and he stuns the Gragas, he self-roots for the W. And it's just another dead Aphelios, Rafa.
4 kills for Bjergsen as well. How poetic is it in a do-or-die game where the rest of your games are not going to be as winnable? This is the time where Bjergsen steps up, looking great on the Talia. He had the option, hovering the victor, and said, no, I need to take control of this game. I need to be the agency that delivers my team success. And already 100 Thieves have everything set in place to make this game possible.
And guess what? Everybody on 100 Thieves is delivering success. They win the team fight mid. They get a solo bolo in the top lane from Tenacity as well. Yeah, good time to fly this graphic. Producers are saying, hey, 100 Thieves already looking ahead with how strong a stranglehold they've taken over this game. And that's the lineup that we're talking about. Obviously going to be A little bit difficult there with TSM and Evil Geniuses, but Immortals towards the end as well. Definitely a winnable one for them. So Bjergsen going to finish up on the bottom side tower, and the Taliyah now going to have a lot of room to work with. Rotating double lift and Boostio over towards mid. Very easy for the Zyra Khan to just push out the minions, and you can threaten with this Taliyah to slowly move in, take control of jungle vision.
And with 100 Thieves already accelerator, you don't want to let go of the accelerator at any point, because you know that Dignitas have the potential to scale back into this game if you just passively let the game go by. So you already see Closer. Well, not yet, but he's going to link up and hold hands with Boostio as they get vision control down. There we go. Further and further into the jungle quadrant, and this just means that Dignitas are going to lose access to all their resources.
Yeah, I think the question now is, how do you trade objectives? You're so far behind, they know we can't fight, so you want to play opposite map all of the time. You don't want to fight into this 100 Thieves advantage. So just get Tomo a solo tower here. On top of that, it did pass objective bounties, so a little bit more towards the comeback potential for Dignitas. At least being able to use Rift Herald and get the objective bounty plus the tower gold here for Tomo on the Aphelios. Trying to play cross map, always the name of the game now if you lose by 3k gold that early on. 100 Thieves very happy though, still being able to get 2 outer turrets to the 1 here for Dignitas in exchange.
Yep, and while that first dragon wasn't as early as it could be, it was still an 8-minute dragon, so that means that they are looking at about 28-minute dragon if they take the next 2 in a timely fashion, and that means they'll be fully online with this Chemtech Soul. That is the point where, if Dignitas, if you haven't fought for any of the other dragons, you have to fight at that point, and you better hope that you have the stats to fight against 100 Thieves.
Yeah, definitely gonna have to scrounge together some extra gold somewhere to be able to get some items and actually take that fight. It's very dangerous too, because the pick potential of this 100 Thieves lineup is extremely high. Rakan plus Viego setting up for a Bjergsen seismic shove. Somebody is going to die over those rocks. Very, very dangerous stuff. And you mentioned them trying to link up and hold hands here. Double Lift even comes over to get the extra gold off of the ward kill.
It's dangerous in these jungle quadrants, especially when you don't have full vision, but 100 Thieves are going to be the one that presses the assault here. But Bjergsen is isolated. Santorn and Jensen trying to turn around, but Bjergsen flashes away to safety. Repositioning from 100 Thieves as they turn tail right onto Ignar. Body Slam Flash connects. He looks for the explosive cast, but now Tenacity's deep into the heart of it all, and he's got no backup. Dignitas collapsed beautifully.
Yep, 100 Thieves make the mistake of separating around this tower towards the top side, and Bjergsen can't join after jumping off the Taliyah wall. Santorin hits the ultimate, gets his flash out. The Azir turret goes up, and Dignitas collects some of that money to fund their comeback war efforts here. Very nicely done. Pincer inside the jungle. 100 Thieves getting a little bit too zealous in pushing ahead their lead here, trying to pincer on top side. And then they found themselves in a difficult scenario where they can't actually get their 5-person together. They can't combine their Taliyah for those seismic shove combos because Azir puts up the turret, can't get back past that defense, and separated the team.
Yeah. 100 Thieves are grateful that out of all the people that could have died in that skirmish, it wasn't one of the 2 carries that has a nice shutdown gold bounty on top of the normal kill gold that Dignitas would have received. But you can't let mistakes like that happen, especially if you want to close out this game beautifully.
Yeah, we saw Dignitas winning in the late game, even versus a fully scaled Aurelion Soul just yesterday.
I mean, if they can beat a late game A-Soul, anything is possible with this Dignitas roster. Oh, man. As we head into the 20-minute mark, Baron will be spawning as well. I don't know if 100 Thieves could ever dare Dignitas to face check him at that point, but they're going to be looking at that 3rd dragon anyway.
Yeah, I think priority here for 100 Thieves. Easy. Shove out on your mid as well as bottom to collect the dragon. All you have to do is keep a little bit of vision on the Baron. If Dignitas try and start up on that Baron while you're doing dragon, you only need 1 person to take your dragon, 400 Thieves. You can easily check them off of it. They are so far behind in items, they are not going to be able to burn through it that quickly to really put the pressure on you. So 100 Thieves, they're actually going to hard shove mid and get the Taliyah wall cut.
flash and Gale Force used out of Tomo. He's not going to have that flash for the next few minutes, so 100 Thieves can always look to counteract and play off of that.
And I think it's a good call from Dignitas to just say, hey, let's get another objective bounty here. Jensen goes hard pushing on top side. I don't know if he's actually going to have enough time to finish the top turret. That thing is worth a nice 800 gold plus the objective bounty bonus on top of it. Looks like he will be able to power through that thing and start to really rally the hopes of the Dignitas faithful here.
I mean, they've shored up the gold lead too. It used to be a 3,000 gold lead. Now they're only down 1.5.
Yeah,
so it's still their game.
Yep, exactly. When you're in an early game scenario like that you've lost so hard, you're trying to just minimize losses from that point on. And every dragon, every objective that 100 Thieves have taken since, at least they have gotten something smaller, but still something back for themselves.
And you can never count out late game Azir or Aphelios, I feel like. If you don't lock down those two threats at the start of a fight, if you're not threatening them and putting them in a position where they cannot put out damage, that is a losing fight for 100 Thieves just as much.
All right, well, we've got a nice power spike here. 400 Thieves, a double lift on the quick blades completed with his Gale Force. So they've got a very, very nice combination ready to set up and force on one of these team fights. I think Dignitas now, this is one of the scariest parts of the game where they don't have anything completed on Aphelios past his Gale Force, and without the Gale Force active and without the flash, it's going to be an easy bait here on 100 Thieves.
And 2 items Zaya. Tomo still doesn't have his second item, so even if you don't finish the Baron, you just want to turn and force the fight where you have the stat advantage. 100 Thieves now looking for the engage. They get a flash out of Santorin just thanks to grand entrance from Busio. Closer's on the left side flank, and he knows that Jensen doesn't have Ember's Divide from the earlier in jungle invade. Closer flashing forward, takes out the heart of Dignitas as Jensen is now gone. Closer, now possessing Azir, is just going to shuffle his way back into Fog of War, and they turn right back to the Baron.
Really heads up pick there from Closer. He was marking Jensen the entire time as the rest of 100 Thieves go to try and chase the members who were checking Baron. Closer has one thing on his mind. He separates from the rest of the team. He picks up the straggler there. Classic lurker. Closer on defense side.
There you go.
Able to pick Jensen as he's trying to rotate over to the rest of the team, and that will be all they need to secure the Baron.
And for 100 Thieves, they springboard their lead back to about 3,000. With the Baron buff on their side, they'll have the push advantage, setting up to give them vision control in that bottom side jungle, where you can set up vision, and you'll have an easy access into that 4th dragon being your soul. I mean, this is very clean cut from 100 Thieves to close out this game now.
Yep, I think they should be able to get at least 2 more of these secondary towers with the duration of their Baron, and then easily retreat back to that dragon. So if you just want to play your 4-1, push on bottom, take that bottom tower. Once that thing is gone, then get your mid tower down, and then that allows you to control this entire jungle leading up to the dragon and threaten those picks that you have with the Rakan, with the Gragas into this Taliyah. So bottom tower number 1, rotate over towards top tower, then kind of contract back into that jungle vision control.
The only hope for Dignitas is to see if they have any meaningful spikes to play with. I don't know what Tomo's last item purchase was recently, but I mean, if they can't even get into position to see where 100 Thieves will be lurking, you can't even set up proper battle lines for a fight.
I assume he's going to be able to get IE before the next dragon. Okay, there we go. He just goes back. He completes his IE. This is the second tower I was talking about. Get this one, and then you fully control this jungle leading up to the dragon. Very dangerous now. Santorin trying to lead the charge quickly. If they can push during a reset from 100... Oh.
They have to know. They have to know, right? I mean, the Santorin face checks that he's the tankiest member, but he's just going to get bursted out before anyone else from Dignitas can fire back for a response. Bjergsen goes golden, keeps himself alive. Jensen still has no flash. He's looking for it, but they interrupt him. So he only sweeps up 1, and the rest of Dignitas fall as they have to retreat, leaving behind their brothers Jensen and Santorin.
Yeah, textbook execution here from 100 Thieves. You love to see it. 25 minutes into the game, they take bottom tower into mid tower, pulling back into the Fog of War control they have in the jungle, immediately getting the pick here onto Dignitas and setting themselves up 25 seconds in the future to get this Dragon Soul.
If you're Dignitas, are you just throwing everything at the wall, or are you just going to say, guys, we have to lose Soul and just pray for Elder?
So it's always better to not throw everything at the wall. Just throw your jungler.
Yep.
Because then only your jungler will die. It's a one-way mission. Maybe you can get a Miracle Steal, but 100 Thieves, they're too good to let that happen. There's no way with this giant lead that they have that they should leave any opening for Santorin to sneak his way in. And you can see they throw down the control wards. They completely sweep this entire jungle to make sure there is no opening. You get no Hail Mary. There's no chance of the steal.
No miracles for Dignitas today. That is not in the playbook for 100 Thieves. Their Baron buff does run out, but Soul has been acquired. Between yesterday's performance against Team Liquid and then today's performance, 100 Thieves have just, or not Team Liquid yesterday, but today and yesterday, 100 Thieves have just bounced back beautifully. But according to their players, they know that they can play to this level. It's just been unfortunate stage results and missed execution when it mattered, but now they're trying to deliver on the last few games of the regular split.
Yeah, and especially that one yesterday, considering Golden Guardians are so high in the standing, up at 4th place. That was a big win for 100 Thieves, so they are doing what is necessary, taking care of business here in their march towards playoffs, and that march towards playoff has to march through the secondary turret here. Wave clear for Dignitas.
Looking for the initial pick. Glacial Prison from Santorin only stops Bjergsen momentarily before he gets bursted down. Jungler's gone for Dignitas. 100 Thieves pressing the charge, fishing for more damage. Double steps forward, forced to use the Feather Stroke, but he gets the kill on Jensen anyway. He knew what he was doing as Closer looks for the Arctic Assault into flash. And beautiful knockup from Bucio. That's our most valuable prospect right there, baby, from last summer. 100 Thieves outclassed Dignitas in a beautiful game and a beautiful finish.
Yeah, he knew exactly what he's doing as he's taking tower shots. You know what's coming. The ult into Blade Caller. Double Lift rips this game away. 100 Thieves, another impressive win. This one just marching straight to victory. All right, Santorin, here we go.
Okay, Miracle defense. Double Lift super low. Maybe someone goes down. Oh, but 100 Thieves are not going to let Dignitas have any of it whatsoever. Death Timer's coming up for Dignitas, but they should be able to rail down the Nexus. 100 Thieves with a clean finish over Dignitas.
Only person to die on the team was the tank frontline Gragas a couple of times. Everybody else deathless in this game. Everybody delivering for 100 Thieves. At the same time that they win the first team fight and get their first blood at mid, Tenacity follows it up with a solo kill onto Arma, and they never looked back.
It almost seemed like that was the rallying cry for the rest of 100 Thieves to wake up almost. Everyone seemed passive, maybe reserved to make that first move. But as soon as they waited for Dignitas to move first, they made the beautiful punish, and everywhere across the map, the rest of 100 Thieves surge to life as they are surging to life in these last few games of the split.
100 Thieves are hungry, and they're coming for that playoff spot. Love to see them with some renewed vigor here in this week. Especially since we get to see Closer back on Lee Sin Viego.
Yes, sir.
Looking real proactive here.
Closer fans eating good this week. And I know that the jungle meta has not been the best for certain junglers in the first early weeks, but that's why some of the stronger junglers have been able to adapt here in Pro. But you could see how much more comforting it was for Closer to be back on these two signature picks, and what a great time and a convenient time to have that happen going into playoffs contention as well here.
Yeah, convenient. Turn on that playoff form right now.
Yep.
This is the perfect time to start ramping because everybody is looking at that as their ticket to MSI. Everybody really wants that victory. Rafa's got some fans down here with some signs. Get them some. Here, you need the Zale box. Is what you need.
We can lift you up. Thank you so much, y'all.
Definitely a fun time, though. We've got one more game coming.
Yeah, but before we got that game, we have a reminder that Fantasy LCS is happening over on Sleeper, so make sure you lock in your picks and bans for next week's games if you want to top your league. With that, we're going to toss it over to Emily and Bjergsen for a Verizon post-game interview down at the stage.
Obviously, it can only be Bjergsen after this game. Congratulations. Just before we started this interview, you were like, well, last week we lost both games in almost 20 minutes, and this week we won both games in 20 minutes. I did want to talk to you about this because I talked to Closer yesterday, and he also kind of reiterated that scrims had actually been going really well for you. Everything felt really good on the team for the past 2 weeks. So what changed in bringing it to stage this week versus last week?
I think it's a couple of different things. I mean, to some degree, it's also the nature of best of one. Even though maybe you feel like your preparation was good and your practice is good, you can just show up and just have like horrible early games, which we did in both games, which really sucked because it didn't feel like we really got to show what we had improved upon and how much better we had got. It's just we're getting like completely crushed in the early game. So yeah, I think we just didn't take it too harshly and focus more on our early game fundamentals this week in practice. And yeah, I think just we really worked on our early game a lot. It was like a big focus for us all week, and we ended up winning both games really fast this weekend, which was good.
Yeah, I mean, I think it definitely paid off and showed in your play. You've now played more League of Legends games in the LCS than any player ever. So congratulations. Did you know that going into today's game?
No, I had no idea.
Okay.
How many?
I forget the exact number. Maybe producer can get 598 games. So yeah, congratulations. You're the most experienced LCS player ever.
Ooh.
A while ago, last year, I asked like if you could go back and kind of tell your younger self anything, what would it be? And you answered it then. If you could go back and now tell your younger self coming into LCS that you will play more games in this league than any other player, like what would you say? What advice would you give to yourself, kind of?
Oh boy. I don't know, it's kind of a cliche answer, but I probably wouldn't tell him that much because I wouldn't really want to change the way things have gone for me and the lessons that I've learned along the way. Yeah, I mean, I pretty much grown up through League of Legends. I started playing professional the day I turned 17, and now I'm 27. So yeah, it's been a long journey, but still get so much joy out of these games where we're playing well together. We're in sync, we're playing aggressive, and we just crush the enemy team. It still brings me as much joy as it did 10 years ago.
Well, thank you so much. That was an amazing answer. Congratulations on the 2-0 week, and congratulations on your record. On the other side of the break, we'll have Golden Guardians taking on TSM. Everyone give it up for Bjergsen.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever. $30? That's awesome.
Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings. Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks? Hmm?
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. Ready for our final game, TSM versus Golden Guardians. But first, we actually have to look at the standings because top 6 make playoffs. And aside from Team Liquid losing today, I'd say everything else has made for a most interesting playoff race.
Yeah, we have 100 Thieves and CLG closing the gap now, basically half a game behind TSM. So if TSM wants to stay ahead of these teams, they need to win this game. And in doing so, would also tie Golden Guardians, who are right above them. And remember, top 4 get a bye in playoffs. You get that double elimination.
Yeah,
not a bye, but a double elim.
What a massive week so far for 100 Thieves. Golden Guardians trying to avoid the collapse. It seemed almost impossible that they wouldn't be in the playoffs after week 6, but an 0-2 would definitely hurt them here, and we've decided to spend a little time doing some analysis on report cards. So
For
the
how
way
big
this is
this
going to
game
work,
is.
Let's go.
Yeah, it's actually a really important game.
Yeah, it is.
So we're going lane by lane. Where on the spectrum do you put each of these matchups? So if you thought it was a 100-0 matchup, you put your face on Licorice's side. 100-0 for Solo, you put it on Solo's side, or somewhere in the middle.
All right, so we're starting with top lane?
Yeah.
All right, I'll give you your head jet to join us.
You go first.
I'm going, this is like 55%? Does that look like a 5%?
That's close, yeah.
That's like a 55% for me in favor of Solo. I'll hop onto the TSM side. You guys are gonna put yours down? We're going one at a time?
Well, I'm curious what your thoughts are, but I was thinking
Well, I don't
this.
want to like sway you with my brilliant logic.
I've seen too much Renekton lately.
Yeah, I was gonna go like 60-40, so that would be right where about where
You can stick it on
is.
Jad. I don't care. No, just stick it over his face.
No, that
Do that,
feels
Jad.
mean.
So for me, the thing about this is that they play actually very similar styles for their teams. They are often just frontline, often left on weak side. They do get some jungle proximity, but for the most part, they are working to work for the front line of their team because they have carries who are going to go scaling in late game. So I think they both do similar things. I just prefer Solo's champ pool and his play a little bit more this split. Licorice has gotten picked on a couple more times, I feel like. And the Renekton pick, while I think it's fine, he talks about how he thinks it scales, I still don't think it provides as much utility as like a Scion or some of the things that Solo's spamming.
I also think that Solo, you can see when he is on those tanks, his positioning in teamfights is really, really good. And TSM is by far and away, I think, our most standard 5v5 team. And a lot of it has to do with not just Solo's champ pool, but also his positioning.
I mean,
big agree?
Jungle.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
Wait, you didn't give us any of our heads.
Yeah,
You're on
what?
that side. You're supposed to.
Wow.
You didn't.
Jad
you
is
prepped
just
them. You
not
prepped them.
helping
All
us.
right, you're home. You
Yeah, I
did prep
prepped
them.
him. I'm going right here.
Wow, that's a pretty big lead for River.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people were saying River could be the MVP like a week ago.
2 weeks ago. They're trolling.
You're fitty-fitty.
I'll just stand right in the middle and block the shot.
Yeah. I think really highly of River, actually.
I'll go, I guess, on the Boogie side.
Even though I know this is like
neutral.
this is the wrong day to be hyping up River. I know like Closer absolutely got the best of him in the game we just saw them play yesterday. However, again, I think very highly of River. I think he has such a great understanding of where to be on the map. I think he still has really, really strong communication with his lanes. So I do give him the edge over Boogie, even while admitting that like Boogie and Maple together is one of TSM's main strengths.
I think for me, I would have River higher if I didn't think Boogie was actually so good as well.
Yeah.
Because I think for most of the split, it was kind of a Boogie win condition. So Solo could team fight well, Maple would have pretty good control, but they kind of needed to just flip the early game because their laning was so bad. I think it's gotten better since they put Wild Turtle in, but we'll get to that in a bit, which is why I have Boogie pretty high because I agree with what Emily said. River has been amazing.
Yeah, for me, I think River's just come back down to earth a little bit. And I think people right off the first 4 games were like, he was fine, don't get me wrong, but it was like the 7-game stretch that people are just like, just forget those, he's an MVP. And it's like, I don't think you can just forget 4 games of the season when there's 18 games. So for me, River was good in those games, not great. Boogie is just like this team's early game win con. He plays Elise, everyone else plays scaling, and his job is to just bridge them. And I think he's actually done a pretty good job of that. I'm ready to move on.
All right. Oh, God.
Come on, man.
Hey, did not throw
Give me
well.
that.
I thought it was thicker
All right,
paper.
all right, Gory versus Maple.
Yeah. You guys are going to think
Oh,
I'm
you're
nuts.
crazy. You are crazy.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, that's too far.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like the biggest mismatch we've had so far.
I'm like slightly, it's like almost 50-50. I think Gory actually does a lot for
All right, who wants to? I guess I'll go first for Gory. For me, he's changed this team's entire identity once he joined and had that time to actually acclimate, not playing on a single day of scrims. He is such an aggressive player. He actually leads mid laners in solo kills. He brings this spark to give them that mid jungle combo to try and take over the early game. And when they didn't have him, you saw how kind of lifeless this Golden Guardian squad was, because, Licorice is playing weak side on the top side. 6A and Hugi are mostly scaling, and Hugi likes to roam and move out of lane, but he didn't have anywhere to go. And Gory kind of gave them that final bit of spark that they needed to become a legitimate threat.
You're a victim of highlight culture, Mark.
Okay.
Because yes, he has big plays, but you forget about the bad ones. Maple is consistently a team fight presence, doesn't make big mistakes in lane. I think the consistently good play is big, and I think Gory just has too many oopsies, so that's why I have to give it to Maple, because Gory could be one of the reasons Golden Guardians lose the game.
True, but he's also a lot of the reasons they win the game now that they've been winning more games.
That's the highlight.
Who made a better case?
We've been told to speed up.
Yeah,
we have to speed it up?
we have to speed it up. I'm gonna give them, actually, that's more of an edge.
Wild Turtle is shiny, but 6A Huhi have been
I also
crushing this
think,
season.
we talked about how Wild Turtle's stats hadn't been good in NACL. I think another reason why he's looked so good on this TSM team, they've slotted him really well, and Chime has been performing really well too. I know his laning is still something that gets picked on a bit, but I do think that Chime has also been, even when he was partnered with Neo, performing really well.
I'm all for Turtle and Chime. I think Turtle's really helped them out. But for me, the problem, sorry, I gave you the wrong head. I think there's just way too much data. It's 3 games of Turtle. I've been very impressed, but they've been great all split long, so I just got to go them.
All right, X Factor can be whatever we want.
All right,
how good looking they are.
I actually have something for this.
Okay.
Quick stats. So basically, in order to see how much teams 5v5, and this is why I gave the edge to TSM here, not by a ton, but I averaged the kill participation of every member on their team. TSM has by far the highest. This doesn't make them a better team necessarily, but it means when they are fighting, they're at 74%, significantly higher than anyone else in the LCS as their average kill participation. So when they are fighting together as a team, as 5, I think they're really coordinated about it. So that's why I gave them the edge.
I'm with you on the team fighting angle. I'm with it. They have a very good draft identity.
Whoa! What?
I'm falling off.
This has to be a
you're too lazy to move.
Did you see their chemistry yesterday?
They were really good on the...
Baylife is back.
Their interviews was great.
The vibes are good.
The vibes.
It's true.
They got good vibes.
Vibes are very important. That's the final bit of our analysis. I had the most extreme take in 4 out of 5 cases.
I gotta go. I'm going to catch this game too, actually.
Bye.
Bye, Mark.
Okay.
Mark, you gotta get over here. You're the surprise. Mark Z is going to be casting with us, but he needs to haul
Well, now
his boot.
nobody's going to be surprised. I guess he said it.
We just said it. He's like, I got to go cast.
All right, let's get it to TSM versus Golden Guardian.
There he is.
They
Get in here, Mark.
1 game ahead of TSM. So this is huge implications for both teams for playoffs. Mark, we've left Azael's box here, too, for you to stand on.
I was going to say, there's not really much room for me here.
I mean, we could just kick it back.
I'll
Or
just
you
sit.
can, you can sit on it.
I mean, this is just another catching up with double lift segment right here, right?
No, it's not.
Oh, no?
We don't acknowledge that outside the room.
Welcome to the children's table. We've got Vi, Annie, Caitlyn banned from the side of Golden Guardians, followed by the Varus and Sejuani. I'm assuming an Ashe here. Got to be Ashe or... they're letting it through. This is the most highly sought after champion in the entire game right now across all regions.
You saw it let through in that game where EG picked it, showed the power of it.
Yeah.
I also like the respect ban on the Caitlyn, which Turtle absolutely popped off on yesterday, so I'm excited to see where they go from here, because this does force the pinch. TSM, by leaving that up, says, do you want to take Boogie's Elise away? And that's what they actually decided to do, which does give the Ashe over now.
Yeah, I think they for sure grabbed the Ashe here for Chime, set up a nice strong lane for Wild Turtle. He did so much for them yesterday, taking dragons with headshots, absolutely popping off. Classic Turtle here. Ooh, they forego the Ashe. They hover it. They switch over to the Rakan.
This is Chime's most successful champion in his career, above a 70% win rate across both his time in LCS and in Challengers League as well, and it's going to be the Viego for Boogie.
My goodness, some upsetting of the expectations here by TSM. They have a very aggressive look here with the Viego locked in as well into this Elise. Zeri going to be locked in, you assume. Oh, not going to be locked in.
What is going on with this draft, man? We thought we were like, oh,
No,
it's Ash and all this, and they're like, nah.
Jace is like 2-8 in North America right now. It's definitely has not looked good.
Are you puzzled?
If you have Elise, though, then you have multiple forms here to be able to poke and then tower dive with. Maybe, and they can get the Scion for a big beefy front line to soak up this Recon engage.
Wow, double solo lanes picked here, assuming there's no trickery with like Jace going water anything crazy like that.
Oh,
The entire
no.
top side of the map has been picked away.
We don't need to remind ourselves of the Jace bot lane back from Worlds 2015.
Yeah, it seems like they just want to grab their favorite AD laner before next round of bans so that Elise has a strong AD to play off of. And River and Gory have been the 1-2 wombo combo for Golden Guardians.
It's just so interesting because, one, you normally don't see this much mismatching going on with the current meta. It's usually bot lane and jungle in the first rotation of picks. And here, Golden Guardians kind of said, forget that. They don't know what they're playing into, but they've already taken all that away.
It's going to make bans really easy, though, because TSM just ban away bottom lanes now for Golden Guardians, and they're just going to ban away protection bans here for the Jace, I assume, for their solo lanes. Scion does not need protection.
I mean, Zeri's already taken off the board at TSM, and maybe they might want to take away the Varus, but then what bot lane combinations does that leave up with for Golden Guardians? You have a decent front line with this Scion.
Kaisa is still available here. They could throw some extra dive in on it. Then if you get like a Kaisa kill lane on bottom side, then you go for Elise dives down there. You really need somewhere for your Elise to go early on. You can kind of work with the Jace.
Not a ton of setup, though.
Exactly.
Yeah, you could go Thresh Aphelios is another thing we've seen. Outside, like, the initial super power picks of, like, Zeri Lulus and Ashe picks and stuff like that. After that, it does feel like the bot lane meta opens up quite a bit. 6A even is a bit of a Sivir player. Like, who knows where they want to go from here to get more late game assurance, because you could, with the Scion frontline, still kind of go that angle. I know a lot of pro players feel like Jace, despite the early game power, does actually scale to become a pretty competent team fighter if you're playing him well, though Kobe kind of mentioned the NA Jace curse already.
And there's not many teams in the entire ecosystem of both LCS and Challengers League that dive mid lane. I think Wildcard is the only team that has been doing that recently, but it's so hard to do and so hard to actually pull off. It does leave room to question what is going to be Golden Guardians bot lane of choice. There's still Varus, there's still the Kaisas you mentioned.
There's also a concern about damage profile right now. There's not an insane frontline, but you have to assume that Solo will lock in a tanky
That's
top
a lock,
laner.
baby.
Oh,
okay.
boy.
Veigar got some buffs on the last patch, some range buffs for W and Q. And we're going to see the Maple Veigar pulled out here. Love it. You can just move in, try and get the one shot.
I think it's the first time we're seeing it in the LCS, this split, if I'm not mistaken.
This split,
Senna Cho'Gath?
Last
Is it
year we
Senna
definitely
Cho'Gath?
had.
Oh, no.
Oh, damn it.
I appreciate the idea. Ezreal Soraka instead.
Yeah, but the 6A Ezreal has been very, very good for them. This is one of the champions where he first started winning Player of the Week with, and the Ezreal poke does complement the Jace poke for later on. I just think it might be difficult here with Recon Engage followed up by Veigar Cage. There is a lot of good hard CC here for TSM. And Solo, the OG Cho'Gath.
Yeah, they're hovering some more interesting stuff. Of course, it wasn't going to come through. The Cho'Gath makes sense. This front line, very heavy physical damage on the side of Golden Guardians. So, if you can kind of get through some of this, what looks like dangerous early game, I think they actually have a very solid, well-rounded teamfight comp, which is kind of TSM's MO this season.
They have been some of our most insane late game team fighters in the entire league. But for Golden Guardians, you called it out, Kobe. This looks like a poke comp, and you have a war of attrition that you can wage with a Soraka in your back pocket. You trade blow for blow, poke after poke, but then you can keep your main carries topped off on HP as you are winning out the Siege Wars as well as control over Dragon and Baron.
Exactly. And the biggest things that you need to accomplish when you have a poke comp, get an early lead so that you can play off of a snowball sieging up these towers. And two, try and avoid getting engaged on and flanked on. So warding out, spotting this Recon, marking is a big term that people always frequently use when you're looking at that main engage. Because if the Recon hits, guess what? You're getting ruptured, you're getting Veigar Cage, and you're getting bombs dropped on your head, and you're going to get one shot with the ultimate as well. So with Veigar ult and the Cho'Gath ultimate, there's a lot of one-shot ultimates coming through from the side of TSM if you get hit by that CC. So footwork will be imperative for the Golden Guardians.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can hold on this game. It is TSM one game, half a game back from Golden Guardians basically right now. If they can win this game, they'll tie them in the standings and fight for that all-important 4th place position. You get that second life in playoffs.
The fact that Golden Guardians and TSM are at this stage in the regular split was something that not many of us thought that we were going to come see through fruition, but the fact that TSM and Golden Guardians have clawed their way here, they have earned this place in the regular season compared to some of the other favorites that we were expecting, just goes to show how successful the season they've had so far.
Yeah, I think we've referenced a lot of power rankings this year, more than normal, I think, for good reason, just because it is such a strange year where so few of people's predictions are kind of going true. And these are 2 of the teams that people did not have high hopes for. There were grumblings, I think, like, oh, when Gory gets here, supposedly he was doing good in scrims in the preseason, but like, I still think the fact that this is a battle for 4th for these 2 teams is something no one predicted, and so cool to see kind of this story, as well as the fact, like Turtle's coming in. There's so many things to talk about with both them.
Definitely some exciting stuff, some high pressure moments leading towards playoffs. No shenanigans early on though, as far as moving in for any of these level 1s. The only sweeper on the field is River's sweeper for the Elise, looking for that level 3 play. Starting on red side here, he's gonna start Raptors into a bottom focus clear, I would presume. Raptors red, Krugs maybe head towards the Ezreal Soraka.
It makes a little bit of sense given that there's not a clear lane to gank for, but you still should have Prio in some of these lanes and go for a more invade focus and kind of going after the Viego. But we already see some adaptations. Boogie after the red buff just immediately heading into the bot side, dropping defensive wards to make sure that that play is not called out. Very heads up jungling by both these guys.
Yeah, I mean, with Soraka Ezreal lane here getting such heavy poke and pushing in early on, if they could stack a wave here, definitely have some options open for the Elise, but don't have to hard commit. There are double wards through the river. Everybody's looking at that ramp. You can see it right now. They're very well aware. Elise is in the game. Everyone's thinking, make sure you don't get tower dove. Okay, Mark.
I did it with the arrow one. I'm fresh. It's my first cast of the year. I got the wrong thing selected. I'm sorry.
It's okay. You get one.
Okay.
But we also have Boogie, like you talked about, trying to cover for that play. So River moves in with that sweeper that I mentioned to clear out some of this.
This is why people are so hot on both these junglers, just being able to read each other's moves. That sweeper like you called out, saying, okay, well, we'll see if they know that River's invade's coming. They do. River instantly bounces off that play to clear up to his top side of the map, knowing that the bot play is already covered. So both these guys having very good moves initially. River also knowing that ward is there, it's kind of a tell that he must have moved in a little bit earlier. So he's actually going to counter jungle up on the top side or try and meet Boogie on one of these camps, thinking that they're left up. We'll
Maybe looking for a pick. I mean, you have that burst advantage over Viego at this stage in the game, whereas Boogie needs a few more levels before he can match up to that burst of River. But he's going to look for mid lane, and that's the classic setup. You throw down the cage, you force Gory to flash away. A little bit of damage, but it should not be a kill.
Oh.
I don't think, right? Oh, that was close.
Yeah, meanwhile on the top side, the gank that River's going for coming through.
He dodged the cocoon, but he's got nowhere else to run, boys. That is first blood for Golden Guardians.
Trapped in the alcove versus certain death here. No way he gets out of that one. So Solo holds on to his flash at the very least. Good job there, Veigar. Calling it out. The only 2 Veigar games this year, by the way, so far in the top 4 regions at least, were the 2 in the LCK from UCal and Showmaker. Both of them went with the buffed up Rod of Ages and Seraph's combination. So we'll see if we can get some similar scaling stuff here from Maple. Obviously, you also always want to get Death Cap. It is one of the best items. It's the best item in the entire game.
When you get
Veigar.
free AP, you kind of want to amplify that free AP.
Rushing as quickly as you can towards a Death Cap is also very highly preferred.
It's always interesting, too, to see the off-tank adaptations from Veigar players around the world. Sometimes you'll see a Dead Man's Plate just so you get not only that extra bit of tankiness.
As long as you get that after a Death Cap, acceptable.
Yeah. That's the main caveat. I did like a Boogie checking a lot of the vision control here. They weren't ready to set up a play on Nagori, but they know that for the next few minutes while his flash is down, it's super easy for a rinse and repeat gank off of just cage setup.
Yeah, that's an important point to kind of attack early on, even though they don't get that kill. You kind of stem that pressure point that Golden Guardians was going to leverage for a lot of their early game playmaking. The fact that they didn't even have to burn any of their ultimates to set that up, just by some nice pathing by Boogie.
Yeah, I mean, it makes it super easy now for Maple to get the most out of his passive, farm up AP easily, because Gory has to be very scared and paying attention to wards all of the time. If Viego comes in and flash stuns you, that is a guaranteed cage.
Yep.
You are going to get locked up. So definitely should prove good for Maple's ability power stacking. We'll keep track of those passive stacks as well. 33 already so far in the early game.
Yeah, the early adaptations from Boogie counteracts a lot of what the win conditions need to be set up by Golden Guardians and River. I mean, yes, he's got 1 kill on the top side of the map, but you need to get your 2 main carries that have all the poking power accelerated. Otherwise, you will not have that war of attrition power come mid-game.
Speaking about that kill on the top side of the map, I do like how Solo did not use his flash. We didn't see the setup of that, as I will maybe continue this point in a second. Looks like we may have a skirmish around mid.
River dodging it out on the repel. No need to use the flash, and now might look to turn around with a cocoon. Just waiting, not throwing out the skill shot. It's forcing Chime and Boogie to dance back and forth. River fine throws out the cocoon. Skirmish is over.
I mean, nice little defense here of the control ward. River able to easily repel and then exchange here with Chime. They defend their control ward. We were just mentioning how critical vision defense for Gory is right now with no flash, and they invest a lot into it. Huhi then finally is able to make his transition over and chase out the members of TSM.
Going back to that top side point, River getting that kill, being able to finish Boost 2 right off the get-go feels very good for those kinds of early skirmishes there.
Yep.
And the thing I was saying was for Solo, we didn't see it because it was a kind of a 2 ganks happening at one time, but he actually held his flash, which allows him to continue to trade aggressively into Licorice, which you saw him kind of getting that advantage there. Sometimes you blow your flash, and you dying doesn't change how the lane's going to play as much as you losing your flash, because then you have to play more defensively from then on. So I think that's heads up.
And that's been the story of Solo this entire split, right? He knows that he's not necessarily the best laner in the league, but he knows how to play the best weak side of almost any top player in the league, and he always delivers due. I think there is that one meme where Scrim Solo where he goes like 0-20, but he still is a vicious tank in the late game when it matters.
How excited is everyone for Sion versus Cho'Gath? Have we hyped it up enough? have we sold anyone that this is interesting?
Here we go!
Yes! I mean, I would postulate that the best weak side game would be not dying in the alcove, but yeah, if you are gonna die there, then don't burn the flash. But Cho'Gath is so good into Sion, into these tank matchups, and now has a really, really easy time scaling towards the later stages of the game with all the buffs towards the mana cost for himself, as well as the Q damage. So Solo is no stranger to the champion. Bottom side, Wild Turtle gets out of the silence.
And Boogie's in the area. Wanted to start up the Dragon off the pressure from Wild Turtle and Shine, but River deflects that. Going to give Stixxay and Huhi the option to push in this lane.
You can feel how touch and go it is in the bot lane. Multiple attempts where the junglers have kind of ended up at the same spot. You can feel very much that Elise wants to make something happen. Viego wants to cover all these plays. They've done a good job so far of kind of marking Elise. Yes, he did get that 1 kill. Not the most important lane to be influencing, though, and since then have done a good job making sure they know where River wants to go on the map. And while it is an 800 gold lead, that's kind of expected when you look at the draft here from Golden Guardians that they would hop out to something like this.
Yeah, and Stixxay and Huhi has been such a strong force for them to play off of, too. A lot of this resurgence of Golden Guardians, people plotting this bottom lane for all the pressure they can put out. This Ezreal, Soraka able to push in first. And when you get to push in first on bottom lane, it doesn't look like much, but look where Huhi is right now. Since he's in Fog of War coming from base, you get to start up this Rift-Tailed. Your enemies know full well you have support recall timer also. He doesn't even have to commit to that play fully. They can easily get their objective. Then he can just go right back down towards the bottom side and continue supporting Stixxay.
Yeah, Stixxay also on Ezreal being one of the best 1v2 champions in the game. You can always just pelt away with Mystic Shot. You can Arcane Shift away if they actually try and engage onto you. It does lead to a situation where TSM's going to start up this Drake. Probably going to get this one for free, but not a big deal. The Rift Herald, of course, more important for them advancing this early game win con.
Yeah, they need the gold acceleration to hit those spikes earlier so that they can get to that mid game. TSM taking a dragon this late does not bode well for their dragon stacking. You would have to stall the game long enough to get to soul contention.
Yeah, but you hit the nail on the head with the first part there of Siege being critical here for Golden Guardians. So Rift Herald, get that turret plate money, use that early power, that snowball to group up, pelt them with skill shots before you actually have to go for the engage.
You see the strength of schedule for the remaining teams. Both of them have some winnable games ahead of them.
Yeah.
Does bode well for their playoff chances, but this is the one, like we said, that the head-to-head, trying to maybe avoid getting into the lower bracket right there. And so far, I gotta say, TSM looking pretty good. I think they've done a good job holding on. It's about finding now where River wants to drop this Rift Herald, getting advanced warning, and trying to be there when it comes in, because if you can cage off the follow-up, you know, the charge will probably come through, but you can stop them from grabbing that turret.
Usually I say, okay, you know, I'm fine if you put it bottom lane, but this game, I think you've got to put it towards mid lane. Take away the safety of the Veigar for farming, get this Jace immediately accelerated so you can get first item, so you can really start to poke down on them, because the Soraka plus Ezreal lane, they'll be fine pushing in on their own.
Solo going for some dirty proxy farm in here. Gets a turret plate for himself as well. He's off recovering nicely from the early death.
A good thing for Gory, too. The diffused and walked away from any pressure that could have happened from TSM had they looked for a rinse gank while his flash timer was down, but it's back up, so he's not in any danger for the time being. Next Dragon is not happening for another 3 minutes, guys, so seems like Golden Guardians, they're going to have to choose when to use this Rift Herald sooner than later, as plates will be going down. As Chime looks for an opportunity all in onto Huhi. He throws down the Silence Shroud down and pops the barrier, hoping the Wish as well, but they want this kill so badly. TSM pull the feathers right out of Huhi.
Such a heads-up play by Turtle there, waiting until he got his ultimate feathers down to get a much bigger pull through there. It was tempting off the initial CC of Chime to go for the chain CC, but knowing that he wanted the damage as well because he had to cut through the barrier and the Soraka ultimate.
Another death by ward. Nice ward in the side lane brush there. Sees him recalling. Immediate engage from Chime. You mentioned, contrary to his name, Rakan being really a signature champion.
Yeah, that and Thresh. Like that's what he made his name on coming up through Amateur. It was actually his Thresh and then later his
There's
Rakan.
the culprit right there.
Yeah, as soon as they see the recall complete, you see Chime pop his ultimate there. And then here's what we're talking about. Holding this ultimate until you have the time to get the bigger chunk of damage. Just heads up play by Turtle there.
Definitely good stuff here. And Golden Guardians, they swap over Ezreal to the top side, so they still get some of the split the turret plate money with him.
Oh, and this is why you cannot face check a unwarded area if you are Viego early on into the game, because the Elise just destroys you.
Yeah, Golden Guardians, nice play off the reset. You had that death come through and they instantly change, flip up to the top side, and before TSM can get that defensive vision that they've done such a good job of putting out, they're then walking in blind. You see that chain CC combo of the stun into the silence, into the root. Very, very difficult to survive that. And Golden Guardians, I was worried after that initial death. They're coming right back though, getting a lot of chip damage down this turret top side.
Bouncing back, just a little delayed from how normally fast we have seen Golden Guardians play during their surge in the regular split when they were on that large win streak. But being able to get the Rift Herald, more gold into 6 ace pockets, even if they have to swap lanes to the top side of the map, allows them to keep in track for that win condition they want to set themselves up as a team.
Yep, siege up at these towers. They took initiative. They rotated first. They got to the tri-brush first. They have the vision advantage. So then Boogie face checks into them. They continue to be able to exert the extra poke power here. Meanwhile, mid lane, Maple continues to farm it up on Veigar.
Stat check.
Stat check 118 at 13 minutes into the game.
I gotta be honest, I'm not sure what good breakpoints are for Veigar. I'm sure Veigar V2's
Me neither, bro.
Gonna tweet at us and let us know also all the dark tech for whatever.
This seems really good to me.
It sounded good too, but I didn't want to.
Considering the early action there, where they're able to blow the flash off of Gory early.
Also, already has his Rod of Ages completed, getting close to finishing off his tier stacking as well. Seems like he is on pace. First strike as well. He's got all the stacking abilities.
Yeah, yeah. That's what the Showmaker build as well. Get those ramping dual item combination into the death cap for third, and you will be pounding them.
And here comes the Golden Guardians composition, or at least a little taste of it. Accelerated Shock Blast trying to chunk out TSM, but there's not a completed item spike for Gory quite yet. It's just components, so the Shock Blasts don't hit as hard as they would like, but they're going to go for the engage. Boogie engages, but gets blown up by the burst damage from Golden Guardians, and there's no rebuttal from the side of TSM. They're forced out of the river.
Boogie just stranded ahead of the rest of the team. They had the cage to try and protect him, try and maybe find a way out for him, but it was too easy for the rest of Golden Guardians to collapse down onto him. That also means that TSM are going to have to back off this Dragon. Like you said, that Dragon stacking, not really a real win con of theirs anyways, but this is going to start it in Golden Guardians' favor.
Take another look at those jungler rankings that we did on the analyst segment.
I got to move my head a little further to the riverside, you're saying? Maybe?
The cope angle is that the Soraka Silence is throwing a big rut in the entire wheel chain.
It's comp diff, as you can see.
Elise and Ezreal and Soraka. This duo, this trio, I did not expect to be this potent, but they are making damn short work of TSM's HP bars.
River gets out to the minion just a little bit ahead, and they're going to be able to easily redouble their efforts. The tower's also going to die, so huge value on the pick here. Golden Guardians effectively snowballing ahead.
This is the trio kind of Golden Guardians. Gory not as involved, but River and Huhi have been incredible ever since Gory joined them. They have been all over the map together. And it's the case again here where you can see River and Huhi are the two comboing together, finding all this CC and picks.
Really big for them to do this in this game as well for the Golden Guardians. I know, you know, this team does have a lot of haters as far as being one of the teams that historically has not been up towards the top of the standings. Sven is very vocal every time he gets to do an interview.
He said it again today.
Talking about being one of those. But Golden Guardians, this is exactly what you have to do, is take down the other teams that are right next to you in the standings to prove to the haters you are where you belong.
With the mid-season stride they showed, it definitely made a lot of us realize that not only they were, you know, kind of showing up above expectations, they're now not only more than playoff contenders, they could be title contenders based on how strong some of their performances have been. It's the cleanliness and the consistent execution off of this trio from Huhi, 6-8, and River that have just turned so much up in the mid-season.
Yeah, 3K gold lead now. TSM was at the Rift Trail first, trying to see if someone would face check, but once Golden Guardians showed up en masse, there's no way they can actually take this team fight. So it's a clever idea, knowing that Golden Guardians are going to be moving this objective. Oh, maybe they actually will take this fight.
Huge decimating smash from Licorice, and the silence prevents Boogie or Maple from being able to do anything. Chime tries to buy time with the quickness, but he just charmed up Golden Guardians. There's no damage follow-up that can even fathom afterwards.
What are TSM fighting over here? I'm stunned to see them walk back forward after Golden Guardians has grabbed control of the vision. They have control of the river, and then they just kind of face check the entire side of Golden Guardians and hand them back some kills. It was such an easy engage for Licorice there.
You were stunned. Maple was stunned from 100% to 0.
Then silenced.
Body hit the ground, immediately layered.
Uh-oh. And Wild Turtle forced to use the Featherstorm, a flank from Chime and Solo on the right side, the repel. They tried to time the Rupture on Reverse Descent, but it's not even necessary. They still have the burst damage to get that shutdown. And now, Boogie is a spider. He's gonna walk away with it.
That's a very necessary shutdown for TSM to get here. Try and slow down the war machine that's pushing ahead here from Golden Guardians. Now remember, examining the comps, and we talked about it in Champ Select, this was the priority for Golden Guardians. They have to play off the early lead, have to snowball with the poke comp. They're gonna go for a dive though.
And Solo's got no flash to walk away from this one. Easy pickup for 6A. This Ezreal has been accelerated, boys.
Oh yeah, the vision control of TSM had come apart a little bit there. Gory able to get into the river and behind the turret to find that kill as the turret dropped. That little bit of artificial safety that you feel around a low HP turret.
For all the TSM fans who are feeling unwell right now, don't worry, there is a path back into the game. The biggest thing is that these types of poke comps do collapse very heavily if you can make them collapse. If you can get that engaged to get a full team fight victory, you get to collect a lot of bounties, a lot of gold back onto your side, and you have the super scaling Veigar here, who is still has some time to cook here for Maple, but that's what you tell yourself. We're scaling.
Yeah, we're still scaling, boys. Here we go.
And we do have a lot of CC to work with later.
You pinged the Gathering Storms like, guys, I'm getting the stacks. Don't worry.
It's definitely true, though, that poke comps are one of the easiest comps to get a lead on early because you usually have prio with these champions that build these comps, and then also one of the hardest to execute on later where you are more fragile. You might lack some of the utility that other comps will bring. But I will say, with the Scion in the front line and the Soraka backing it up, it's a little sturdier than some other variations of poke comps where like all 3 lanes go for the prio.
Huhi also going for a optimistic flash. I'll put it that way. I think they were looking for a kill opportunity there.
All right, teleport in. They want to go for this pincer movement. Veigar on the flank. Maple, can he get a good cage here?
They know who he doesn't have flash. That might be the target. He walks right into the Soraka, right point blank, and the rest of TSM follow up beautifully. And now Boogie gets to be Soraka, looks for the silence of his own, but he will want to reset back to Viego, as he now gets to be a little bit more durable. It's 5-on-4 for TSM.
That's that flank for TSM. They see 25 seconds on the Dragon spawn, and they go for the teleport play. They surgically remove the Soraka, but they sustain a lot of damage in the process, and they're going to give up the objective in the aftermath, teleporting solo out to push on the top side and try and collect the remnants of that outer tower.
I mean, they insta-punish the flashless Soraka after that overeager play by Huki. Still could not stick around for the tail end of that fight because they'd used basically all their cooldowns on that. But still, a nice little extra influx of gold that you can find there.
If they can't get the remnants of that tower on top side, though, from the defense here of Gory, it's just that kill gold for the teleport used from Veigar, so not a huge bit of a comeback there for them. Golden Guardians do a pretty good job stabilizing in the aftermath, even though it's a very good setup from TSM.
And it's not like who he had shut down bounty either, so in the end, that is basically 2 teleports for kill and punishing a flash. So I think Golden Guardians are completely fine with that trade, because now they have superior positioning and setup for this Baron.
Soraka global taunt working as intended.
True.
Oh boy, I mean, if you're a TSM fan, we've given them some cope. Here's a little bit more. Yesterday's game was also a very crazy, long game, back and forth. That's kind of their comfort zone. So, you know, they just got to find a couple more of these stalling pickoffs.
True Shot Barrage pokes down Maple and Wild Turtle as Golden Guardians set up control in this jungle quadrant. But TSM still have 2 wards into these bushes, so they look for the pick onto Licorice. He's a tank, but they are bursting away at his health rapidly. But Wild Turtle, flanked by River, is forced to retreat. Use the Featherstorm, still has 2 summoner spells, but he's out of this fight as Solo finally gets blasted by Corey.
Huge power move for Golden Guardians. Multiple flanks from them actually to surround after Licorice is the one engaged on. The perfect scenario for them. All right, now, Boogie, it is up to him to keep those TSM hopes alive. He's lurking around. He's got a control ward in Baron Pit right now. He sees 8,000 health. It's quickly dropping.
Licorice is marking on the right side. Golden Guardians start to peel off, keeping it at 5,000 HP, but they just turn right onto TSM, knowing that Chime cannot be there for long, and that's another member down as Golden Guardians return to the Baron.
Golden Guardians using Huhi to stay topped up. He's getting low, but such a good job baiting over and over again, forcing TSM to keep walking into this blind river, getting picks left and right. Even if they don't get the Baron, they can keep doing this and finding more and more gold.
Can they get vision, though? Boogie's still around. He has the Heartbreaker to get over the wall. They're burning it down. This could be a flip, but 1,000 HP. They have no vision, as you called it, Mark, and that means that is a clean Baron for Golden Guardians.
Golden Guardians looking great off this early game snowball. There were a couple attempts by TSM to find pickoffs, but it's been smooth sailing for the most part, already closing in on an 8,000 gold lead for Golden Guardians. Looking rough.
Definitely love to see a very, very effective snowball from this squad. Now with, you know, the both Murminers transformed, there's so much damage output here. Baron buff on a team that is already successfully snowballing their poke. Guess what? You're in for some pain at those towers. TSM, at this point, since it's so difficult, you really have to rush towards any sort of vision advantage that you have to try and make a pick.
And they want to make a pick, but if it's on the tank, that is not the prime target that you want to be choosing as TSM. Licorice just shrugs it off. TSM are going to lose control of the river because of it.
Yeah, is it really a pick if it's on the Scion?
No, not really. You're absolutely right. I mean, Wild Turtle's getting some damage, but he's now forced to use the... but the River's approaching from the left side, and he already used the Featherstorm, so he's got no way out of this one, but they don't get a chance to punish it. He still has Flash to play with, but he flashed over the wall, and 6-8 takes him out. TSM are now on the run. No AD carry to support them at this point. Maple trying to put as much damage as he can, but he's not fully online yet. He's just running away as Golden Guardians make short work of TSM.
They're not done yet. Maple able to get out with the flash. TSM tried to pick a fight with Licorice. They turned that one around, instantly find 3 kills, and Golden Guardians are gonna keep pushing down the spot lane, look for the inhibitor.
The Golden Guardians are the real deal here. Towards the top of the standings of the LCS, and they're gonna stay there, breaking open this TSM base. Inhibitor down very easily for them.
Maple's trying to hold it off as long as he can. But the rest of TSM are not able to defend their inhibitor. And the way that Golden Guardians are playing this game out, this is what we've come to know from their mid-season stride. That long win streak was built off of strong early game leads and closing it out like this.
Yeah, TSM, you can feel, is just getting a little loosey-goosey, desperate in these fights. They tried to, again, be there before Golden Guardians was, but the entire side of Golden Guardians shows up. Then they just start hitting the Scion because he's in range, and that baits this fight. Licorice goes flying into the back line, happy to give his life up, forcing the side of TSM to stick around to kill him, and that gives the rest of the team time to chase down, find the rest of these kills. The Undead Scion using his passive well. Good job there, Licorice.
Yeah, look at Stixay having the time of his life on Ezreal too. Arcane shift forward after arcane shift forward, flash forward, get in there, get the job done.
Yeah, 6-0-2 now for Stixay. Boogie!
Oh my goodness! They tried to look for a 2v1 on Agori, but he's got so much damage in his back pocket. He turns it quickly on Boogie's head. Maple's forced away. Chime could not get there to support the cause fast enough. I mean, it's an 11,000 gold lead for Golden Guardians. They are just moments away from closing it down.
And I love this from them. From draft, you could tell as we get another attempted pick.
Continue.
Yeah, you could tell. As soon as the Elise was left up, they were like, oh, we've been waiting for this.
Yeah.
We are ready to slam. River Elise, instantly, they could not wait to get the Jace Elise combo locked in, make sure they've got a front line with Licorice secured, and then absolutely run this straight to the bank for themselves. Top inhibitor's also gone. Inhibitor is exposed. Chime's on the flank, though, looking for Huhi.
But Gory is marking him. He charms him up. Does he look for Huhi? Can they find him? But no one else from TSM can get past Licorice and River. So Chime's engage is all for naught as TSM are now pushed to the brink. They're pushed to the very edges of their base. They already lost on solo. Maple stuck in his own cage as Golden Guardians will be able to take them out. Stixay does fall to Boogie, but it's a trade 1-for-1 while TSM still lose 3, and Golden Guardians will make short work of these towers.
Golden Guardians looking on point today. They had a couple struggles in recent weeks, dropping a couple games, but retaining sole possession of 4th place with this win. Might not close it out here. Oh, I was ramping up. False start, my bad.
No, you're good, you're good. We were ready for it. I mean, Golden Guardians, 12,000 gold lead. They have everything set in place, but without Stixay, props to Boogie for being able to find that assassination. It was a 1,000 gold bounty shutdown as well. Still not enough for him to finish the Divine Sunder, so I still don't think TSM can make a comeback from this point, but I love that they're trying, and they're trying to find ways to do it.
Gory, speaking of finding, finds Chime on the flank, so then you get an early Rakan, and he goes in, but there's no damage. No damage to follow up, so you get the Rakan ultimate into the knockup. Huhi, as soon as he gets out of it, lets loose the ult of his own, and then here comes the onslaught. Chasing them down, Gory going melee on the Jace. It's just murder.
Yeah, very aggressive play there by Golden Guardians. We're gonna cut the Stixay death. We didn't see it, didn't happen.
Observers confirms, Golden Guardians fans. Stixay remains unkilled in this game. Yeah, I don't see anything.
Draw 0 right there.
You want me to just cover this up?
Quick mark edits.
No one look here.
There we go. Yeah.
Who knows?
That fits our narrative more. Stixay deathless. Let's go, Stixay. Yeah.
Hey, they hit the scoreboard.
The crowd agreed. That means we're right, guys.
Obviously, someone is trying to get the Stixay All-Pro campaign.
He's had a great comeback split.
What's Licorice's campaign right now? Towers don't do any damage, like buff towers. He takes like 6 shots or something in a row there. Wait for the minions to follow up, though.
All right, Licorice looks for Maple, forces the flash. Chime turns around and tries to isolate Gory with the quickness and the charm. The knockup lands true, but Gory just does too much damn damage, and he finally goes down. Walker rips feathers. Can he outpace Stixay and his own damage? The Stixay arcane shifts backwards. Are TSM actually holding this base? There's no way, right?
They're still scaling. Maple's still scaling on the Veigar. He's still scaling. They are gonna lose their last inhibitor, maybe? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way they can hold on to it. Just too much damage already done. They will save the game. Have a flank coming in here from solo.
Can he find a rupture on anyone? Not really. Well, I appreciated it from
You
Solo.
at least see what the TSM comp can do if they had not fallen so far behind. Very strong team fight. Golden Guardians getting a little loose there. We talked about how many shots Licorice had taked already, and then the fact that they were so deep in Golden Guardians were inside TSM's base, it gave them that kind of spread out flank that they could collapse onto Gory. Once they dropped, they could win that team fight there. But still, going to need a couple more plays like that from the side of TSM before they're realistically back into this game.
All right, you keep chanting. We're scaling for late. Veigar here, 296 extra ability power acquired from the passive.
What's his total?
And he's got the Void Staff now to try and penetrate and make an easier time of taking down the Scion. So, yeah, there's some positives, even though they're still trying to defend here against a Baron setup from Golden Guardians, which should be pretty easy.
Chime is going to try to mark out vision first, so he gives Boogie that easier access into the Baron pit, but they turn off it. They realize that TSM have the inside track. They pull off, and it should reset.
All right, Turtle.
Oh, no! Wild Turtle gets caught out here by Golden Guardians. The silence prevents him from casting Featherstorm or Flash. Solo is taken out as well. And now Gory looking to cut them off on the inside track. Chime is trying to lead a safe passage back for the rest of his teammates to get into the base. Good cage from Maple, holds him off for... Oh my goodness, Gory! Huge artillery shot class, completely destroys Chime. Boogie falls as well, and there's the closeout of the game that we were looking for. Golden Guardians, an astounding 21-7 stomp. 30 minutes into the game, Golden Guardians take the win.
They say they don't need a Baron to beat TSM there. They just find the kills on the tail end, chase them all the way back to their base, blow up the Nexus, move to 9-6. They are one game away from their only above 500 finish ever in the regular season. One more game and they get that.
9, the most wins that Golden Guardians as an organization have ever gotten in a single split.
Wow.
They're looking at that Big 10, baby.
Super weak, just gotta grab one more.
And this one was impressive. That wasn't really a poke comp, that was a steamroller comp.
Yeah. It's a dive, poke, engage, counter engage comp,
pick off
just
comp.
Ran right over them.
But this is the formula for how Golden Guardians been wanting to play, what their team identity is all about, getting Sixy and Huhi out of the bottom lane, linked up with River, and then you just push that mid game, and it's just complete dominance after.
Yeah, I think this is a really good job of showcasing why they're so threatening. You talk about the combination of River and Huhi. Gory in the mid to late game is just so aggressive, constant hammer form. And then also for 6A just being an unrelenting carry. Once you give him gold, you know, he did have that one death, but other than that, had a pretty much flawless game.
Yep. Gory's got the Jace pass. There aren't many of those here in North America, but he gets one.
No NA Jace.
I also really like the Soraka addition to this comp.
Yes.
It gave them so many more options with the global heal, being able to pull off so many of these defensive plays and offensive plays, layering the silence on top of Scion initiations, allowing them to get some picks on top of a lot of poke damage.
And it's an uncharacteristic pick to have in lane because not only gives you pushing power, which a lot of tank supports meant for picking doesn't really give you that much. You're only looking for all-in power, but Soraka, you get push power, you get pick power with that silence layering on top of other CC. It's a really cool pick to see from Huhi being able to bust out for a fantastic Golden Guardians win. But that does it us for the cast. We're going to be joining Emily once again, this time with Huhi for a Verizon post-game interview.
Hello, and I'm joined by the victorious Huhi. So first of all, congratulations. This game was really a return to form for the team that we saw kind of steamrolling through the standings earlier after your 0-4 start. So what was it that you saw in your games, even as late as yesterday, to fix and bring to the stage today?
I think we had a lot of miscommunication in the draft. Games like yesterday, I think some players weren't really on the same page with it, and also in the game, I think we just made a lot of silly mistakes that we thought was an issue. So I think going into playoff, we're just trying to make sure we can iron those things out and be on forward.
So regarding draft, you guys brought out a poke composition with the Jace. Obviously, that has not worked out so well in North America. And it does require a really specific attention to flanks and setups. So what was your game plan after this draft was locked in going into especially your early game?
I think our game plan was, like you already mentioned, using the long range. I guess we were also just kind of repeating ourselves clearly that poke is our win condition. because I'll be honest, like we didn't really play this in scrims at all, and
okay.
everyone just kind of locked in our champions. But yeah, I think Gory is really special because whenever we communicate him about the draft, he will just say he doesn't need any bans. He can pick any champions.
Okay.
So that's a big ups, but we just have to find a way to use that smartly.
You mentioned that you've been working on your communication or kind of shoring it up, like finding it again. Poke comps obviously require a lot of communication because you do have to be worried about your flanks. One thing I was really impressed with in this game specifically was your neutral objective setups, and then also how you recovered if, someone gets picked off, you're like doing really good lane assignments, dropping the Herald top initially after you got picked off. So like where is the communication coming in there, and how well do you think you guys did in that front today?
I think adaptation is definitely one of our weakness, but we're trying to improve on it.
Okay.
And usually, I think, especially on stage game, it does get worse. But I think games like this, when everyone is we know that we're gonna win this game, makes it easier because we're less stressed, and it just feels like a better practice for us. So, yeah, I think it just made it easier when I died. Like our plan was originally Herald top anyway, so we just stick with it.
All right. Well, thank you so much. All the best in kind of your search for playoffs. You're almost there. And back to the LCS lounge, which I will go sprint to now.
Thank you so much, Tay. Welcome back to the LCS lounge. Thanks, Emily. She's coming here in a second. I think it's time to pull up the Samsung Fast 5.
Yeah, let's just get into it.
Yeah, we got to see what happened this week in the Samsung Fast 5. We have Closer having the fast level 6 times.
For context for why we're laughing, Sven's off camera to film something later. And he's just laughing at us, making fun of us. Anyways, FBI fastest kill, not bad. Closer.
That's a really late fastest kill, but I guess it's the bot lane fastest kill. I think I made this comment last week as well.
Closer had a very good weekend. This week, excuse me.
Yeah, he did. Player of the week voting is down to the wire. Did you put your vote in yet?
I did. I think it's between M&S and Closer probably, I think, for most people. I'm not quite sure where it's going to go.
Yeah, it was tied, and there were a few people left to vote. So,
hey, Sven, who would you give it to? Shocker.
Wow, he's biased. Okay.
Can't trust him.
Yeah, a reminder that Samsung has partnered with Sleeper and Fantasy LCS, and you can now earn bonus points each week for correctly predicting the fastest performers. Congrats to those of you who claimed that reward this week.
Amazing.
All right.
People might have missed the reference to this from Waiting Room. Just like, what is going on? Yeah.
At the very
8 hours later.
I just looked up to toss. I saw the cursed Shubit again. Oh my god.
It's better left unacknowledged. Oh well. Standings.
Sorry.
After week 7. It was a really interesting week. 100 Thieves had so much turmoil. Changed coaches. The meme now is Nukejuk is just saying, just win lol, and they're winning, so coach of the year. But they're at 7 and 8, currently actually tied for 5th with COG and TSM, which is a crazy development because previously it was that tie for 6th. COG has fallen from grace. They were 7 and 6 before the weekend. Now they move to 7 or 8. And Golden Guardians, they clutched it out.
Looking good.
Despite Sven's smear campaign on Golden Guardians,
not believing in them,
they did win yet again. So let's start talking about that.
All right, you want to start with Golden Guardians? Yeah. I was somewhat on the smear campaign as well, I guess. I initially bought in really hot during the win streak, for narrative fun, but then they had that kind of stumble, and I think I even predicted TSM to beat them today. That did not age well.
I also predicted TSM to beat them today. In talking to Huhi, I thought it was really interesting that he did talk about wanting to work on their communication, where previously that was kind of a strength that we pointed out, where it was like, Huhi, Gory, and River really, really taking control of their early game. The other interesting thing was they didn't practice this composition, which makes it more impressive that they were, attentive enough to pull it off in this game, because I do think this kind of composition, even when it does get ahead, can go very wrong if you don't protect your flanks, if you don't have good setups, and they seem to communicate those really well.
Yeah, it was a bit of a weird draft where you have, the Elise first pick into both your solo laners, like just... It's not so shocking to me to hear that this was not like super pre-planned and they were just reacting. But I think that's also a skill set you'll need heading into playoffs because, things suddenly rise in priority or you get these weird drafts and best of fives, and being able to still end up with a cohesive team comp that you can pilot is a skill in and of itself.
I do want to check quickly who Golden Guardians plays in the final week because they are very solidly in 4th place at the moment. Then they have COG, FlyQuest, and Dignitas. So they're probably getting 10.
They're probably getting 10 wins.
They win one of those games. They might actually get to 11. Like, if you're Golden Guardians, you'd say probably get to 11.
Why not 12? FlyQuest looking a little sussy this week.
There you go. But four is very important because that means you get double elimination in the playoffs. So currently, they didn't get cursed. Like, I was a little worried with the dive episode of Stixay and Licorice talking about, like, oh yeah, when I was on a bad team, it wasn't working. Now that I'm on a good team, right? And then to just crater immediately afterwards. But it's really nice to watch them actually having the best regular split in their organization's history so far.
Yeah, I mean, just the way Gory played Jace was impressive. You know, there's an NA Jace meme, and it's like, okay, you're still KR Jace. You're still KR Jace with the hammer form engages and stuff like that.
Let's talk about 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
They're back.
They are.
I think. I think they did beat Dignitas. 13 of 15 teams have beaten Dignitas, but they also beat Golden Guardians on their first game, and now their upcoming schedule, you think they're going to win that Immortals game, which will move them to 8. TSM and EG are both up in the air, so right in the playoff race, in big part because of the 2-0 they had this week.
Yeah, and I think the big thing, I know Bjergsen said it and Closer said it, is their early game, right? And like their early game communication. So not only just their drafting, but really working on getting those early game leads. Because even previously, we talked about this here where we were like, oh, you know, when they have a lead, even if they play it out like really molasses, like slowly, they do usually close out their games, right? So then it was just a matter of, obviously the 3 losing lanes from last week became a meme, but it was a matter of finding ways to get specifically Closer involved in their early game. And I think that was a massive part of their success in both of their wins this week.
Yeah, I mean, they have another huge game on Wednesday against TSM Super Week.
Wednesday.
That's a big one. TSM lost this one to potentially grab 4th place. Now, if they're not able to hang on, TSM might slip out of playoffs. So that is just a massive game. And I think with how good 100 Thieves looked this weekend, it's a lot easier to start believing in them. There you can see for TSM side. May not drop out of playoffs because they do have that Dignitas game. A lot of these teams are playing Dignitas on the final week.
Spoilers. Yeah, I think it's good for the league when 100 Thieves wins. There's just so many Doublelift and Bjergsen fans, honestly.
Classic Jet, just pandering to the audience.
It's good. And the last time they were on a team together was TSM back in 2020. And it wasn't quite this bad during the regular season in Summer Split, but it was very bad. Like, they took a long time to ramp up. When they went to playoffs, they got swept by the Golden Guardians roster back then. I know this is 2020. It's like 3 years ago, 915 days since Bjergsen won an LCS title. But it does have very similar vibes to me. Very, very similar vibes. So if they're able to go on a run, I think they'd actually be a threat in the playoffs. But there's that risk that they just miss playoffs entirely, to me.
They're still at risk, but I think if they can take the TSM game, they're very well positioned to then win the Dignitas one. And then I don't think it even matters because they would be at 9 wins, 9-9. I feel like we're talking about being good enough to get in.
Okay, Mark, did we curse COG?
Yep. Moving on.
Okay. See you next week. So, no, it was, for those of you who don't know, we did a meme segment about COG's superstitions of whether or not they'd win or lose. And just because COG is such a superstitious team, we thought it would be funny. But we taped it when they were winning like a couple weeks ago. We aired it before their games this week. Then they literally lose to Dig. Lose again today. And now they're, you know, it's pretty tough. It's pretty tough out there. They could realistically go 7-11.
That loss to Dig hurts so much because they had that game in hand and their comp had such a massive scaling advantage with the Aurelion Soul. Today, it was like the opposite, right? Like their comp had to get off early, like start snowballing early. And when that didn't happen, you saw Someday just literally sitting in front of teamfights and the Callista sinking 1,000,000,001 spears and Someday takes no damage. Also, I mean, shout out to EG for the Poppy pick. We didn't really have time to talk about it when we were talking through the draft, but that was a really excellent pick into what CLG wanted to do and made a massive impact when Inspired kept visiting bot.
Yeah, I mean, CLG just has these games sometimes where I feel like they just punt their drafts. They're creative too sometimes. I appreciate the creativity, but that does lead to the occasional misstep where you look at that draft and you're like, how do you win that game? You know, like the Poppy pick was smart, but there's other tank junglers you could have thrown in there potentially to kind of fill that role. Poppy was the best one for just stuffing them actually getting good engages off. They did kill FBI a handful of times in team fights, but they had to commit like literally everything to kill him. So yeah, CLG just really looking dangerous here because TL is not a total cakewalk. You know, that's the worst record on their 3 opponents. These are 3 very difficult opponents compared to the ones that we just saw earlier.
Yeah, and I thought it's difficult to talk about individual players from CLG's game today because their draft just did not work, even at even gold at all. I did think Contracts probably was a little over-aggressive or misreading fights, but there really wasn't a winnable way to read those fights, kind of no matter what they did.
Yeah.
So it's tricky. When they're at their best, one of their side lanes is dominating, to me. Like it's either, today was particularly weird because Asion was locked as a 3rd pick, blind pick, definitely going top lane, and only Aurelia was banned from the top lane, and they just go 4-5 and end up having a Cassante into it. It just feels like they're losing a lot of value from a player who can win so many of those lanes, and they've trusted to try and carry the team before. So that's what I don't like. I think they're going to need to recommit to either Dokla trying to take over games, as long as Aurelian Soul's getting banned, right? So that's how I think they need to change.
It definitely feels like there's a small list of like CLG champs, and once you knock them off that, I'm not quite sure what the backup is. And if they can just break those champs free so you can't just ban A-Soul in the first phase, you know? If they have more, just a little bit more to break those free, or the Aurelia or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to talk about the top of the table as well. Cloud9 tied for first. The first game on Wednesday is going to be
the
C9 versus FlyQuest for first. Pretty interesting, too, because first, looking like it's going to match up against 4 at the start of the playoffs. Sven would definitely like to play Golden Guardians in the first round of the playoffs.
He said he was terrified of EG. He said,
he's not mic'd up, but he's definitely back there if he's able to do it, if he's peanut gallerying us. But okay, I was gushing about MNS. I don't know if I'm like the MNS propaganda machine now because he was like dodging a rupture, and you and me were talking to Kobe like, look at his movement. He's so good.
Oh yeah, Kobe was not a believer for some reason. He just wanted to take the contrary angle. In fairness, he had like this sick sidestep that was earlier in the game before Kobe started watching.
Yeah.
But yeah, Kobe's just, I don't know, man.
Kobe's gonna watch this bit back and mauled about it.
I mean, the team is just looking super, super good.
Yeah.
So the thing that I was impressed with the most, and I was talking to you guys about this during the game, I might be starting my Blabber propaganda MVP campaign. I haven't done enough research, but we'll see. But I'm just impressed because this is actually just objectively a weaker jungle meta than in the past, where farming is less rewarded.
Counter jungling less.
Counter jungling not as possible, so it's harder to show your superiority over other junglers. And Blabber still just looks great. It doesn't feel like he's taken a step back, where I've seen so many other junglers need to struggle. So I'm just really impressed by what he's been able to do in his 15 games so far this spring.
I think the biggest thing about Blabber is when you look at his pathing, it's so scarily efficient. Like, he's one of the only junglers that still bothers to counter jungle. Like, if he has pressure from his lanes, he's in your jungle. He is harassing you or he's taking your camps. And with counter jungling having been nerfed so hard, that's not something that a lot of junglers do. They might just try to visit their lanes instead. But Blabber is so, like, again, sneakily efficient about what he does early. So you'll look down and suddenly he will have like a level lead and a 20 farm lead. And you're just like, where did this come from? Like, I didn't see him do anything extraordinary, but he's just, again, so sneaky about it. And then he shows up to fights and he's bigger, he's stronger, his positioning's really good. And if he has to go to his lanes, he will.
Yeah, they're a triple threat team. Feels like all of the teams at the top of the table are pretty stacked across the board. Where
FlyQuest, you got Impact, Vikla Prince, when they're popping, everything.
Yeah, even Spico, he's mostly been on tank duty, but there's no doubt that he can play the more bruiser carry-oriented meta. That's actually what he made his name on. So, like, it's not like if there's a meta shift, suddenly Spico's going to drop out. You know, like, it's a case where I feel like the top 3, EG is had a rockier regular season, but I don't think there's any doubt in their like top end if they're functioning well.
And if they get into a 2-3 matchup, it's still a best of 5, and they won't have side select for the first game, and that's like their only disadvantage.
Oh no.
Yeah. Ooh. MasterCard Player of the Week, It's between Closer and M&S. M&S. It is.
Dun dun dun. M&S.
Woo!
Absolutely popped off in the 2 wins this week for them versus EG and TL. Not like the most insane KDA scorelines like we've seen from some AD carries this split, but in terms of game impact, if you go back and rewatch these, very, very, very good. The counterpick Tryndamere yesterday, absolutely slapping down, then the Syndra today.
Yeah, I do want to give an extra shout out to his Syndra because his positioning in a lot of these fights really made it so that they could not do anything because he was just constantly threatening to, 100-0 someone. This is the Tryndamere game, though.
Three
He just,
solo kills.
Yeah.
In that one. But I would say the Syndra game, his movement, and then also just how much presence he had in every team fight. Like, I'm hoping we have it in this role.
The part where he's like just positioning
there was one in the mid lane.
river, or not in river, in topside jungle.
Well, and I think though he hasn't played enough games for me to probably give him the first All-Pro nod because he didn't come into the second round robin. Basically, there's a case to be made that he's actually the best performing mid laner in the games or the time frame that he's been in the LCS.
Yeah.
There's a legitimate case that he could be your All-Pro, and I would disagree based off my own metrics, but if someone else put him there, I wouldn't be like, oh no.
It's super exciting, and the last thing I'll say about this is it just does feel like Cloud9 has found a much better groove with his ability to win lane, and everyone just playing very aggressive and up-tempo. In the same way that when they went on their run at the end of summer last split of Jensen playing control mages, Berserker playing hyper carries, and Sven playing enchanter bots. That worked, right? They were very efficient at that. And it looks like it's a much different style, but they're very efficient at it now, just kind of winning all their lanes. So want to track that going forward. Congratulations to M&S for Player of the Week. And next week, it's a super week. Wednesday. Thursday, Friday. But Wednesday, Cloud9 versus FlyQuest, Golden Guardians
versus
my
God.
Yeah.
100 Thieves versus TSM.
Those first
3 games are
man.
awesome. TL versus Dignitas at the end, and EG versus Immortals for the 4th game.
Bangers across the board.
Yeah, those first 3 games. I hope you were watching enough to know that it starts on a Wednesday. Otherwise, you're going to miss out on some really awesome games. Just a reminder that the LEC spring split starts tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific because they did a winter split and now it's a spring split. Noon Eastern, and NACL playoffs kick off at 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 Eastern. Check it out if you want. But most importantly, Wednesday here, Azael is really, really tall.
He's actually ridiculously tall.
Yeah.
Oh, is that not the goodbye?
They just decided to shoot it from
It
other
came back
angles.
to us. I was
We're
demiking.
done.
I'm done.
Yeah.
We are done.
Bye.
Team Liquid pops the Viego, but now follow-up is there, and Core JJ is immediately killed. Team Liquid has the run, and Berserker's got his gun. He's gonna take out everybody, making a double. Team Liquid are thinking about maybe stealing it away, but now they're gonna be careful. The team's all split up. Berserker's gonna be focused, but Yon's gonna be killed. It's Blabber taking the kill as Yon dies, Summit dies, Core dies, Team Liquid dies. Back on the Herald. Should be another eyeball proc here. Never mind, we're just gonna get a fight. They run in, and Ayla is the first to explode as Kenby stays alive thanks to the reset. Prince has to flash back over the wall, and the top laners have joined the fight. Revenge wants to go in on Spica, who's now stuck, but he gets back over the wall. Not far enough. Impact is gonna go in first, and Fleshy's gonna get bursted down. Vikla takes that kill, and now Balulu's looking for the ult. Prince is low. Revenge wants to kill him, but he can't quite find the damage. Now he solos him out. Balulu finds a total to 3. Immortals, his team fighting FlyQuest, but FlyQuest are better at team fighting. Immortals collapse, and FlyQuest march to victory.
CLG gonna try to look. He does have body slam flash.
Okay, goes to the body slam, throws out the ulti. Vulcan with a step back, but now EG's ready to counter him. This is a slaughter. Somedays ready for the re-engage. Poom and Dokla could be the targets. Poom wants to find the depth charge. He's pulled to safety by Luger. Can they get the kill? They need on an FBI. He's protected for now. CLG looking to bury the AD carry, and they got him. But at what price?
Milan, they are first to top. They are on the top curve right now.
I'm TPing back here, and then I'm being good conditions. You can start playing fast. Don't die this edge. Don't die this edge.
No ult yet.
Let's go, Milan. Good job.
Milan.
Jungler's gone for Dignitas. 100 Thieves pressing the charge, fishing for more damage. Double step forward. Forced to use the Feather Star, but he gets the kill on Jensen anyway. He knew what he was doing as Closer looks for the Arctic Assault into flash. And beautiful knockup from Bucio. That's our most valuable prospect right there, baby, from last summer. Rivers approaching for the left side, and he already used the Featherstorm, so he's got no way out of this one, but they don't get a chance to punish it. He still has Flash to play with, but he flashed over the wall, and 6-8 takes him out. TSM are now on the run. Good cage from Maple, holds him off for long. Oh my goodness, Gory! Huge artillery shot blast, completely destroys Chime. Boogie falls as well, and there's the closeout of the game that we were looking for. Golden Guardian, an astounding 21-7 stomp.
涙よ星に瞬きを伝えて守るものがあるからきっと強くなれる語るべき言葉なくした星の守りでは時の果て夢の果て闇に立ちすくんだ風を呼んでみたんだ空に向けて誰かを呼んでみたんだ光求めたソリチュードかすかなレゾナンス確かに届くロマンスそんな流れ星たちを抱き留めた明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河にこぼれて道を強く照らす Burning Bright それぞれの思い秘めた星の守り手は空からの呼ぶ声に導かれた重ねる手と手には言葉なんかより伝わることがある熱い心通じ合った確かなレゾナンス見つけるのはエッセンス目指した意識の先がディスティネーション答えが見えなくてくじけそうになって支え合い誓い合う絆でつなぐシャイニースマイル心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道を開く鍵は My Starlight Heart 明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道が開いたら羽ばたいて行こう